Welcome to the Legacy European Tour. My name is Filipa and I'm here with Alia, and today we have the last chance qualifier. Players have come all the way through Lille to try to make it in a last chance to get tomorrow the qualification for the regional championship, which is going to be this weekend. The format is Pioneer and we are going to have 9 rounds because we have almost 300 players here this weekend. So a lot of fun magic to be played. How are you feeling, Alia?
I'm so excited. I'm so happy to be here with you. I'm ready for the last battle for tomorrow, the last chance qualifier. I can't wait.
Yeah, so the top 16 players, that's what we are looking for because they qualify here for the regional championship. Players will get a lot of prizes. We have a slide with a prize pool and all the prizes we are going to award these players. But of course, they are looking for that top 16. They want to lock here the regional championship. Don't forget, the tournament this weekend, the regional championship, qualifies players for the Pro Tour and the first and second for the World Championship. And we had the World Championship last week. Did you watch it?
Yeah, I watched it. I was playing. I'll be honest, I was playing Pioneer meanwhile, but I enjoy it a lot. That inspires me to play more. Oh my God, I want to be on the worlds too, and it's highly recommended to watch the big party. And this weekend, 2 players will we qualify for the next world championship.
Yeah, a lot of players come here with a dream, but 2 of them actually make it. But today we still have to make the top 16 to first get into the regional championship. Speaking of players that dream, one of these players already got the best, which is Hall of Famer, and it is Frank Karsten. It's going to be on our feature match 1. Frank Karsten with Boros Convoke, a very interesting list, I should say, against Fran. So it's Frank versus Fran on Azorius Control. And Alia, what do you think of this Boros Convoke list?
Well, Boros Convoke of Frank Karsten are very spicy. I watching the deck and have a little surprise for us because they are playing the Regal Bonicorn, but he has the specialist, the secret, the Ambercliff. A very aggressive equipment that can make a lot of damage with a little rabbit.
Yeah, and here Frank decided to believe in the cliff, trying to make that bunny super big. We know that Boros Convoke likes to go wide, and now we have that trample double strike as a surprise because it's closed deck list. So Frank here trying to take advantage of that to bring a lot of spice into the table. We see that the tables are switched, so Frank is on Boros Convoke, not on Azorius. Azorius is Fran, and we already are starting here. Looks like we have the flipped information.
Yeah. Well, the burst combo is the game plan is go wide, go have a lot of tokens and combo cards like Knight Errant of Eos and push with all creatures making tons of damage. And the other hand, Fran is in Osurius control. He will try to control all that creatures. He will we play removal in the creatures to try no die and control the situation.
And I see that Fran here on Azorius Control has one temporary lockdown. Usually against aggro decks, you try to see a bit more of this, but there's Farewell, Supreme Verdict, Layout Arm, so a lot of ways to try and control the board and wipe the board. We see Absorb here on a new card.
Here we can check the best counter against aggro. Not only counters, he's gaining life. A very good option when you are playing against aggro. Gaining life is a very good strategy against the Boros combo deck. Well, I'm checking the list of Frank Karsten, and I'm seeing he has a lot of one-off of Adeline, one-off of Imogen Recruiter, two 3 mana cost creatures like Reckless Bushwatcher. That is very interesting. I think he can surprise a lot his opponent with that one of cards.
Yeah, and I see an Dane's Recruiter. It's a 3 mana 2/2. Whenever it enters the battlefield, creatures you control get +1 and ace until the end of the turn. And it also has the adventure side that for 5 mana it creates 2/2 knights with vigilance. I see here Frank with a split between the Dane's Recruiter and also the Bushwalker. What do you think is better now in these Boros build? Still the Reckless Bushwalker, or do you think Dane's Recruiter is going to take the place?
Well, Imodine's Recruiter comes here with Eldraine, with Wilds of Eldraine. It's an adventure. All adventure cards are very. It's like a tool. You can choose one or two models, and that makes the card very adaptive to the situations. I think Imodine's Recruiter can make a lot of damage, but I in love of Adeline, be honest, being honest. Well, we can see the small rabbit in the table, and I can see the hand of the Fran. I don't know if it has a sweeper. Sweeper here could be very good option for Fran because the table of Fran Karsten is so aggro.
I see in Friends End, we see the laydown arms, which is a way to remove something. That bunny's definitely starting to stack up with a lot of creatures on the board. We also see an absorb. So laydown arms here going for the bunny, and Frank Karsten is going to gain 3 life.
Yeah.
Which against Azori's control, it's not a concern yet.
Yeah, the life is a recurse in Magic.
Yeah, and for sure the Boros player wanting to not gain life, more focused on dealing damage.
Yeah, absolutely. Well, it's time. Did you see any sweeper in the Fran hand?
Yeah, I didn't see it. I saw an absorb, so that's a way to
Yeah,
gain 3
absorb.
life, which is essential. I see a march. Let me just take a look here.
Fran is in 20 life. He didn't are hidden.
I see of Marsh of an Orderly Light, which is also a way to remove something on the board for Fran.
Yeah. And Frank has Lenny hand, has Adeline. I don't think so. He's playing Adeline. He's attacking first, trying to know when you are playing aggro and you are attacking first. You are trying to know the hands of the opponent. You have removal. What do you have in hand? And I don't know if Frank are going to attack first. I can see the Adeline in his hand.
So this Boros Convoke deck actually has a lot of decisions. A lot of people think that the deck is just slamming your things on the board and hope for the best, but it's not the case. You need to know when to play your creatures, you need to know when to save things, and go for kind of trying to combo off with Imudane's Recruiter or the Bookwash as well. So it's not easy to be these Convoke player, especially when you're playing against Azorius that has so many different answers and in a closed deck list situation.
Adeline in the game. That's tell us what is the decision of Reinhard Karsten. He is thinking, okay, I'm going white. Absorbs. We know about that, but Frank know what's not now.
Absorb is great, it gains 3 life, but at the same time, Frank is dealing 6 damage, so Frank cannot hold for much longer. We need to find an answer. We need a board wipe. We need a temporary lockdown, doesn't even get rid of that knight, so we need something like a farewell or a supreme verdict.
Well, another small creature. This is a enabler
This is
for
really
board
good
convoke.
because it creates the blood token that then you can use the 1 mana spell to destroy it and create 3/1/1. So it's great to start your convoke synergy, get your knife for super cheap. It's also really good with to make creatures for Embercleave or for Bunny.
Right now, Frank Karsten have 7 damage each turn, and I'm not sure if he's playing a lot of more creature. Maybe play a lot of more creatures will be a bit overstand. He needs to attack every turn, but Arthurius Control is defending so well his life right now. Whoa, the Malan is activated. I'm going to attack with all the creatures. This is a lot of damage. Let's go to count on it. 1, 2, 6, 6, 4. Whoa, bye-bye to the Malan. Yeah, he can remove the land. Add mana in response, exploding with 1 red mana. I think he discards the Shockland in the hand and crack the blood token, drawing a card. Okay, push with all creatures. 7 damage.
And just to mention, if you didn't notice already, the players are switched. So Frank Karsten on Boros Convoke should be the picture on the right, but we get it. So Frank is on Boros and Fran is on Azorius Control.
Yeah, absolutely. Frank Karsten isn't playing control.
No, for sure not. And the life totals are correct. So Fran is down to 10 life,
Whoa.
but there it is. Farewell. Farewell.
Farewell. Adios in Spanish. Adios. It's a sweeper. Frank knows about his opponent can play a sweeper.
But that's why sometimes the Boros also save things. We see now another bunny and go.
Little bunny. The next turn, the little bunny will be big.
If it survives,
sure.
because now it's when Azori start getting answers. We see a Cycler, only 2 cards left in Friends End, which is not ideal. We see 1 land and I think 1 Teferi.
Teferi, +1?
Yeah, Teferi era of Dominaria. So we are going to plus, not minus the bunny. We choose to plus, look for answers, draw a card, and untap 2 lands.
When control plays a Teferi is a point of the time of the game, because is the card advantage engine, is the secure of the source control to win the game. The little bunny is getting oh my god, believe in the cliff. Wow, that's what I want to see. Embercleave on little bunny. Like, look like Fran is okay. Checking this rabbit with Embercleave is crazy.
Dovin's Vito the Cleave, and we have to do it because that by the way, Embercleave is a permanent, so it's also making the bunny bigger on itself, and then the +1/+1 and double strike. That would be a 3/3 double striker right there.
Yeah, Dovin Speedo is the bulletproof of the source control. If something bad happens, here is Dovin Speedo.
Also, like, this is the best of 3 games. So post-sideboard, Azorius Control, one of the benefits of the deck is that it can very much adapt to whatever is playing against. So if it's playing against a more aggressive deck, which is Frank Karsten's case, we can bring more temporary lockdowns maybe, more board wipes, and remove some of the cards that are not good in this particular matchup.
No good news for Frank. He's playing Azorius Control because he's flooded. He only have a 1 land in the hand, and Frank is deploying his burst creatures with Bunny, his Ornithopter, making Bunny more bigger and putting 3 tokens right now.
So
going wide with his table.
Right now that Bunny is a 4/4,
but you can check the hand, Frank Karsten. I think he have another Embercleave. Yes, another Embercleave. Believe in the cliff. Super rabbit
And now
with the Umber Cliff.
this is actually threatening little because the life totals are flipped. So Fran is actually at 10 life. This bunny is threatening little, and this is game.
Wow, game!
Frank Karsten living the dream, Amber cleaving bunny, a deck tech that nobody was expecting here for this weekend, and stealing the game away.
Believe in the cliff, believe in Frank Karsten. By the way, Frank Karsten is the personality of the magic math. If do you want to know any official number, you can check his content on the official web, the Metagame Mentor. Really high recommendation.
Yeah. That's a great resource if you're starting in Pioneer or every other format. You can check Frank's Karsten articles. Usually he can provide you with all the mathematical stats. And I love to see that I talked to Frank before and he just came from Vegas and he decided to bring this deck, which is different from what we are seeing. And I love to see creativity, not the creativity deck, but
Early games and kill all the creatures in the Frank Karsten table.
And Friend now on the play that also is makes a huge impact in Pioneer, being able to be on the play and get cards like Temporary Lockdown before Frank actually has an ability to develop the board. But that's the thing about Boros Convoke. It has this resilience. Even if it gets board wipe, you can easily rebuild, especially if you know how to play the deck and to play around these board wipes.
Yeah, when you play aggro, you have to be resilient. You're waiting for the sweeper. You know the sweeper. If your opponent don't play sweeper, you are lucky. You will win, but you know the sweeper. So you know, and you will deploy your table again. And do you have to take care of overextend? It's very dangerous to overextend, but do you need to calculate what is the precise number of creatures do you need to win the game?
Exactly. So it's going to be a very interesting matchup. I have to say, I love that we started the weekend on such a positive note here with a bunny cleaved for the victory. It's so sweet to start Friday like this. Good morning, everyone watching it at home. Let me know where are you watching from, and if you're excited for this weekend. Me and Alia are going to be casting today the Last Chance Qualifier. Martin Juza, Hall of Famer, and Will Hall will be the other casting duo. And for the main event in the weekend, you have Matej with Will, and also Martin with Ashley.
Ashley, yeah. Super professional caster here. Well, and you will play tomorrow.
Yeah, that's true. Tomorrow.
All the good luck for you for tomorrow.
Thank you. I'll need it. I'm not too confident, but I'm excited to be qualified for the regional championship and to be playing tomorrow for a chance of the Pro Tour. Let's see how it goes. I'll be honest, my hopes are not too high, but I'm excited.
I was cheering for you. Come on, Filipa. Well, we have a lot of Pioneer weekend for hours of Pioneer. We are watching a lot of runs. Can I ask you something about what is your favorite archetype or deck?
My favorite deck is Rakdos Sacrifice, but I have to say the deck is very complex, so I'm not about to play 9 hours of Rakdos Sacrifice. It has too many triggers. I'm not that good, so I'm going to be playing Rakdos Midrange. I'll tell it to the world, no secrets. People that watch my stream also know that I chose to play Rakdos Midrange. It has some very, very bad matchups, but still, is in the end of the day, is the deck that I'm more comfortable with, so I decided to go with it.
What You will have a lot of good. You will have a lot of good luck, I'm sure. I think it's very good option now, right now. Rakdos mid range is a premium mid range in the metagame right now. The deck is always on the top of the tier. The deck has a lot of tools against have discard, have removal, have very quality cards like Fable of Mirror
Oh
Breaker
yeah.
is a very good card. For example, or Shield Red,
Yeah.
very good engine of the advantage card in life. Very interesting.
I'm bringing the end, but maybe in the end it doesn't even matter because we are going here for another match. So now we are on the second game of this match from Fran on Azorius Control versus Frank Karsten on Boros Convoke with a spin. And we see here the Azorius Control player starting with a tap land. Go.
Well, poor time, I guess. In the hand of the Frank Carson, I can see two lands and a lot of players enablers. Giganta. Oh, this deck is playing Giganta like other Boros versions.
It's a freebie.
Yes, totally free. The companion is a very good ability. It's like have a 8 cards hand when you are beginning in the round, the game, and this is very important advantage.
This Volderan actually is such a key card. It's only 1 mana and it provides you with 2 permanents, which is very important in this Convoke deck. It also deals 1 damage, which we know sometimes that damage come in clutch to make it or break it. So a very interesting card that makes here the list. Also, this Blood token being able to be destroyed to create 3/1/1s is a really good thing to do with Gleeful Demolition, which we know is another key card of this Boros Convoke deck.
And Bulgarian Epicure can seems okay, is a poor. If you read the card, okay, it's for 1/1/1, can seems you a bit poor, but here in this deck is a very good card. Is the full for the engine for the convoke ability. It's very important because you say it. We have 2 permanents to convoke the other cards, like Ninth Errant of Eos.
And actually, somebody made a really good comment in Twitch chat. The fact that we see the Giganta means that Frank took off Embercleave because you cannot have Giganta as your companion if you have Embercleave, so it's a sideboard card. So I think Frank doesn't believe the cleave anymore, not for this matchup at least, and we are seeing a cleaveless deck here. So very good point, and this is one of the things that when you're playing close deck list is good to pay attention. Okay, my opponent now has Giganta, so I don't need to care for these.
Yes.
So Dovin Vito now more of a dead card for Fran. Still can get Gleeful Demolition, but way worse if Fran decided to keep these in the sideboard.
I'm checking the sideboard of Frank Karsten. I'm saying within announcement, very good card against sweeper. You can be resilient with that card. Dobbins Vito can beat that card, but I don't know if Fran put out the Dobbins Vito. Could it be? But I think it's very clean to take out the 2 Embercleaves, put in the deck post sideboard, the within announcement, and other cards like Thalia, Guardian of Thraben, very good against spell decks like Azorius Control.
And Invasion of Gogbakan being able to delay those board wipes is such a key in this match. I really like the way that Frank approached this. Embercleave is really good if your opponent is chump blocking against something maybe like Rakdos Sacrifice, but in this case that your opponent doesn't really have creatures to block, you can just try to go wide and play Invasion of Gogbakan, try to delay those board wipes, and try to win like that.
Yes, Invasion of Gogbakan have a very interesting effect. Do you remember Elitex Pelvinder was the card of PV World Champion?
Oh yeah, the 3/1 flyer. So it kind of got replaced by this Invasion of Gogbakan, 1 mana cheaper. But it had a 3/1 body with flying, which is also really good.
This is the effect lately we are watching in the white color, and it's very interesting because that ability play with the tempo. Tempo is an ability we usually see in blue, but white right now we have these small effects in some cards like this invasion of Gobakan. By the way, in the other side of the battle, protects your creature with indestructible and hexproof. Very interesting here in this Boros Convoke aggro deck.
It is really good because now if Fran tries to do something, unless it's an exile effect, Frank Carson has the ability with that Gobakan to start protecting the creatures, and also they're going to get +1/+1 every time that they attack in the end of the turn. And Frank wants to be attacking with all the creatures, so all the creatures are going to get +1/+1, and then they kind of have protection. They have indestructible and X-proof on demand, let's say, when Frank decides to use it. So that's crucial here for this match.
Well, this is Shark Typhoon right now? Is this a Shark Typhoon?
Looks like a Shark Typhoon with 2 counters on it.
Uh-huh. Okay. Well, Karsten having hand Traveling Inspector Ornithopter making his table wide. Knight of whoa. He's playing Watcher.
So Frank looking at that Glyphal Demolition, using it on the blood token to try to make 3/1/1s.
Yes. Glyphal Demolition.
I still remember when this deck became popular was right before, I think, RC Athens in the summer, and someone just won the challenge on MTGO with it, and it suddenly got super popular, and we can see why ended up winning the RC Athens. And
yes, Boris Convoke was surprised in that tournament. Very hitting the surprise in that meta game.
What do you think?
Ooh, Reckless Wolves Watcher, very good draw for Frank Carson. That he's nothing. You know, he draw the Reckless Wolves Watcher and going directly to battle to attack with the creatures.
And it looks like here Frank playing it very careful. We know that an Absorb can set us back tremendously, especially followed by a board wipe. So Frank really careful here to, usually you want to use that Bushwalker when you are for sure threatening a lethal damage or setting yourself in a very good position. So really like here the respect that Frank is showing to the blue-white control deck.
Yeah, his opponent have three mana. He can't expect cards like a Settle the Breakage, but he needs to turn around the battle for the other side. He is thinking the Reckless Wood Watcher could be the last card in the for win the game for Frank.
And that Shark Typhoon, it is the card that was chosen with Invasion of Gobakan, so those 2 counters are the tax effect on it.
Okay, Gobakan. The battle turn. Oh, Giganta in hand, paying 3 mana. And the trigger of the Gobakan.
So now
that counters on that.
Frank as Gobakan flipped, things are looking a bit better because things like Supreme Verdict don't do it, and we know that Frank needs 6 mana to cast Farewell.
Well, that Gobakan free flip takes a very guaranteed to be safe for the creators of Frank very smoothly. Whoa, the big cat, is presenting a very good opposite of he is reading the cat among cat. He can blocks the creatures of Frank Karsten because he needs to block. He needs to stop that damage.
And a lot of people choosing to bring the regal card call sideboard, a 5-mana 3/3. Other cards you control get +1/+1 and lifelink. So the lifelink being key there. And whenever this enters the battlefield, you create 2/1/1 white cat tokens with lifelink. So that is really, really important here, trying to stabilize for Fran, because we know that temporary lockdown and farewell have exile effects, but the other board wipes are going to be just not good with that Gobakan flick being able to give indestructible to your creatures.
Here, the Caracal, the lifelink is crucial. Crucial for gaining tempo for the Osorius control player, waiting and searching for a maybe Teferi, more sweepers. The Regal Caracal is buying time for win and control the game.
We see the Inspector, the Ornithopter, Frank kind of debating what to do in this case, if using them to convoke the Knight.
Wow, Term Inspector. I love that card. There's a very good enabler payoff, and he can hit extra card if you need. He can push early. He has a lot of possibility only for 1 mana.
Yeah, and here in this matchup particular, the clue being able to be a target for the Gleeful Demolition is another way that makes this card extra good. It's kind of the same also with the Volderan Epicure, so cards that for 1 mana give you a body plus an artifact that you can sacrifice, destroy for the Gleeful.
Yeah, the blue token loot a card because it's from maybe red token, red creature, but the clue is extra card.
Oh, and I see in Frank, Karsten, and 2 of these new Wild of Eldraine, Emudane's Recruiter, and I actually really like this card, so I'm really excited to see it here play this weekend. But see, once again, this Boros deck is not as easy as people might think. It has so many decisions. We see here Frank Karsten taking his time to decide what to do.
Yes, sometimes people tells you, oh, aggro is super easy. Well, you need to choose wisely the 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 successions of your creators, of your decisions. You are saying super well. The decisions are very important.
And we are taking those 2 Emudane's Recruiter, 2 ends from that Knight Errant of Eos, and now we are bushwalking, attacking with bushwalk, and oh, everything.
Yes.
Almost.
Reckless Woodwatcher is in the game, making a lot of damage. Plus 1 and haste for all the creatures and attack with all creatures. Very aggro attack here. All in. All in.
Fran is at 15 lives, so being able to recoup some life, but still this is a big attack. And Frank here trying to pressure as much as possible, because if Fran does spend next turn to board wipe, then we have the Emudanes in end that once again allow us to give our creatures haste and go for more damage.
10 lives for Fran or Rex, if I know misspelling the name. Well,
that
Fran
cat is more lonely now.
Yes, was a plan to block with Regal Caracal, but need a sweeper to control that huge creatures on front of the some Field of Ruins.
So looks like we are using Field of Ruin.
Field of Ruins destroying the oasis or the white oasis.
And we have to see if Fran has an answer here. Something like temporary lockdown would be great. Don't forget that Invasion of Gobakan is still there, flipped, giving +1/+1 in the end of the turn to everything that attacked. So for sure, Friend needs to find a board wipe here. So first attacking with Cat, because he does have lifelink, we are going to gain some life. And with 4 mana remaining, it cannot be Farewell. And we know that things like Supreme Verdict do not work because of that Invasion of Gobakan flipped. So let's see.
Supreme Verdict.
Supreme Verdict and Frank Karsten just sacrifices the Gobakan in response, and Friend like, okay, my creature die, you're don't because you have the protection, so I guess this is going to be it.
Wow.
Frank just showing the recruiter there and going to attack for everything.
Yeah, I think so. Attack with all creatures. This is a lot of damage.
This seems like enough.
Yeah, this is more than enough, I guess.
Yeah. And we have a shake of hands here, 2-0 for Frank Karsten that starts here very well today with the first win of the day. And in the first round, that's super exciting. What did you think of this deck, Salia?
Well, I'll be honest, I love of the Boros combo, I love of Agro's strategic, but Boros combo can be so explosive, and this version with the extra spicy explosive with this Amber Cliff, with the little bunny, by the way, Wilds of Eldraine, with another card of Wilds of Eldraine, Amber Cliff, with the little... It's a very good card. Archetype like other decks, the archetype
Di 17-14. Di deflecting bomb. I was thinking of deflecting bomb. Good luck in next chance. Do I do anything to report, or are we good?
If you can report on melee always, that's always good.
I don't think I can, actually. Should I keep these, or should I think to do?
I'm just going to keep them.
The last game, yes, was the last. The first round, was we finish?
Can you hear me? I hope so. We heard that Twitch chat is having some trouble hearing us, but hopefully everything will be good and we are going to be back. And looks like it's better now. That's great. And I'm really excited for this matchup because we have Izzet Creativity, which kind of fell down a bit, not so much popular as it was before. versus this PNLR deck that I'm super excited. It gained some wild cards from Wild of Eldraine, some adventures, and adventures is actually playing something from the Exile, so it works perfectly with the PNLR deck.
Yeah, the PNLR Lex seems me very fresh with these Wilds of Eldraine cards. Maybe could be a surprise for today? We don't know. Will we see?
Yeah, definitely might surprise us today. Don't forget, players here are trying to get top 16. Top 16 players here of the last chance qualifier will make it into the regional championship tomorrow. And tomorrow we start with the regional championship, which is Saturday and Sunday. The 24 players will qualify for the Pro Tour there, and first and second place World Championship. And we just had a World Championship, and how amazing it was, Alia.
Was amazing. By the way, congratulations for John Manuel de Pra for being world champion. We are right now in Lille. We are in France. John Manuel de Pra is from France too, and congratulations, a very well deserved because John Manuel de Pra is very good player. He's amazing. He's was in Pierre, for example, and has a lot of top reaches in his career.
Well deserved for Gianni Manuel de Praz that now we'll see his face on a magic card, and isn't that the dream for all of us? I'm really excited, and I'm excited to be here because we have almost 300 players trying to qualify for the regional championship in this last chance. It's going to be 9 rounds of Pioneer.
9 rounds.
And tomorrow, Pioneer again, and there are going to be a lot of players competing in this regional championship, me included. I'll be competing.
It's like it's like I've been cheering for you, you know, and I will try to play on Sunday the classic qualifier with my mono white Pioneer decks. I love in aggro decks with my Adeline. Well, but I'm checking that Boros combo, and it's a very good option too for this Sunday.
What is the deck that you're most excited to see this weekend?
Oh, it's not my cup of tea, but I think Exit Phoenix will be a very good deck right now because Sleight of Hands is very interesting card for the engine. The deck needs to put the Arc like Phoenix in game.
Yeah, I'm very excited to see some of new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. I'm excited to see, for example, some of the Beanstalk decks that now are playing in not Bring to Light. I played against that deck. It is really strong, so I think we're going to see some of it here this weekend. And yeah, like some cards really changed from the Wilds of Eldraine, and I think this is going to be hit. I'm not sure if we have a feature match here, waiting for some confirmation. I think this is going to be it for the round, and we will be back soon with Will Hall and Martin Juza, the other casting duo for the day.
Well, see you soon.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as the Will Hall Exp, and this man to my left is none other than Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we're bringing you round number 2 of Pioneer action this weekend. Obviously, we just had the World Championships last weekend where we crowned France's very own General Duprat the world champion. Now everyone wants to try and get that slot off him. But the first step is they need to qualify for the regional championships of Europe tomorrow. And there's only 16 more slots left on the line. And we're going to crown those 16 people today, Martin. How are you doing? What are you looking forward to this weekend?
I'm good. How are you?
I'm living the dream. I'm buzzing. I'm not as jet lagged as everyone else. That looks like they're working in production. Everyone was in Vegas last weekend, and everyone, everyone's telling me how much a great time it was. But they do look like they're suffering a little bit this weekend, I must say.
Yeah, I'm kind of looking forward to seeing how Wilds of Eldraine change Pioneer, if at all. We saw some cool decks already in the first round. Frank Karsten utilizing Regal Bunnycorn.
A bunny wielding an Ember Cleave is like the flavor text. That's all I need. That's all I need.
Yeah, and I know some other people have some spicy tech ready for us today and tomorrow. So yeah, we'll see what happens.
Yep. Well, on that one, I believe the players are ready, sat down at the feature match, ready to go. So we're going to go straight down to there. We're going to see what we're playing, what we've got in our main feature match. I believe it might be Mono White versus Waste Knot. Something you don't traditionally see in Pioneer. So yeah, we'll see. We're going to have to table. There we go. So yeah, Waste Knot versus Mono White Humans. Mono White Humans, I guess people kind of know what that one is, but talk people through it. What's the game plan of it?
Yeah, Mono White Humans is a pretty typical aggro deck. You just want to mulligan into a fast hand. I think you need to mulligan aggressively. You want to have a fast start. You want to put pressure on the opponent, and ideally finish the game in the first 4 or 5 turns before your opponent can start playing their expensive cards. But on the other side of the table, Waste Knot. Yeah, that is a deck that I studied extensively. I've been playing it a lot online. I'm just kidding. I have absolutely no idea what's going on. We're probably going to be discarding some cards, and
that's 4 dresses in the mains. That's a alternate.
Okay.
Oh no, that's the one of the newer dresses that have been printed. Looking at the hand, they're only having 1 target, looking at a couple of lands, a couple more creatures, kind of what you expect from these Mono White Humans decks. A lot of cheap creatures that can kind of get on the battlefield early, kind of overwhelm your opponent. There's a lot of spice, should we say, in this Waste Knot deck. Not something I traditionally, but we'll see how it plays out, see how we get here. 2 mana.
So that looks like Brave the Element was discarded, but Sanchez's hand was really good. I think there was a Copper Code Vanguard. I think I saw a double Brutal Cathar. I'm not sure if he has a 3rd land, but Talia up the top, also pretty good.
This is probably the best 2-drop we can have, especially when our opponent's trying to cast a lot of spells against us. Things like we got Fatal Pushes floating around in here, Shield Dread's Edicts, even Invoke Despairs in this list on the left of your screen, ladies and gentlemen. Waste Knot, we're going to have a little look at Valley. Yep, it does tax all non-creature spells by 1. What have we got in the hand here? I haven't got. That definitely looks like a Fatal Push and another Waste Knot. Waste Knot does cost 1 extra now, so 3 in total. So I think this is where the Fatal Push is going to eat it now while we're tapped out. So no Brave the Elements shenanigans can happen. So we definitely get it off the battlefield and just pass the turn back.
Yeah, that Fatal Push was really, really important because if you only have 2 drops in hand, that Talia is going to slow you down by a significant margin. So Olivier is able to stop the bleeding a little bit. Copper Code Vanguard.
Yeah.
Pumps all the humans. There's double Mutavault in play as well. That's typically also a very annoying card to play against if you have a lot of sorcery speed removal, like Invoke Despair, for example.
I see a couple. I think we got double Waste Knot in hand. There's one of them deployed along with the Concealing Curtains, maybe Concealing Curtains comes down. The 0/4, that's going to be a good wall to be able to, kind of stop the shenanigans of beatdowns happening. But there's a lot of it on the right of your screen as Carlo draws the turn. It looks like that was a land off the top, so can start deploying some of these powerful 3 drops he's got in hand. I believe. What did I see in hand? I think it's
double Brutal Cathar, yeah.
Oh, yeah, this is going to hurt. Let's get that one out there. Let's get a bit more damage in there. That's going to be 5 damage coming across. Remember, all the humans get +1/+0 and Ward. Because of the Vanguard on the battlefield doing work. One of the newer cards is kind of pushing this deck a little bit more to the front foot. Having a nice 2-drop that pumps your team is obviously ideal, but how can we get back into this over on Olivia's side?
This is exactly the kind of draw you want to have with Mono White Humans, and I recently wrote an article on mulliganing. I recommend checking it out if you're the type of player that doesn't really want to go down on resources. Nobody does. It sucks being down a card, but if you're playing an aggro deck, you really want to mulligan aggressively for these fast starts to put pressure on the opponent.
Looking at what we've got in there, so we do have like 4 shield dreads floating around in here. Obviously, we've got a waste not on the battlefield, but we're just passing the turn. Not exactly what we want to be doing with. Okay, it looks like we've got shield dreads edict.
Is that a gold blank in hand?
Yes, that
I
is a
believe
go
the middle
blank.
card is a gold blank. Yeah, discard 2 cards and exile a graveyard.
4 go blanks in the main.
That might be really good this weekend. I saw a lot of players looking for Phoenix cards, so gold blank might be a secretly very well positioned card.
Okay, here comes the edict in response to the Mutavault activation, I believe. The opponent's going to sacrifice a non-token creature. Probably the words coming out of the mouth there of Olivia.
If the turn was passed with no spells played, I think the Brutal Cathars should also be...
Oh, flip. Okay. That's right.
There we go.
Even worse. It's not. Now it's going to cost lives to get that off the battlefield.
Is that actually something you can respond to? I don't even remember anymore. With the werewolves?
I think...
Does it go on the stack, or does it just automatically flip? Not even sure.
I have a feeling it goes on the stack, but I'm going to let chat answer that one because we do have 2 of our casters in the chat. Hello, Mr. Big Z. Hello, Skura. Hope you're having a good day, ladies and gentlemen. And you chat, everybody else joining in, thank you very much. We know it is Friday and a lot of people are going to be at work today, but if you're not, or maybe you're at work watching this, let us know in the chat. Let us know if you're excited for the regional championships this weekend. Remember, we will be sending 24 players to the Pro Tour, and 2 of them also get world invites directly. Get it done. Done them once at the start of the season. Don't have to worry about it for the rest of the year.
Is it 24 now? I think last season it was 36. So that, but that was the first season where they wanted to have a little bit more.
So it's dropped down to 24 now.
Okay, and Sanchez wins game 1. That fast draw combined with the Mutavaults, Talia on turn 2, Olivier with a lot of discard spells that were not particularly effective on the draw against the aggro deck.
Yeah, that was just the one of Shield's Edicts. Chat is saying you cannot respond, so now we've learned something. That's very good for this weekend. Thank you very much, chat. We appreciate it. So this is a closed decklist tournament today, ladies and gentlemen. The rest of the weekend will be open decklist, so we can get all the full 75 or 95 on the screen, depending on what players bring to you. But in this one, it is going to be closed decklist a little bit. So, but we can talk about generically what you know what good cards are in these colors. Obviously, we have access to the deck lists. It could be anything in this way. It's not deck. Let's be honest. This isn't a stock list by any means. And you could put anything out the bag here. When you play, your opponent plays turn 2 waste not. You're like, what's going on?
Yeah, today the deck lists are closed, so we won't be able to reveal anything before the top 8 is set. But tomorrow the deck lists are open, so we will be able to share more. But if I'm the mono black player, playing against humans, the cards that go out are obviously going to be the cards like the rest because they don't typically have a lot of targets against the white aggro deck. And I would also most likely board out the go blanks because they are slow. And
is there any like sweepers in black that are quite could be quite good in this?
Yeah,
matchup?
like some infest type of cards, like something for 3 mana that gives creatures -X/-X, some kind of extinction event, which I think is something we saw on the screen from Olivier.
Yeah, you see quite a lot of those, like floating around in Pioneer, more for the mono green matchup, right? Like that extinction just wipes it. Well, everything's basically even mana cost in them.
Yeah.
So it makes sense that your catch up, them having them in your board is something that's reasonable.
Yeah.
To have
Plus, you also want to have cheap removal. Like if your opponent plays Talia and you're stuck with 2 extinction events that you won't be able to cast before turn 5, you will really want to have something cheap to be able to kill it. So maybe like extra fatal pushes if you don't already have 4 in the main deck, something along those lines.
So about over on the mono white side, over on Carlo's side, is there any sort of generic good white cards that you think in this matchup, Ben? You're not entirely sure what's going on the other side. Waste Knots, there's a good chance you're going to get discarded. Some things. Do we want to lower our mana curve, or do we want to, if we up our mana curve, will cards sit in our hand more, so we've got more targets then to discard with things like, I'm guessing Liliana and go blanks, etc.
Yeah, if I'm the mono white player, I just want the grindy cards. I know that my opponent will have a lot of removal. I know they will have sweepers. So I want cards that generate value, that generate creatures every turn. Cards like Planeswalkers, cards like Wedding Announcement, that kind of stuff.
Yeah, Wedding Announcement we see pop up does so much work for just a 3 mana enchantment. Not only does it fills your board, it can draw your cards, it pumps your team. You see a lot of players, especially in these like aggressive strategies, trying to always have that in the sideboard to bring it in. Not just the mono way, but also we see the Convoke decks. Sometimes we see it in the heroic decks, even though I'm not entirely sure that's a good option, but here we are. People decide what they want to bring this weekend. Maybe people this weekend are just testing, playing today, getting familiar with the format, going through, because it is going to be 9 rounds before we cut to that top 8 today, ladies and gentlemen. 16 players will get invites to tomorrow to the regional championships of Europe, live in Lille in France. looks like the players have just finished the shuffle up. Matching sleeves. Oh, I suppose one shade of green difference maybe.
Yeah, we have almost 300 players for the
Yeah.
for the LCQ, which is a nice
It's a lot. It's a
nice
lot.
number of people. Yeah, that's a lot of people that came to play. And I think when I was looking at the RC tomorrow, there was already 620-ish players registered. You're gonna have some late registrations. You're gonna have the extra 16 people from the LCQ. So we're looking at almost 700 players for the RC tomorrow.
Yeah, we're pushing like American numbers there.
Yeah,
You know what I mean? It's going well. Well done, Europe, for getting out there, getting to your local game stores, start winning, turn up to these, start winning these, getting these invites. Everyone's got that fire underneath them now. Now that the Pro Tour is back, now that we've just had the World Championships, everybody wants to get to that level. As well for the races, both players keeping 7 cards, and looks like Dress has stayed in. Firing off a Dress here, showing 4 lands and 2 creatures and 1 wedding announcement. So we were taking it in. Maybe we should have cut this, but being able to snag a wedding announcement here is quite nice.
Yeah, Olivier might actually be thinking ahead, saying, well, Dress wasn't good game 1, despite actually taking, I think it was Brave the Elements. But it might be actually good for game 2 if you expect your opponent to have these types of cards. And as you said, wedding announcement has been in the sideboard of almost every white aggro deck in the past. So yeah, bringing it here or keeping it in your deck is kind of like planning for your opponent's sideboard cards, which makes sense. If you think they're gonna bring cards like Planeswalkers and Wedding Announcement, then you definitely do want to have ways to deal with it before your opponent can put it on the table.
And there's kind of come down the officer. Obviously, powerful 2/1 late game, got a bit of ability. We can pay for mana, look at top couple cards of our library and start putting more creatures into our hands, kind of refilling for that late game effect. Shout out to Caro. These are the basics I use. Those are Saga basics. I'm all about it. Love it.
Yeah, well, I like the swamps on the other side of the table too. Those are I think the Phyrexia.
Yep, Phyrexia, the alternate.
The bundle.
Yeah, they were nice, those ones. Let us know, chat, what are your basics of choice? Which ones do you like to sleeve up when you play your Pioneer decks? Let us know. Mine's the Urza's block ones. I really do think that that's just so beautiful. Okay, another card we haven't seen come down here. This is the Raven Man. This is a card I don't think I've ever seen before in my life. So let's get that one up on the screen, have a little look where we're going. It is a 2-mana 2/1. At the beginning of each end step, if a player discarded a card this turn, create a 1/1 blackbird token. With flying, this creature cannot block. Then it also has the ability 3 and 1 black, tap it. Each opponent discards a card, activate this at sorcery speed. So another way to generically kind of get value out of our waste knots and all the discard that we've got going on.
I remember this card from Esper Legends, from Standard. That's where I saw this card first. I think sometimes just being played as a legend, it kind of fits well into the deck. But yeah, this is the first time I'm seeing it in Pioneer.
Wedding announcements obviously came down, generate a token, end of turn, passing back, turn number 4. We know about that 4th land in hand, so we're going to play that one.
Wow, Wedding Announcement of the top was probably the actual perfect draw.
Yeah, especially when your opponents, they've got a lot of 1/4 mover. Here comes the big Adeline coming down. Super powerful in this deck. Remember, when you attack, you get to generate a 1/1 token.
This is a cool interaction, by the way. The token attacks, and I don't know if it puts in a second token from Adeline, and you have Wedding Announcement in play, which at the end of the turn, it says if you attacked with
2 creatures.
2 creatures, you draw a card. But I think only one of those creatures was attacking. The other one was put into play attack. So you will still make a token and not draw a card, I believe.
Is that how that works?
I believe so.
No, as in that was a Shield's edict. And he said sacrifice. I'm not entirely sure how that works there. I'm pretty sure it says sacrifice target token creature or non-token creature or planeswalker. And if we said sacrifice target non-token creature, why would we sack the Adeline and not the lieutenant? Or the officer, sorry.
Maybe Sanchez just wants to get the value from the officer with all the lands out. Maybe you just want to kind of start getting extra cards. Plus, you already have the announcement.
All right, interesting. Well, Go Blank stayed in as well, so that's going to get rid of the last 2 cards, a land and a third Wedding Announcement. Here comes the trigger, getting ourselves a rat token. Well, not a rat token. It is a bird token, isn't it? Crow token, I think. It is Blackbird token. That's going to come into play. Can't block though, so not super ideal in this matchup, but it does give us a little bit of value if it comes that way. Now we're living off the top of our deck. Wedding Announcement on 2. 5 power on the battlefield on the right of your screen. Let's have a little look. We're doing something in the upkeep here. We're thinking about pushing.
Oh, I see Witch's Vengeance in Olivier's hand. That's the 3-mana creature. Creatures with a type of your choice get -3/-3, I believe.
Yeah, that is correct. That it's going to be pretty brutal here. I wonder if do these tokens, they're all humans as well. We're going to block here. We're going to take 3 points of damage. See if we can get the life totals to start updating on our screen for us. Looks like there they go. And they're just talking about wedding announcement and potentially how it all works, what's going on here. This can happen, especially, you know, in Europe, we've got so many different language barriers, so many people talk different languages, and, you know, it can be a little bit hard. So, you know, getting that communication is vital and key when playing Magic the Gathering. You know, we've got people from Africa, we've got people from all over Europe. Literally, obviously, I can speak English, and that's about it. But if my opponent spoke German, and that was it, we're going to have a bit of difficulty, but, you know, luckily that's what we've got judges for. Multiple judges in the room will talk different languages. You can call a judge, "Judge, can you explain this to my opponent? Judge, can you tell me what this card says, potentially if it's in another language," etc. So I think that's what they're doing, just clearing up what the state of the battlefield and how much damage was coming across. At the end of that, we're going to have Olivia down to 16 and untapping. Draw step to come.
Yeah, something you mentioned, if you're not sure, call a judge. You know, if you're not sure what a card does, if you're not sure what is happening, like there's a weird interaction with the wedding announcement, and Adeline, like we just saw, you know, putting an attacking creature in play. The judges are here to help you. It's nothing against the opponent. Just, you know, make sure that you resolve everything correctly.
And here it comes. I believe in response, we're going to look at the top couple of cards. We're going to try and pick one of them into our hand. I'm going to go out on a limb here and say humans was named because we got the Raven Man is also going to go to the graveyard. Remember, he is a human. This isn't a one-sided Wrath effect. It is everything of the same name. But that's a good find, though, off the top. This gives us a way to get more cards on the battlefield, kind of start generating our value. That card, of course, is the Extraction Specialist. Comes in, obviously it's going to be a 3/2 with a lifelink and a little bit of added text, but we'll wait until that one is cast before we talk through it a little bit more. And the board is going to go just in time before everything gets a little bit too powerful. That word announcement, remember, giving everything +1/+1.
This is a special token from the latest secret lair.
Yeah, I know. I ordered a couple of these secret lairs. That was a land off the top by the looks of it, so access to 5 mana's turn if we want to go that route. Here comes the Extraction Specialist, so when it comes back, we can return target creature from the graveyard to the battlefield. If converted command cost 2 or less, it cannot attack or block. So not ideal right now, but we can still use the 4-mana ability and start getting cards off the top of our deck if we want to go that route, which means I probably would have played my land for the turn, but we'll see how it goes. Here comes Liliana of the Veil. Makes sense in this deck. We're going to take it down. We're going to get them to sacrifice a creature. Sacrifice the one we can't attack with. Makes sense. Leaving the 3/2 lifelinker on the battlefield. Bird's going to come across. Can't block. Might as well get a little bit of chip damage in. Don't know how valuable that's going to be, but a lack of cards on the left of your screen there versus quite a lot of cards on the right of your screen. 5 cards, I think, in hand.
Interesting interaction with the Witch's Vengeance, by the way. If your opponent plays Witch's Vengeance and you let them name the creature type, then you can't respond because that's already part of resolving the spell. So if you wanna respond with something, you know, activate the recruitment officer or play some tricks, you have to do it before you let them name the card. Same thing with Meddling Mage. That is part of the resolution.
So it looks like we're going to block him. I mean, this does have +1/+1 for it. I think they're just pointing that out now, saying that this has got 4 power. He's like, sure, goes to the back. Means we're really valuing this Liliana. Oh, so we had to have something die. Oh, this is a blowout and a half. This. So we waited for something to die. So we got the revolt trigger for Fatal Push. Fatal Push targets the Extraction Specialist. Brave the Elements, gives it protection from black. Absolutely back-breaking here for Olivia on the left of your screen. It's going to come down. It's going to be a 2/3 with this. We're going to gain, obviously, gained 4 life last turn from the Specialist. And still looks like we've got a land and a Brave the Elements in hand. Probably need another sweeper here, I guess, to try and get back into this. Didn't get a good look at it.
Yeah, Olivia doesn't have anything that really generates value other than Liliana. It was just cards that trade 1 for 1, which is at the Witch's Vengeance, which is not a great place to be against a mono white deck that is getting value from Recruitment Officer, from cards like Wedding Announcement, from Extraction Specialist. So Sanchez is definitely winning the card advantage game.
I actually really like this. So I was wondering why we're not playing that land. I would have played the land because this is why we didn't play the land. We're playing against a waste not deck. The chances are they're going to make me try and discard. I'm keeping the extra lands I don't need in my hand, so I've got redundant cards to discard, so I can keep things like this Brave of the Elements in hand. Really heads up play there by Carlo on the right of your screen. Just pulling further and further ahead of every draw step that they get. This is going to be 4, 5, 6, 7 damage coming across if everything gets turned sideways currently. And we're going to add to the board before we combat by the looks of it. Oh, Falliers.
Lieutenant.
Thank you. just making sure that is the Lieutenant. Lieutenant gives everything +1/+1, or not everything, but in this deck, everything, all other humans get +1/+1. Counters put on, and whenever you play a human, itself will grow by getting +1/+1 counters. We used to see this very redundantly in the 5-color humans list in modern. That kind of was that's a thing of the past now. Jeez, I used to love that deck. Give me Mantis Riders any day of the week. But in this deck, doing exactly the same thing, but pumping the team, gets an extra counter here. So Liliano is going to go to the graveyard. A bit more life is going to be gained, and I think 3 damage coming across to the face. And then just Brave the Elements left in hand. Everything's going pretty well on the right of your screen. Are we going to see a clean 2-0 sweep of this game? Let's see. That might have been a shield dread off the top.
Yeah, Olivier definitely needs something big. He needs an extinction event, needs a shield dread, something like that to stop the bleeding. But also not just a sweeper, also something that can help him start getting ahead. So something like a shield dread, maybe a planeswalker that generates creatures. Like Liliana is okay. But I think he needs something better than that. Activating Castle is not
that
it.
tells me it's not.
Yeah,
it's not going to be a shield dread. And yeah, we're just a scoop of the hand. Congratulations to Karl on the right of your screen, taking that game down. A nice 2-0. I think if I was going to write, if I look at these two deck lists, I think the mono white one could just go underneath. Wasting land not needs a little bit of time to set up, really. You know what I mean?
Yeah, this was a great lesson in the card advantage and the value cards post board from Sanchez. Like Wedding Announcement creates value, creates 3 tokens, and then it stays into play as a glorious anthem. The Recruitment Officer basically getting an extra card, then the Extraction Specialist bringing the card out of the graveyard.
No sabía muy bien si lo veía. No sabía muy bien si lo que estaba quitando estaba bien.
The reason is that
Que lo pongas en...
No, if you can yes, it's okay. If you...
Vale, lo quitamos luego.
Working that out in the background, getting all the bugs out of the systems early before we start the main event tomorrow. Obviously, this is the last chance qualifier. If you are just tuning in, where we've got 295 players all battling it out in 9 rounds to get themselves into the top 16, where they will gain themselves invite to tomorrow's regional championships in Europe, France, Lille, Cannot wait for it tomorrow, but for that, a lot more magic to go. This is a closed deckless tournament, if anybody's wondering. Looks like that sound issue is fixed, so we appreciate it, chat. Thank you very much for helping us out on that one. This is a team effort to bring all this amazing coverage to you all, because remember, we all love paper magic. Looks like the Phoenixes are in the graveyard, but maybe not deployed this turn. But we do have a young Peasy on the battlefield, generating these 1/1 elemental tokens. I love young Peasy. I don't think this card sees enough play anymore. Like, I suppose it sees a bit in Legacy, but in Pioneer and in Modern, I really wish this card would come back and start playing a little bit more. I think it just plays into our strategy so well. We want to be playing spells left, right, and center. This is exactly what it's going to be doing. We've got a Leyline on the board. Have you seen a Leyline? Is there Leylines floating around?
That is Leyline of Combustion. Yeah. By the way, shout out to the Foxhound crew for a really nice overlay. I like the card viewer. You know, I like the player pictures. That is a nice touch, nice personal touch to the stream. But yeah, we have Leyline of Combustion in play, which says that whenever you or a permanent you control gets targeted by the opponent, they take 2 damage. So that is a nice card to have against, you know, black-red sacrifice or these red decks with a lot of cheap removal.
Yeah, everyone is trying to, you know, 1-for-1. Not so good against the control decks. I have the mass sweepers, but against the 1-for-1 decks, the red and black decks, this is exactly what you need. Get that extra bit of damage in there, which at the end of the day is the name of the game. Get our opponents down to 0 life to win and advance a bit more into this tournament. Right, I have now been given which table these were, so I can have a look at their deck lists, see what exactly we're working with.
But Guillaume is sitting very pretty right now. 16 life. He's casting cards like Treasure Cruise, making tokens out of the Pyromancer, already attacking with the Ledger Shredder. So 7 cards in hand. I think there's a Fiery Impulse.
Where do you sit on the like the Temple Trespass kind of deck? Some Phoenix players like to play it, others don't. Some see it as more of a combo finish, or, you know, others like, no, I'd rather have value and just, you know, kind of do my main game plan.
I think having 1-in-1 Galvanic Iteration is probably good, because you see a lot of your cards every game. You dig very deep into your deck. So having 1-in-1 in the deck against some of the matchups like Mono Green, I think pays off.
It looks like we're getting in there a little bit. That is one of the newer cards that has just been printed. It is, of course, as I try and find it, what's his name? It is Godric Cloaked Revealer, the free. So 1 double red, free, haste. But got a little bit of added text there with if you have 2 opponents enter the battlefield in a turn, he does transform into a big fire-breathing 4/4 dragon with flying. So, you know, very good in these low to the ground aggro decks, especially when you kind of pair it with things like Zarazen that makes the Ragavan every turn it attacks. You know, just getting these extra triggers is going to be really sick. This is one of the reasons I really like this. I'm looking to see if there's a Become Immense in this deck, and there isn't, and I'm upset. That's all I want. I just want to become immense. Come on, I'm an Infect player. I want to become immense as much as I can. Let's have a little look, see. But remember, the life total is going to be our biggest resource. Young Peasy's going to be doing a lot of work, though, being able to make little 1/1 chump blockers here before we can kind of get our big combo finish, or potentially get a load of Phoenixes on the battlefield in terms of size. Remember, that Ledger Shredder, though, is pretty big, being a 6. Quick math. 8.
Yeah, we're gonna find out if the attack with the Ledger Shredder last turn was a plan to get Quentin down to a lethal attack this turn, possibly. I think there was 1 Phoenix already in the graveyard. Oh yeah, there's another Phoenix getting milled right now.
This is from Pickpocket Prankster, one of the new fairy rogues that have just been printed in the latest set. We're using the adventure side, which is mill 4 cards, pit an instant sorcery or fairy card from among them, those cards milled into your hand. So another way of filling up our graveyard to try and get Phoenixes in there. We know there's a little bit of glare on that, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to try and work on that glare. You know, we can't control the venues at the end of the day and where they put their lights and how it all works out. But I think that's going to be enough.
Yeah, there are 2 Phoenixes in the graveyard. Guillaume kind of
with a flyer.
Quentin, hey, I have enough spells here. I'm gonna play the spells, bring back the Phoenixes. My Ledger Shredder is big enough. That combined together is more than 11, so I'm going to attack in the air, and you have no blockers.
Sweet. Means we get a game number 3. Everybody knows that Will loves a game number 3. So we saw a little bit of cards there, so let's see if any of these cards that come out the sideboard would have been good in here. If we're against an aggro deck, Things like, I guess, red sweepers, we've got Brotherhood's End is quite a good one. Being able to do 3 damage on the other side. I don't think we saw anything there that was too big that wouldn't be able to get off the battlefield. Other things they have access to, I guess, sometimes you have a Braids in the sideboard to deal with artifacts. That can double up as a removal spell if we want to go that route. We saw Young Pyromancer, not typically normally in the main decks here, but we did see that there in game number 2, so there's a good chance that that's either a sideboard card that's in, or maybe they're playing a spicy deck with that in the main. Is there any cards that you don't like in this matchup when you're the Phoenix player? Is there any cards that you like, you can only draw so many cards, or, Spell Piercers don't really have too many targets potentially?
Yeah, I think you want to go down on some of those like hard to use cards. Yeah, like you said, Spell Pierce, Temporal Trespass, like some of those like situational cards, Galvanic Iteration maybe. You just want to have cheap removal. You want to have cards like Thing in the Ice, Ledger Shredder, like good blockers.
Thing in the Ice. That card there, as I play a lot of mono green in Pioneer, absolutely ruins me every single time. Returning all my opponents to my hand and just watching me just like, okay, cool.
There's a lot of haste creatures in the Atarka red deck, so it's not like that effective, but it is still a blocker. You basically want to make sure that you have blockers to start playing by turn 2. Ledger Shredder is obviously the best card to have, but cheap removal. Meanwhile, playing some card selection spells, putting Phoenixes in the graveyard, using those Phoenixes as blockers, and eventually, turn the game around later in the game when you finally killed everything your opponent played and start attacking with the Phoenixes.
So over on the Atarka side, let's have a little look. See, obviously we have access. We saw, the ley lines that you spoke about there. Very good against the 1-for-1 removal. Cindervines is a card that we see pop up a little bit. I guess especially against these spell-heavy decks, things like Lotus in the field. You've got the control decks that can kind of find this quite hard. Would you bring it in this matchup? Because this has got like a high variety of spells, but also does have creatures. Is it worth it?
Yeah, you can bring it in, like especially on the play. But yeah, you are running into the problem of like having too many situational cards. You have a ley line. You have the Cindervines. Like maybe you draw them at the wrong time when all you need is another creature, or maybe you're definitely looking for the creatures in your opening hand. So you kind of need your cards to come in the right order. You need to have the ley line in the opening hand, and not draw it on the third turn. So that can make your deck a little less consistent, because if you're playing red, you're not really playing any card selection. So I would be a little wary of playing too many of those cards, because you do want to keep your deck consistent and to be able to curve out with creatures.
Yeah, when you play an aggro strategy like this, you live by the sword, you die by the sword. Sometimes you get those beautiful turn 3, turn 4 wins. Sometimes you draw a land and you flood out and nothing happens, or your opponent has all the answers for you and you can't get back in the game because you don't have those resources to draw. But yep, correct. Everybody in chat, you are correct. It is 9 rounds today, 295 players, all battling out to try and get themselves into the top 16 today, and then they can play in the European Regional Championships tomorrow and give themselves an opportunity to get on the Pro Tour. And for 2 very lucky individuals, they will manage to get themselves direct invites to the World Championships, which obviously is the talk of the town after last week we saw none other than Jean-Manuel Duprat, France's very own, take it down and become our current world champion. Both players draw in the opening 7. Do we have keeps? What sort of cards are we looking for in our opener over on the Atarka side?
Just creatures. You just want to have a 1-drop, into ideally 2 more 1-drops or a 2-drop on turn 2, and then you want to start casting spells. But your opening hand definitely needs to have at least 2 creatures.
Can you keep 1 landers in this, or is it not advised?
I mean, it depends. Like if your hand is 5 1-drops, a land, and a Tarkus command, then I'm gonna be tempted to keep that kind of hand. If I'm already on 6, yeah, I'm gonna be more loose with my keeps. But in general, it just depends on the rest of your hand. But yeah, these types of decks are the ones that can sometimes keep 1-landers. Same thing can be true for the Phoenix deck. Actually, if you have something like a Steam Vents, Sleight of Hand, fiery Impulse, then that is a pretty decent opening hand, even though it has only 1 land. Because with all the card selection spells, you are going to be very likely to be able to find land number 2.
So we've got the faces of, I can never pronounce his name, Kakazin. Let's just say that was right, on the battlefield. So when we play our next, it does 1 point damage when it ends the battlefield to target player and planeswalkers they control. And then number 2, chapter 2, whenever we play a creature, it ends the battlefield with an extra +1/+1 counter. So we see one of the newer cards that has been printed in the latest set that I'm trying to find on my. I cannot find that card to save my life. There it is, the Questing Druid. Another card I feel like it's been printed that we might see quite a bit of this weekend, popping up in some of the Gruul decks. Remember, Wilds Are Drained has a lot of adventure cards, so this is kind of the next part of it. Eventually, you get 2 for 1 of these. We're using not using the red side here, we're using the green side, just the Questing Druid. So whenever you cast a spell that has got basically isn't green or colorless, it'll get itself a +1/+1 counter.
What's the name of this card that was previously played in that like Miracle Grow deck in Extended? Was it Quirion Dryad, something like that?
You're mistaking me for none other than Big Z. He is the boomer that knows all the cards. I am just I'm not even a zoomer at this point. I'm just like a failed boomer. Like I don't know all these old pre-modern cards.
Pretty much the same card. 1 in green, 1/1. If you cast a non-green spell, I think it gets a +1/+1 counter, and the deck ran cards like Gush, Foil, Land Grant, like all that kind of stuff. I think it was a Quirion Dryad. Yeah, Quirion Dryad is the card I'm thinking of.
There you go. Chat knows everything. So, but what you're saying is this is the newer version, and there's definitely not a power creep. Is that what you're saying?
Yeah.
Got you. Okay, so we're advancing. We're adding a lot to the board. Here comes the Bushwhacker as well, so we get to turn a lot of things sideways here, a lot of damage. Everything got +1/+0. I believe that is this how Bushwhacker works because it got transformed flips and then
there was a third land played. There is a second Sokenzan is in the graveyard. So what Quentin did was float 1 mana, play a second Sokenzan, get 3, play the Kumano, face a Skakazan, and then Bushwhacker for 2.
Here comes the fairy again. Going to mill top 4, put a fairy or a sorcery instant into our hand. Fiery Impulse is going to be that card that we put into our hand.
Yeah, the fairy would probably be something that I can definitely see boarding out on the draw, as it is a little slow. On the other hand, it is still a 2 mana 1/3 creature. Like if you need a blocker, it is a pretty decent blocker.
Yeah, 1/3 against these decks and tend to just have 2 power normally. Okay, I'm just getting up some extra information on my screen. There we go. All good.
Looks like Guillaume's plan is going to be casting a Young Pyromancer and then using all these cheap burn spells to try to deal with Quentin's board while making tokens. Like right now, the 1/1 token would be able to trade with the Bushwhacker. He would be able to deal with one of the 2/2s.
Is there any reason to fire the removal spell off in our turn? Like potentially a Become Immense or something like, is there a pump spell that we should be firing off? Some people, this is some of the people, especially like newer players or people, you got to kind of get over that ego of it's an instant, I need to play it on my opponent's turn, I have to play it instant speed. It's fine to play instant speed stuff at sorcery speed, right?
Yeah, if you're afraid of something like Become Immense, then it might make sense to play it on your turn. That said, Guillaume has access to multiple burn spells, so he doesn't only have Fire Impulse. I think there's also a Lightning Axe. We saw Godric from Quentin earlier, so yeah, I think in this situation, I think it's fine to just wait and see what your opponent does.
So like in this situation here, this is going to do 5 damage, but if I've got 2 1-mana spells in my hand, potentially, play with fires, I'm now about to grow that out of range of this Lightning Axe. I don't think that's what's about to happen, but there's a chance that can happen. So why give yourself your opponent the extra couple of percentage points to blow you out here when you could just do it at sorcery speed and still gain the same value? But luckily, it does resolve. Getting that off the battlefield. Here comes the token. Token is going to block the Bushwhacker. Bushwhacker, remember, is a 2/1. We don't have the ability of its ETB on this turn.
Yeah, and that's a blowout. Like that kills the biggest creature plus the token that was created for free trades with another one. So despite Guillaume having to discard a piece of the puzzle, he is going to be very happy with this exchange, keeping himself on 10 life, I believe.
It makes sense though. Like, what else are you doing on Quantum side? You have to turn things sideways. That is literally what your deck does. Could we take turns off and just sit back and wait? Because I suppose the only extra advantage of that is 2 damage wouldn't have come across, and we'd still have a Bushwhacker on the battlefield. It's rough. It's a real rough situation. You know what I mean? I feel like we're weathering the storm. We're getting to that point where we can turn the corner now. We're going to be untapping with a young Peasy potentially. Yep, and it just comes another one. Another Questing Druid.
Yep.
Does come down with a +1/+1 counter, remember, because we've got the Saga down there on the bottom of your screen on 2. That's a Legislator drawn for the turn. basic island for the land drop.
Oh, wait, Guillaume's in 6. Okay, so the life total wasn't updated.
Okay.
Yeah, 6 is definitely a lot lower than 10. Like now you're feeling
That's
okay.
what we
well,
pay you the big money for.
two Atarkas commands or like lightning strike type of cards, and you can't really feel too safe. If you're at 10, you're thinking, okay, well, I'm probably not going to be taking any more damage from my opponent's creatures now that my young Pyromancer survived the turn. But being on 6 means you can very easily die to 2 burn spells. So we'll see what happens.
So we're going to start off with another fairy mill in the top 4 cards again. Put a fairy, a instant or sorcery into hand. There's another fiery impulse. There's another fairy and a Brotherhood's End. We've played a land drop for the turn though, so we could not play that Brotherhood's End this turn if we wanted to go that route. I think we're going to pick the fiery impulse in hand. Yep, makes sense to me. Especially when we've got access to 1 more red mana, and that will of course bring another chump blocker along with it. Treasure Clues is looking pretty tasty though. This card is powerful. I don't need to tell anybody that if you pay 1 blue mana and you're able to draw 3 more cards, that is going to be a super powerful card. And we do see it quite a lot here in Pioneer. Really kind of turns the corner for these Phoenix decks, right? Especially if you can do the copy effect. But I would like to draw 6 cards actually.
Yeah, plus you're also making a free token out of the Pyromancer. Sometimes it also helps you bring the Phoenixes back into play. Yeah, if you're in this position, then the game is usually going pretty well for you.
That's and all 3 spells as well. No land amongst them, all spells. Exactly what I see. I believe one of them was a Spikefield Hazard, so it could potentially be a land if we wanted to go that route. And here we are. It looks like we are firing this off now while they're tapped out. Yep, get that off the battlefield. Doing, I think Spell Mastery's on. Yep, 2 spells in the graveyard, so it will do 3. Doesn't really matter. It's only a 2/2, but more importantly, does generate a extra 1/1 elemental. I might have got in there with Young Peasy then. I might have been brave, but that's Nick's life. It's risky, right?
I think I like holding back. You just want to be able to protect your life total. Trade with whatever your opponent's going to play. If they have another haste creature, for example, you want to make you want to be able to make good blocks here, and keep yourself on that 6 life.
I know what you were thinking. What is that card? I think that is a Saturn Vizier of. Why did Wizards do this to me? Nakatami. Which, of course, ladies and gentlemen, if you didn't know what that does, it is a 2/3 with First Strike, Vigilance, and Haste. Whenever you play a creature you control, deals combat damage to a player. If that creature entered the battlefield this turn, draw a card. Of course it does that. Why would we not know this absolute staple of a card in the Pioneer format? Chat trying to find it, get all the text up for you there in screen as well. Thank you very much, chat. But that is all our Young Peasy tokens going bye-bye with the blocks happening, keeping our life total at 6 where it needs to be. Here comes Legislature for our first spell of the turn. Now here comes the Fiery Impulse, again with Spell Mastery on the being active, so 3 damage is going to happen. We're going to get the Legislator trigger first, the Connive trigger, so maybe we can draw a card, discard a card. If it is a non-land card, it will get a +1/+1 counter. So we're kind of we're having a little feel what we want to go with here. Spikefield Hazard might be the play. It is, so it's going to get himself a +1/+1 counter. Still got a land drop for the turn if we want to go. And there it is. It is going to be one of the flip lands, the pathways. And now we've got access to another Fiery Impulse as well as a Consider. And I think that last card might be, what am I trying to think of? A Sleight of Hand. I think it's the New Art Sleight of Hand. That's why it's taking me a wee moment there.
Cinder Vines, okay.
Okay, so it did come in. We did say that potentially these are cards that you can see in these red-green decks. So we're going to fire this off before it hits the battlefield, so we do not take an extra point of damage. This is a really nice way of taxing our opponent, especially when they're at 6 life. So we're going to fire off the 2 spells in response. Get ourselves 2 more Young Peasy tokens. Op's going to go to the graveyard. Oh, from the Legislator trigger. Now we're going to get the Scry trigger, or the Connive trigger, sorry.
Yeah, one thing with the Phoenix deck that you really need to practice is just paying attention to all the triggers. Like I practiced with the deck online. I played in the first RC last year in Sofia, and there is a lot of triggers you can miss. If you play online, Magic Online is going to do the triggers for you. Magic Arena does the triggers for you. But I can definitely strongly recommend playing the deck in practice against your friends and actually trying to pay attention to all the triggers, because Legislator, you need to pay attention to it on your turn, or on your opponent's turn. You need to pay attention to your graveyard. Cards for Delve. You're making tokens off of Young Pyromancer. So definitely a lot of things to keep track of.
Arguably, this is the reason why we love paper magic, though, right? Like, the excitement of it could happen. It can be, you've got no outs, you need your opponent to misplay or miss a trigger or something like that happens. It's just the excitement. That's what, for me, builds the tension of these games. As we see a Legislator come down for first to turn, and then we're going to start casting these fairies that are obviously on a little adventure. The Picklock Pranksters, what going to come down, adding an extra 1 free body with flying and vigilance to the battlefield. That's going to let us discard the Phoenix in hand with the Connive triggers. And yeah, we're getting in there. 4 damage coming across. Oh, we didn't discard the Phoenix. What did we discard? Unless we maybe got a second Phoenix. The glare on that graveyard is pretty rough for me to be able to make that out. We're in the background. I believe they're working on getting the metagame breakdown for you all, so we can try and get that one up on screen, maybe in some of the future rounds potentially, because you know. Everyone today is trying to battle it out to get themselves into the top 16. That's where you want to be today. If you top 16, you get an invite to play in tomorrow European Regional Championships, which of course comes along with the 24 Pro Tour invites and the 2 World invites, as well as a bunch of cash and further invites for other RCs, etc. But you'll hear more about that tomorrow. Today is the last chance qualifier, and both these players are trying to give themselves the best record they can to get into top 16. 9 rounds total before we cut that top 8. Looks like a Braid and Phoenix in hand, plus a Hall of the Storm Giants, which is going to be played for the turn. Don't get me started on my D&D lore with Hall of the Storm Giants. I am very particular to that. I love the flavor of it.
Oh, the thing that looks like a book?
Yep.
Okay,
So
those are kind of cool. When I first opened my pack with one of those lands, I thought that maybe a card from a different game got into the pack, and that was like a misprint or something. But it is a real Magic card.
It is a real Magic card. So basically, the first set of Dungeons & Dragons books and adventures that were printed in that style. So they kind of threw it back to these cards. You want exclamation mark pickpocket prankster, not trickster. If you want to get the card text up in chat, as a lot in the air is coming across. I feel like if we had an advantage bar right now, I'd be putting it pretty far to the right of our screen here. But we're giving ourselves an out. A target command, end of turn. Dropping our opponent down to 3 life. This is going to be a huge top deck. We are looking for another Turkish command. 3 life. Rip it, flip it. Throw the battle. No, it didn't flip too quickly there. No enchantments or artifacts for us to be able to destroy there. It was a Swift Spear. Taylor Swift Spear didn't get there, unfortunately. And that looks like that is going to be the end of that round. So we're going to come back to the booth for you, ladies and gentlemen. We're going to have a little look to see how many are left back in the round playing. It looks like we've got at least 10 more tables still playing. So we can have a little chat about this weekend. Welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall. This is, of course, Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we're bringing you the last chance qualifier today. 9 rounds in its entirety between us and the girls. We'll be flipping back and forth all day long. Any highlights from those 2 matchups to start off with? Anything that really particularly didn't go the way that you think it was going to go? Like, Waste Knot's quite a nice flavor, but
not, yeah, if you're playing the Waste Knot deck with all these duresses and go blanks, you don't really want to get paired against the aggro decks.
Yeah.
I think the Waste Knot player would have much preferred if the pairings were switched and he got to play against the Phoenix deck, where the go blanks are obviously at their best. Guillaume, I think I would like to highlight that he played really well. You know, there's all these triggers to keep track of. I think he sideboarded really well. He knew how to, what role to take in the matchup. So, well played by Guillaume in that match. Well deserved.
Would you call Pioneer a aggro format, a mid-range format, a control format, a combo format, or do you think it's quite healthy?
Just a little bit of everything. Yeah, I kind of like Pioneer. There's a little bit of everything. Whatever kind of archetype you like to play, whether it's control, you can play Azorius control. If you like mid-range decks, you can play these Phoenixes. You can play Mono Green Devotion, which is a mid-range / combo decks. If you like combo decks, there's also Lotus Field. If you like aggro, there's all these Convoke decks, Atarka Red, Mono White aggro. So there's a little bit of everything for everyone, and I think that is usually a sign of a healthy format. Plus, nothing really usually makes up more than 10, 15, 20% of the metagame. So right now, I think the format is in a good place.
What do you think of open decklist versus closed decklist? What decks gain the advantage of open decklist, and which ones lose the advantage of open decklist, and vice versa?
I want to say that I hate open deck lists, because that kind of just sucks the fun out of Magic. Like, you want to be able to brew, you want to be able to surprise the opponent. We had that one of those tournaments in Prague where somebody had a deck with 4 Mana Tithe, and Mana Tithe was doing, a lot of
So
work.
much work.
But yeah, in general, open deck list favors control decks because if you're playing blue-white control, think about your opening hands. Let's say you play on Magic Arena, you don't know your opponent's deck, and your opening hand is 5 lands and 2 Supreme Verdicts. Are you going to keep? That hand's great against aggro, but if your opponent is playing the same deck as you, well, then you have some lands, but those are going to be 2 death cards. Then again, if you open a hand like 5 lands, 2 negates, that's a great hand in the control mirror, but horrible against humans. So in open deck lists, control decks get better because they know what kind of hand they should be keeping, because their deck is usually made of all answers. Whereas closed deck lists are usually better for aggro decks, decks that have cards like Land of Werewolves, because your opponents don't really know they're coming. They don't know they should be mulliganing for a hand with these cheap answers. So I think, aggro decks get worse if your opponent knows what you are playing before you even play your first card.
You actually, before we went live, we were talking about the mono green matchup and like how mono green in closed deck list is a lot better than in win percentage than in open deck list. And you're saying like you and your team were talking, you should probably just play an extra land in an open deck list because 9 out of 10 times your elf is going to die turn 1.
Yeah, if you practice mono green on Magic Online for these Pioneer events, your opponents don't know what you're playing, so your Land of Werewolves might live a lot more often than if you actually play in paper. Your opponent gets to look at your deck before the game even starts, and then they take a mulligan that doesn't, a hand that doesn't have a Fatal Push or Fiery Impulse or something like that. So it might be a good idea to just run an extra land.
What's chat saying? So look, anything chat we're thinking? Play draw dependency. That's quite interesting. Like, play draw dependency. There's been a lot of talk about this in especially this format of how much of an advantage you can get from going first. Is that the same for open deck list tournaments?
I think in general, I know people have been making the point that in Pioneer it feels a lot like a format where playing first is too big of an advantage. What I would say is, try to pick a deck that has a lot of cheap cards. These blue-red decks, for example, lots of cheap card selection, lots of cheap burn spells. You have the Fiery Impulse, Lightning Axe, Spike Field Hazard. So that, Rending Volley.
This is actually a really good point.
Out of the sideboard. The mono green decks with all these Land of Werewolves and Elvish Mystics can easily break Surf because you have these mana producing creatures. So I would strongly recommend, thinking twice about registering a deck like, Celestia Angels that basically don't really have any card in the deck that costs 1 mana. So you lose the die roll and you can pretty much just pack it up and go to game 2 because your deck is going to be too slow against most of the decks in the field. So yeah, I like to play the cheap cards.
So open closed deck, I was going to stay on this. With open deck list, one-ofs. Okay, it's really. This is coming up. Someone told me, I think it was Pro Tour Frex that you were playing in. Someone told me they played against you, and obviously it was open deck list, and you had like this one-of
spell
card or something like this, and they played around it the whole game, and then you like at the end of it, you like tapped out, and you never had it, but they just had to give you the respect because if you did have it, they would have blown out so much. So in this, just having a different number of one-ofs in an open deck list tournament, how much of does that play in the mental warfare and make your opponent almost not play optimally? For what they have, but we've given you the respect that potentially you do have X and Y cards in your hand.
Yeah, I think you want to play some one-offs that normally fit into your deck, but if there's a card that's 1% better in closed deck lists, that's fine. In open deck lists, I would pick the card that makes my opponent think, makes my opponent play around those cards, because if your opponent knows that you have 0 spell pierces, that you have 0 of these cards that can stop their powerful finisher or something. Let's say you're playing the creativity deck and you can resolve creativity on turn 4 or 5 that's going to win you the game because your opponent has no spell pierces, then that's an easy play. You just cast your card and you win. But if it's a tight game where you think, well, okay, I can try maybe play around it,
I can take one more hit before they just wrap or something.
I can afford playing around it, then you kind of want to make your opponent try to do it, which is going to buy you a little bit more time. So, playing these one-offs spell pierce, maybe an extra sweeper, like one farewell in these.
I love a sell the wreckage. I love making it.
One sell
I'm
the
going to pass
wreckage,
them with
yeah.
4 mana up, 1 card in hand. You want to attack me with everything, or you know what I mean? Just knowing that sort of
Yeah.
effect. Obviously, famous LSV doing the amazing play in the top 8 of that Pro Tour. Still sick. Probably one of my probably top 3 plays of all time I've seen on live coverage. It was so sweet to see. Really recommend you all go and check that one out. But I think there's only couple more games. I'm going to check. One of these games says it's got 18 minutes left, and I really hope that's not true. Let me just check on that. Does table snug at it?
I personally really like closed deck lists because it makes you it rewards you for creativity, for some innovation. It's much better for brewers.
I second that as an Infect player. As an Infect player, I do not want my opponent to know what deck I'm in playing game 1.
Yeah.
I need to win game 1 and game 3. Game 2, I'm having a bad time. Kind of like the old Affinity, right? Old Affinity back in the day, we'd always win game 1. They had to win game 3 because they always ended up losing game 2. And
Yeah, it also rewards people for having these like transformational sideboards and just like this is how Magic is supposed to be played. I think this is how Richard Garfield intended for us to build decks and for trying to be creative and all that. And yeah, like I understand why we have.
But we should probably talk. Some people might not know why we have open deck list tournaments. Like well, why is it? We see things like the Pro Tour going to the regional championships, like kind of these bigger events. It's to stop scouting, right?
It's for 2 reasons. One reason, I think, is the main reason. That's the most important thing is coverage. We want to be able to give you guys, deck lists. Somebody's playing on the stream. You tune in and you're like, hey, can I see this list? And if we tell you no, come back in 2 days. Then, well, you might not come back in 2 days.
Yeah, exactly.
So we want to be able to show you the deck list. We want to be able to make people excited. And that only happens when the deck lists are open. So we don't, disadvantage certain players that get put in the feature matches. The second reason is that obviously if you work in a big team, your team is 15 or 20 people. And those people, start going around the top tables in 2 rounds. They can just write down whatever everybody's playing. So, you don't really want to have that kind of environment where you feel like you're forced into doing it because everybody else is doing it. So yeah, it kind of makes things a lot easier. But I think the biggest thing is the coverage.
Well, yeah, for me and you, it makes our life a heck of a lot easier when we've got these the deck lists up in front of us and we can read through it. Especially if we can get it on the screen and show you in between sideboarding. Because maybe you want to try and play this online. Maybe you've got a qualifier coming up. Because remember, we've got a whole new season where the season of next season is modern. So modern, very popular format. We all know that. A lot of people love to play it. Very, very wide format. Lots of different decks and that. But that is what the next regional qualifier is going to be, I believe, in Gwent. Is it? Ghent? I believe that is.
I believe so. I believe.
And but that's not till next year. But that is what the qualifiers from September onwards are going to be modern. So maybe potentially you start seeing some decks and you want to see them. It's a lot easier if we get them on the screen and you can be able to find them on Millie.
The Pro Tour you're trying to qualify for is happening in February in Chicago, I believe. I don't know
this one, yeah. So this will qualify everybody for Chicago in February, which I hear is going to be really cold.
Yeah,
I hear it. Anyone says, oh, why did they pick Chicago? It's going to be really, really cold that time of year. I'm like, well, if you're in Barcelona, I would have took the cold over the heat of that one. That Barcelona was so hot in that venue.
Yeah, that was really hot.
It was an interesting time to to be running around, but we all got there. We all survived, came out the other end of it. Was it hot in Vegas?
It was pretty hot in Vegas.
I heard Vegas was pretty hot. What was the aircon like in the hall though?
Inside the hall, it was great. But if you just, if you walked from your hotel to the venue for 10 minutes, you were kind of like if you just jump into a swimming pool.
You knew in America. Well, on that one, I believe that's the time of the round and new pairings going up. So from me and Martin, that is going to be the end of round number 2. We're going to swap back over to the ladies. They're going to come in. They're going to take you for round number 3. So make sure you stick around for more Pioneer action. See you all soon.
Welcome back to Legacy European Tour. We are here in Lille for the last chance qualifier, heading into round 3, and we have amazing feature matches. Don't forget, we have 9 rounds today, almost 300 players trying to qualify for the regional championship that is going to start tomorrow. And top 16 qualifies, and these players are getting with a very good start, 2-0. And let's take a look into our first feature match of the day. I'm really excited for this one. We're always trying to bring some different decks, and we have Joaquin in Dimir Tempo and against Mono White Humans. Alia, what do you think of this matchup?
Wow. Do you know, Mono White Humans is my favorite archetype. I am playing it in a Pioneer. Well, and Dimir Tempo could be swingy. All the decks with Tempo is a swingy decks, is a tricky decks, and we don't know. Could be Mono White Humans have a very good curve and attract with a lot of damage. We'll see. I think, in my opinion, Mono White Humans could be a bit better matchup here, but is mostly even.
And this Dimir Tempo actually playing some fairies, which is very interesting, running Rankle Master of Pranks, which is a very interesting card that I haven't seen in a while. So really excited for that, and very interesting choice here for this weekend. I'm loving to see how diverse Pioneer is. You know, Alia, because we see so many different archetypes and almost feels like you can never beat them all. So do you think there's any deck that is particularly doing super well against this meta, or it's good against some matchup but bad against another one?
Well, not always all the decks are the deck. But if you ask me, I think Rakdos Mirage is the most deck with more tools, more. He can play with 2 roles. The deck can play with aggro role, with control role. Mid-range decks can be all the roles and can adapt any conditions in games.
I'm really excited as we players are here deciding mulligans. I think Mono White needs to mulligan only 1 land in hand. I think it was a Ganjo. Not enough, unfortunately, here for our player. And Mono White Humans, one of those decks that played a lot as the more aggressive deck, but now we have a lot of Boros as well, showing up as the new aggressive choice of the players here.
Yeah, so Mono White Humans is our deck, obviously, but it's less explosive than Boros Convoke, but more stable. The odds when you draw are a bit better quality. You have more Adelines, very stable cards. Post-boarding, when you are playing a mono white color deck, post-board the decks are sometimes poorly because you only have a 1 color to to choose best cards, and maybe in post-board, Boros Convoke have more chances, but Mono White Humans is more stable.
Yeah, so here it looks like our player decided to go for stability, as you said, instead of going for a more explosive, like we saw, for example, Frank Karsten playing with that Boros Convoke earlier here today. And I really like that each player decides to bring their deck, the deck that they feel more comfortable with. And unfortunately here, Mul, I think, to 5 from the Mono White Humans player. And Joaquin.
It's painful when you are doing mulligan to 5. It's very painful.
Oh, and follow up by Totsis. That's not what you want to see. And we see 2 lands, one being Castle, playing Brutal Qatar, Talia, and the Recruiter. So what do you think here might be the choice?
The hands have a beauty curve. One cost 1, 1 cost 2, and 1 cost 3. But when you are opposite to a black deck or a deck with black, you can make opposite against discard cards that make your hand poorly. Best stable. Sometimes when you are opposite Totsis, you can choose a poorly hand, but with more cards.
Yeah, and here we saw that Joaquin decided to go for the one drop, maybe having a follow-up, another Thoughtseize to maybe then remove the Talia. So looking like next turn there's another way to discard one of the cards. So plain go. We see a Swamp top deck here for Joaquin and land entering the battlefield. We are having to shock. And there it is. Looks like
a fairy.
it's a Sleep Curse Fairy. So this deck is playing fairies, as I said before, and one of them is the new card from Wilds of Eldraine. It does enter with 3 stun counters, but it is able to also untap for 2 mana. So if you would untap it, if it's as stun counters, you remove 1 stun counter.
Yeah, Sleep Curse Fairy. It's a fairy deck. Happy to see this archetype here in Pioneer. We can check. This is a fairy reg, very classic fairy reg. Brazen Borrower, Keep Curse Fate, and discard and removal cards like Fatal Push, for example, that make painful some cards of the opponent. Another discard hitting maybe Talia's Lieutenant?
But only paying 1 mana.
Yeah. Is
Maybe I'm missing
Ego
something.
Ego Drain.
Ego Drain.
That discard.
Yeah, it was Thoughtseize. I'm just wondering why only paying 1. I might be missing something. Because there's a Talia on the board, right?
Yeah, it's Talia on the board.
Looks like the judge is there.
He needs to pay another mana for pay the ability of Talia's of the Talia. What's Thoughtseize?
And when these fairies start to untap, then it's going to be trouble here for the mono-white human players, but so far able to apply some pressure. And for 3 mana, we are playing Brutal Qatar. The fairies do have Ward too, so here the mono-white humans player just being like, yeah, I mean, not much we can do. And step 2 mana, taking one of the stun counters off the fairy.
Yes, this is a Brutal Qatar poorly. Brutal Qatar.
Yeah, Brutal Qatar. Yes, it's a great card, but when your fairies have Ward 2, it becomes a bit more rough. And here we see Rankle. I love Rankle, and Rankle is going to be able to do some abilities when attacks. It has also Flying Haste.
Yes, Flying Haste, and it's going to be a mess in the hand of the
And here it looks like
mono-white
asked the mono-white humans player to show the backside of Brutal Qatar, which is going to become a 3/3 that it has ward pay 3 life. So here we are attacking for 3 damage, and now we can choose any number. Each player discards a card, each player loses 1 life and draws a card, and each player sacrifices a creature.
Well, discard Talia.
What is the top deck? Is it enough here?
Let's go. Draw a good card.
Is at 12 life though.
The advantage is obviously on the part of the Dimir table. No cards in hand for 2 players. They are up to the top deck.
And here we are untapping, taking a counter out of the Sleep Cursed Fairy. It still cannot untap unless Joaquin pays 2 for it, and we are going to Servile 1. Another fairy from the deck, a new card from Wilds of Eldraine. Thoughtseize goes to the bin. This card also, when it dies, you can pay 3 life when it's in the grave to exile it, lose 1 life and draw a card.
and I think I attack with all creatures maybe, but the Dimir Temple player is in 6 lives. He needs to block with some creature next turn. If Bubble Leap draw, for example, an Adeline, they go. He will go wide, and can be a trouble for the Dimir Temple player. What happened?
And decisions here, and Joaquin down to 6, which is very low on life. But it looks like the mono white humans player kind of losing the tempo needed, being on the top deck.
What card he? How he draw the second one?
So this attack for 4 plus 3, 7. Joaquin has to respond somehow. He is able to untap that 3/3 fairy.
Is a Mutavault? Is a Melon? No, really? Dimir Temple player doesn't have any Madeline in game, or
So here paying 2, maybe to untap that sleep cursed fairy.
yes? He needs to block.
Yes, otherwise the game is over. So here deciding to activate Multivolt.
Mutavault, yeah.
This way taking 4 damage from Brutal Qatar.
Yeah, and to block with the Mutavault.
They will trade, 4 damage will pass.
Gain 1 turn. Let's go to untap and draw, and
now
the odds he needs removal. Ooh, another Mutavault that allows him to block another creature.
yes, and here it's difficult for Joaquin to know what to attack with and what to defend with. But looks like everything, every fairy is attacking.
He's attacking with all creatures, brushing a lot. For he's attacking for 3, 2, 5. Isn't enough to kill Bobberly, I guess.
Not enough yet, but really close. They're activating the Multivolt to sacrifice it to the Rankle ability and leaving. So this Brutal Qatar will flip now.
Yeah. 3/3 first strike, war 3.
It's a 3/3 first strike, and I don't think. Okay, so Joaquin can untap once again this fairy.
Yes, he virtuality have a blocker here, saving his 2 lives.
Both players at 2 lives, so this top deck is crucial. We have Adeline, but I think this is still one off. So we untap the fairy.
Yeah, he needs to chum block with the fairy.
We will block the Brutal Qatar and take 1 damage. And now it looks like Joaquin is just going to win on the crackback.
Well, whoa, so close, huh? Was so close to 2 lives, but mono white humans won this game. Time to sideboarding.
And about the Multivolt can pay for itself just to then be sacrificed for the Rankle. And sideboard here, what do you think, Alia, we might see since you play these mono white deck humans and you know how it works, how would you sideboard against fairies?
Well, your okay, you are mono white humans, you need to go wide, you can expect some removals could be the opponent play more sweepers, taking out some discard cards like Totsis that sometimes pay to life against aggro decks are so painful, and the Dimir player can cut these creatures. So you need to be more resilient, maybe put in cards that allows you to deploy more effectively your table.
And yeah, so Dimir wanting there right in time. The Flyers really making a difference, because while Joaquim was able to choose how to block, and tapping those fairies was also crucial, because you were dealing damage with the fairies every turn, and then being able to pay some mana to untap it and block and do essential blocks against mono white humans.
Yeah, we saw in that game a race for damage. All the players are beating down the life of the other, and the Dimir Temple plays so well, in my opinion, blocking, but making pressure too with the fairies. Not enough, but so close.
Yeah, but we do have a game to here, and our players able to sideboard, and now mono white humans on the play. And we saw, by the way, that these mono white humans moved to 5 game 1 and was still able to put a very close game. So just to show that the
2 cards,
the deck really doing well, even in a move to 5, even though it could not win in the end, it was really close. And now game 2, prepared to beat this Fairies deck, especially on the play.
we are showing this table was number. Do you know the table number? I'm trying to check it here. Time to sideboarding. When you are sideboarding, Filipa, what you are what are you thinking? What are you thinking about sideboard, the next game plan of the second time?
Well, when I'm sideboarding, what I always think is, first of all, what access in my toolbox do I have to play against a specific deck? In this case, we saw how these flyers were crucial, so I would try to find an answer for it. If I don't have, just try to be as aggressive as possible. And yeah, the thing is that we saw not only a multi 5, but then a third one, Totsis, which really messed up the game there for our mono white human player.
Wow, strategy. You are thinking in the strategy of the next game. This is very crucial. You are right, because the fairies have evasion, flies, can be blocked by mono white humans deck, and that will be very important for mono white humans player, because he needs to curve very well. He needs hitting every turn life of the opponent.
Yeah, and here the thing is that the Sleep Curse Fairy does enter with stun counters on it, and with the Dimir player on the draw, if Mono White applies pressure and is able to have a 1-drop into 2-drop, and being able to try to kill the opponent before is able to find the answers and able to untap these fairies, then it should be in favor of Mono White. But we're also going to see pushes now, most likely.
Probably have a keep in the side, and Joachim is thinking about it. Well, keep. No more mulligans to 5. This is a good question. Recruiter. Oh no, Thalia, for mono white humans. That will be very good options to curve.
And there it is, the pushes. And we know it gets a bit more difficult now because Joaquin has access to these cards. Oh, but we are protecting there. So
Brave the elements.
that's a crucial card here. And just being able to keep applying pressure. We know that Joaquin would bring these kind of removal spells in the game too.
Yeah. He's playing 3 Brave the Elements in the main deck, protecting the creatures with against the cards of like Fatal Push, removal. Well, discard.
So looks like there's a Brutal Qatar and
The only hit.
we just give it, like there's nothing else. But we did saw, I think, a Mutavault, so that is another card that is going to be able to start attacking. And slowly but surely, these recruitment enforcements are doing some work.
Where another land.
Recruitment officer.
Yeah. Another land for Monogai humans. He's a bit floater. He needs a hit. He needs to draw a very good card. And Joachim is discard a lot of the good creatures.
Looks just like a pass. I see something with an adventure. It seems like a Brazen Borrower maybe on Joaquin's side. That card being able to bounce in instant speed is going to be really good to be able to delay the mono-white player. And if Joaquin is able to delay enough, maybe there's a chance there. But we're just going to keep applying more and more pressure.
Now, probably are thinking if he wants to trade some Mutavault for the agreement of the officer.
So now, oh, this is such a great card. So this card is going to give -X, -X. So it's black and X to a creature. But if you have a fairy, it gets an additional 3, -3, -3. So in this case, a great removal.
Very fencing.
So looking at the top cards, I see an Adeline. I see an Hopeful Initiate.
Adeline was a precious draw here, hit by the recruitment officer. Recruitment officer is not only a one turn, first turn creator, have the ability that can allows you to make some card advantage looking for more creatures in top of your deck.
That's not the top deck that our player here is looking for.
No,
Borbelli needs something. And I'm probably butchering the player's name. I'm not sure if the pronunciation is good, but here, Adeline. And let's see, does it resolve? Against a player that plays blue, you also have to be hopeful. So we are going to try to attack with Mutavault. So this Brazen Borrower, I'm just questioning because let me just check. So Brazen Borrower, it says return target non-land, so it cannot be the Multivault, right? It's non-land, so it cannot be the Multivault, it has to be the Adeline. And now it's really crucial when Joaquin tries to do this, because if it is after the attacks are already like at the beginning. So
Adeline. Exactly. Adeline was the only possible target
Legal
for the
target,
Bracer
yeah.
from the PT theft of the Brazen Borrower. Well, fourth land that allows to play cards like Rankle. No Rankle. Another lands for mono white humans. Well, it's a Mutavault, can be a creature.
Yeah, so the fact that Mutavault is a land and not it cannot be bounced by the Brazen Borrower is really, it was really good there. But Joaquin's still at 12. Removing some life points, but slowly.
Yeah, the Adeline was is a queen of the deck. Convert mutabout, attacking and triggering the ability of the Adeline, putting a human token, hitting in with 3 damage to Joaquin. Joaquin,
We are casting now this Brazen Borer, but attention to the side that says it can block only creatures with flying. So that
Yes.
Brazen Borer will not be able to block the creatures that Borbelly is playing. So they're attacking.
yeah, Brazen Borrower is not the best blocker, right?
It depends. If you're playing against spirits, I guess it can be okay. But in this case, definitely not there to block. More to apply some pressure, try to delay the opponent. It is a great card, but
And Giant Killer can allows Boberly to take more control of the permanence of the creatures in the game board.
yeah, being able to tap is really relevant. And here now our other humans have +1/+0
Copper Coat, Vanguard,
and Ward as well.
yeah, +1/+0 to all the creatures, huh? Probably, when you are playing against tempo deck, you can expect your opponent play creatures to instant speed, and you need to evaluate this option. But the situations for Bradley is smooth against that possibility because have a Gion Killer that can control any blockers.
And this is game mono white player winning. Here
Exactly.
we're going to have a game number 3. Not only that giant killer, but also multivolts being very good in this game, not being able to be bounced by the Brazen Borer, and then with Adeline on the board, the card gets even better because it's ready to attack and create more humans.
Yeah, the duo of Copper Coat, Vanguard, and Adeline is a snowball, very difficult to stop. If Adeline and Copper Coat Vanguard lifelong, maybe 3 turns, it's very difficult to stop that pressure for any deck.
And one thing is that these games are very different on the play and on the draw. Because now Joaquin is going to have access to that Thoughtseize turn 1, and Borbelli needs to keep a really good end to be able to deploy several threats. We also know that now Joaquin being able to deploy the flyers before that Sleep Curse Fairy that only costs 1 and starts removing the stun counter, so the game is going to be completely different now.
Yeah, absolutely, Filipa. When you are on the play and you are do you want to play aggro role? Do you want to curve your best cards? And being on the draw for mono white humans is not the ideal option. And Joachim needs to beat fast any kind of creature that can kill him. In, for example, turn 3. Turn 3, turn 4 is very crucial to deploy for mono white, and he needs to more fast. Well, he needs fatal push and play early a lot of fairies.
Yeah, and we saw there that the Mir Temple does have access to some tools. I mean, we saw the Ego Drain, which is kind of like a Thoughtseize, but for fairies is even better. We saw also access to the Spell Slutter, the Fatal Push, and Fairy Fencing, which is another removal that ends up being really good in fairies because if you do have a fairy, it gets you that extra value. On the other side, we saw how Borbelli deployed the Brave the Elements that is also really good to protect the creatures.
Yeah, sometimes Brave for the Elements sometimes is very polarized card. Sometimes it's very good, But when you are on the top deck, do you like to draw it?
Yeah, there are a lot of those cards that are great, but if you are on the top deck, they are not great. Like a Thoughtseize turn 9 when your opponent just doesn't have any more cards in hand. And it's going to be interesting how deep can these players mulligan, because Borbelli, especially on mono white, knowing that Joaquim might have this ego drain turn 1, this Thoughtseize turn 1, needs to really make sure that the end can combat that.
Now, make mulligan isn't comfortable when you are against any black deck.
And let us know, Twitch chat, what deck would you bring for this weekend? I'm a big fan of Rakdos, but I see there's a lot of good new decks after Wilds of Eldraine, the Omnat Bring to Light with Up the Beanstalk. We have a lot of Phoenix again, Creativity, Mono White Humans, Boros Convoke. There's also the Mono Green Devotion, Spirits.
Well, fun is
there's the PNLR deck, there's the Heroic deck, there's, I don't know, there's so many, Waste Not, there are so many decks in Pioneer right now that is really difficult to predict.
Yes, especially in last chance qualifier. I think in this tournament, I guess, why? Because it's a hidden deck list. When you are playing hidden deck list, you have a chance to surprise your opponents, and that make the metagame more colorful, more diverse. This is the second mulligan.
Yeah, not looking too good here. We are having a deja vu from game 1. But Mono White does need to mulligan pretty aggressively. It needs to make sure it's able to apply pressure, otherwise it just does not work.
3 lands and 3 spells. He's thinking what cards putting down.
I see Wedding Announcement. Okay, so Brave the Elements goes down. I see Wedding Announcement. That's such an interesting card.
With Wedding Announcement allows you to deploy and can works like card advantage too.
So Ego Drain, I think, turn 1. So no fairies. So Joaquin needs to exile 1 card from end, I think. And Borbelli reading the card there.
Okay,
let's take a look.
Well, with an announcement, the best card in the hand that keep in hand an hopeful initiate.
Also, portable, is that portable hole?
Yes, portable hole.
I wonder why Borbelli decided to bring the portable hole, maybe being on the draw, trying to stop, but the Sleep Fairies do have War 2. Yeah. So I'm not sure what exactly is the card that Borbelli is looking for with that portable hole, but I'm curious. And we have Hopeful Initiate.
Well, Borbelli needs to stop any possibility of the little stumpy by the opponent with Dimir Tempo with any fairy. I think it's good. Cyborg here, portable hole is on the draw. Is the change if you are on the play, you are mono white humans player, you didn't put in your deck the portable hole, but is on the draw and he needs to stop any early fairy.
And there we have an attack. 1 damage is already dealt to Joaquin, and I'm thinking if there's any enchantment that Borbelli would like to destroy, but I don't think so. I think Hopeless Initiate is just there to start getting more counters.
Is a hopeful initiate so along in the deck board.
Tapped land and pass. So here, what is the top deck? It looks like
Thalia's
Talus.
Lieutenant,
It
maybe?
is Talus Lieutenant. That's a great card.
Yeah, great card. He can to play Muta, activate one of these Muta bouts and play Thalia's Lieutenant. Could be he have another Within's announcement. I think play Muta, act Muta, and play Thalia's Lieutenant is a good option because with an announcement is a high value card in the hand of Bobberly. And
We're
Joaquin,
seeing right there.
yes.
So we're going to see now counters on our creatures. That Mutavault is also getting a counter.
Yeah. Because
There's Brazen Borrower, the initiative.
tempo, Brazen Borrower making tempo with PT Theft.
Brazen Borrower is a card that was so much, so popular some years ago. In the meantime, it kind of lost a bit of popularity, even in blue-white control.
Yes.
But I really enjoy the card.
Yeah, Brazen Borrower was very good card in that control decks because was very good against the token of Shark Typhoon. Was very crucial card against in the mirrors, for example, and was very good because of that.
I'm excited to see what players bring all over in the weekend. Okay, bodyguard.
Yeah, Dauntless Bodyguard.
And let's see if Joaquin wants to respond to that trigger, but looks like no. And now the lieutenant is kind of protected. We can sacrifice our Dauntless Bodyguard.
Yes, it's protecting Thalia's Lieutenant. The best. Another the last hopeful initiate. The wedding announcement is a very good card. I told you, but I think probably don't wanna play it because it's saying a spell strutter counter in the Joaquin hand. I think he's playing around that.
It's always difficult to predict what when our opponent is playing blue, what they might have, because it might be a counter, it might be a removal, it might be a Brazen Borrower bouncing. So there are so many possibilities that it's really rough to manage around, but I'm really impressed how Borbelly on a mule was able to develop the board state that we see now. Because there was a mule and an ego drain from Joaquin turn 1.
Tagging for 6. No play this turn for Joaquin. Another land. 3 cards in Joaquin hand.
I'm trying to see if I can see any of them. And I'm trying to see...
This is a Glistening Deluge, a removal, a sweeper.
Oh, okay. So let me put the card up here for Twitch chat to see.
Well, this is a sweeper that kill
Blistering Deluge.
-3/-3 in all the creatures of the opponent. Is a K cyborg. It's a hate card against mono white humans, against Boros Convoke.
And this is closed deck list, so I'm sure Borbelly caught by surprise by this card. It is so good against mono white.
Well, it's time to play Wedding's announcement. Is brilliant in that spot.
But still, Joaquin has 2 cards left, right? One of them might be a counter. It's difficult to play around.
Absolutely.
Rough spot to come back from, and Borbelli taking time to decide what to do in this situation. Activating Multivolt. That Multivolt is a 3/3 because it got 1 counter from the Lieutenant. And for 2 other mana, we are playing a Lieutenant. So now gets an additional counter, and we are going to attack for 4.
Very, very safe, in my opinion, this play. Attacking for 4.
Testing the waters, leaving Joaquin at 9. I really like this play. Applying some pressure,
Yes.
but at the same time leaving some cards on the sleeve. Two mana. I'm not sure what cards I see from Joaquin's side. It's a bit difficult for us to see
I
from
can
here.
see the card for 2 mana.
Nauseous Grasp.
Nauseous
So
Grasp.
using Nauseous Grasp there, getting 1 life. So it's instant speed, destroy, I think it's white or green creature, and you gain 1 life.
Creature or Planeswalker, very good against
The
fairies.
The Fairy, the Wandering Emperor. The card is really good. It was a staple in sideboard. I think a lot of these cards that were the Aether Gust, Nauseous Grasp, Veil of Summer, I think they all kind of arrived at the same set, if I'm not, or very close sets, M20, something like that. And they became really, really popular.
Yes, absolutely.
But then stopped seeing sideboard play for some other cards. But here, Joaquin choosing these more old school sideboard cards like we saw.
Wedding announcement.
And that would vote. It's a 4/4.
Yes, for 4.
Joaquin down to 6 needs to find an answer for these. And now we're going to create a 1/1 from the wedding announcement. Next turn, if we attack with 2 creatures or more, then we draw a card. And that wedding announcement not only providing with creature, and once again that Brazen Borer, yes, is able to flash in, but it's not able to block because it's only blocking creatures with flying.
Exactly. Another fairy, little fairy here.
Oh, and it's a land. So Joaquin does have a Multivolt to block, if I'm not mistaken.
He needs to block. No cards in hand for Joaquin, right? No cards in hand.
No, I don't think so.
Portable Hall.
Portable Hall taking care of that 1/1 fairy.
Yes.
And Joaquin was going to put it in the grave, but actually it's very relevant that it doesn't go to the grave because the card has a 3 mana ability that you can exile it to draw a card and lose 1 card. So it's very relevant that it's not in the grave.
I don't know if blocking is blocking the Multivolt. And probably draw a card. This is the good option of this is the good adaptation of wedding announcement. If you are going aggro, allows you to draw a card. If you need more creatures, instead put a token.
And let's take a look here at these fairy card as well. I think it's a 1/3 vigilance, but it also can mill some cards and get a spell. Instant or sorcery, I think. Let me just check.
Big Luck Prankster.
So there it is. You can, for instance, mill 4 cards, then put an instant or sorcery into your hand. And then for 2 mana, it's a Flying Vigilance 1/3.
Yes.
And looks like we are going to play it now from the exile, from the adventure zone.
A lot of adventures in Pirate's deck.
Attacking with that Brazen Borer, because basically it cannot block. Borbelli does not have creatures with flying, so... And it looks like that's another portable that's going to be able to take care of that Picklock Prankster. So Picklork Prancer is gone, and is this it? I think it's going to be
Yeah.
it. Borbelli just going for
Attack.
attacks, and this is a game for mono white humans, and what's beautifully played by Borbelli here. I was really impressed. Alia, you're a mono white humans player yourself. How do you think of the way that Borbelli managed this game?
Well, I like how hold in the hand with the enchantment, weddings announcement. I like the portable hold in the deck. In the deck post board was managed that so well that allows to take the life of the opponent, and I love the turn he activated the muta and attack, keeping safe the wedding's announcement in hand like a bulletproof, guarantee the possibility of the revitalize next turn.
Yeah, I really liked how this went, and I'm really excited to see more games today. Don't forget, was round 3 of the last chance qualifier. Players are trying to qualify for the regional championship that is going to start tomorrow. The format is also going to be Pioneer, and we have almost 300 players trying this last chance to qualify. The qualifying season for this regional championship ended in the 20th of August, so all the players that could not qualify until then only had this chance now to make it, and we see a lot of players, even that are already qualified, playing it because the prizes are pretty good, and top 16 is going to make it. It's 9 rounds plus a cut to top 8 today, and tomorrow the regional championship also will have a lot of players, a lot of familiar faces as well playing in this tournament, so that's really exciting. And I really like the regional championships because not only they award the top 24 players with a Pro Tour invite, but they also give first and second player a World Championship invitation, which is great, and the dream to have your face in a card if you win that World Champion. Alia, if you were a magic card, if you won a world,
Whoa.
what would be the color of your card? Red?
No, it's a easy question for me. If I won the world's, my car will be white. Absolutely, no doubts about that. Will be a white card, maybe a Prince Worker, or maybe Prince Worker. I don't think so. A car really, really similar like Adeline. I love Adeline.
We were going to have Adeline Alia version. That would be right. They could do like a secret layer treatment. I really think that's one of the best parts of winning the world championship is having like you're eternalized. You know, I just feel like it's such a good thing, that a good idea that Magic has. And also, I've been casting these events for a while, and I have to tell you, I see more and more players at these events. Today the venue is filled, and it's Friday. Usually the venue starts filling up on Saturday, but we see so many players here playing team trio side events, playing the last chance, playing draft, sealed, every format. We have modern. It's really, really exciting, and I feel like this hype also with the World Championship and the Pro Tour brought new players here, and returning players that stopped playing for a while and are here again.
Yeah, the World Championship motivates, I think, to all players to play more and more Magic and enjoy events like this one. We have a lot of players today.
Yeah, almost 300
just
in the
say-
last chance, and there's so many players playing the team trio. So a lot of the players that are already qualified for the regional championship decided to embark on a team trios event. I think also playing in teams is so much fun. I wish we had more team trios events. I'm a big fan of those, and I really like that now we had the Pioneer. This is like kind of the end of the Pioneer season, and then Modern will start.
Whoa, modern is a power. It's a power format with a lot of decks, with a lot of master cards, Ragabans and another Furies. That will be a very good adventure.
I'm really excited to cast some modern events as well. I love Pioneer. I'm getting more into modern. I really like some specific decks, and I know it's a very fan favorite format of a lot of players, so I'm so excited. And I also heard some rumors on the World Championship. They were saying that more standard would also start being played. We kind of stopped seeing paper Magic with standard since COVID. People resorting more to arena, so it's going to be nice to also have standard in your local game store as before.
I'm so excited about that because I love the standard. My favorites formats are limited and standard. play standard in paper will be more fresh, more fresh. Uh, the rotation are short, and you can see a lot of deck. Every set is new for the format, and you can take new archetypes very fast.
Uh, are you excited about standard now being 3-year rotation instead of 2?
Could it be? Because half of 3 years of sets is a lot of sets, right? Could be could be more bigger in decks.
Yeah, let us know, Twitch chat. First of all, where are you watching from? I know that this is usually the time of the day that our American viewers, Brazilian as well, start joining. It's morning over there. And of course, we have all the European crew usually watching, which is really nice. So let us know what country are you watching from and what is your favorite format? You said yours is limited and standard. For me, also limited, but I'm actually loving Pioneer. It's really weird right now, but I kind of like it, and I'm excited to play it tomorrow in the regional championship. And very, very excited times to be here in Lille, France.
Yeah. Do you like Little Friends?
I do like it. It's my first time here. People really appreciate when I try to speak French.
Whoa.
And my French
you
is really
speak
bad.
French? Really?
Oh, it's really bad. But they appreciate that I try.
Yeah, absolutely.
My English is better, but I speak a bit of French, less than Spanish. So I would say Portuguese, my native language, then English, then it would be the Spanish, and then French.
You speak so well Spanish.
You think so?
Yeah, of course. Well, it's not my first tournament in Lille. It's my second one. I played here years ago for a Magic Fest. But I like the venue and I like the artist. I am artist fan. I have cards for Johan Grenier singing, and I'm expecting to. I'm so excited to can be approached to the artist here right now.
And our round 3 is finishing, but for round 4, Will and Martin Juza will be back. What decks would you like to see featured here? Let us know what Pioneer decks would you like us to bring to the table for you to see. There's so much variety right now, and we would love to see your opinion on that. And what about you? What would you like to see?
I would like to see more aggro decks, absolutely, but to mono green devotion, maybe it's I want to see how develops in the format, how performance in the table of metagames. Do you know when we have a metagame hitting by a new set, all the players are looking for data. Are looking for data in Magic Online leagues, in Magic Online challenge, and Magic Arena too. And when this regional championship will be end, we have a lot of data of performance of the deck. I guess that could be a surprise. I told you it's at Phoenix, for example, but I'm sure that Rakdos mid-range is still shining.
I'm really excited because there are so many decks that it's impossible that your sideboard comes prepared to all of them. So it's a bit of a game to see who are you facing against, because as I said before, no deck in Pioneer can be good against every deck. We have Lotus Field as well being really popular as a combo deck, but now people being prepared. But if you came prepared to Lotus Field, then you cannot be prepared for Boros Convoke as well, so good. So you only have 15 slots for your sideboard. Sometimes it feels like we should have 30 to be able to combat these wide metagame. But I'm really excited to see it. I'm really excited to see the new cards from Wilds of Eldraine we saw here in this fairy match. They had so many new cards from these Wilds of Eldraine. And also up the beanstalk, making play in a lot of decks. We saw as well some people are playing the Blossoming Turquoise in green.
Yes. Bobby Fortunelli, the mono green devotion expert, told us the last this week, I guess, this incorporation to mono green deck with a blossoming tortoise, a creature by full manage that allows to monogreen decks to ramp better. But I don't know if it could finally will we see that card in that archetype, but it's very interesting. When you are planning when you are preparing tournament, you need to guess a metagame map, making predictions of what metagames, and you need to be prepared for that, saying, watching another streamers, for example, watching more content, and evaluating the new cards, of course, if these new cards are empowering enough the archetype, the old archetypes in the format.
Yeah, for sure. And I'm really excited to see all the players I talked to. And by the way, we received the information that there are 7 matches left in this round. So we're just making a bit of conversation until the next round starts to have a bit less downtime. But from all the people that I talked to that are qualified for the regional championship, a lot of them were not sure what deck to bring here this weekend. Actually, they all felt like the metagame is really unpredictable. A lot of new decks starting to get popular, but also people that still play with older decks, so it's going to be really interesting to see. Also for the same deck, we see a lot of variety. Some people play with a combination of cards, others decide to go with a slightly different strategy. We see that, for example, with the some people go for the enigmatic incarnation. Some people are playing the Bring to Light. So really interesting to see. And looks like this is the end of the round for me and Alia. We'll be back on round 5. But for now, round 4 is going to be casted by Will and Martin Juza. We'll see you soon.
See you then.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to round number 4 here, live in Lille, where we are bringing you the last chance qualified to see which 16 players are going to be able to make it to the regional championships tomorrow. My name, I'm Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall Experience, and that there is Hall of Famer Martin Juza. Martin, we've got a metagame breakdown to go over. Let's see if we get that one up on the screen so we can talk about what decks did everybody.
Phyrexia.
Losing to the one and only Reed Duke.
I
you know
believe,
what I mean?
yeah, I believe he is currently 3-0 in the tournament.
Yeah, he managed to take down Frank last round.
That's correct. Guerrilla Vehicles.
What I want to point out here is Boris Heroic. One that we didn't see last time, but now I speak to a lot of the players as well. A lot of players are really liking this deck because obviously it had a couple of improvements in the latest set. One of them being the is it Merciless Rage or something like that? Gives it +2/+0 and also gets a monster roll token on it.
Right.
So boost, plus gives it trample, which is the main bit of that bit that they say is incredible because there's a lot of little chump blockers in this format. But if you can go well over the top, they play the double striker as well. So if you can make a big double striker with trample, it's normally just GG's.
Yeah, hopefully we can find someone with a good record and put them in the feature match in the upcoming rounds.
We can go down and have a look for that. But speaking of spicy decks, you'll see on here there is an others column. I think we found the only player in the room playing, and we're not entirely sure how this is going to work. So strap yourself in and sit down with us. We have found a Possibility Storm out here with a 3-0 record. So we're going to see what all the buzz is about and see if we can work out exactly what they're trying to Possibility Storm into. So we'll see if we can go down to the match and see if we can see how that's going on. I'm being told I need to keep talking and not go down to the match though, so it's fine. We'll talk about Possibility Storm. It's a card that it wasn't on my radar. It was not on my radar to talk about this weekend, but just to remind people what it does, I need to click on it because that's got a lot of text on it if I'm going to read this out. So whenever a player casts a spell from their hand, that player exiles it, then exile cards from the top of their library until they exile a card that shares a type with the card. That player may then cast the card without paying its mana cost. Then they pick all cards exiled with Possibility Storm on the bottom of their library in a random order. That tells me we're trying to cheat out something very powerful, but I'm still not entirely sure what that is.
I'm looking at the deck list and I still have no idea what's going on.
We're going to learn together, ladies and gentlemen, and we're going to all sit down and have a little look at what's going on. But I've been told we can now go down to the feature match area. So let's go down there. Let's have a little look-see and hopefully see what I can do. But on the other side is another combo deck, probably one of the more prominent combo decks in the format, Lotus Field Combo. So how does that one win?
Yeah, Lotus Field Combo is a deck that we already saw in the previous season. It was one of the most popular decks in Philadelphia. The deck plays the card Lotus Field. It tries to cheat it into play a little bit faster with cards like Arboreal Grazer, and then you have a lot of ways to untap it. Pour over the pages, hidden strings, cards like that to try to generate a lot of mana, and then cast Emergent Ultimatum and get the right cards to win the game on the spot. So this is a combo deck playing against what is also a combo deck.
I'm trying to think which one's quicker here. So Possibility Storm's 5 mana. Normally that's going to be too slow if you know against Lotus having an average draw of their combo being able to go off. But we do have some elves, some elvish mystics in here, so potentially turn 4. Again, play draw might be very dependent in this, especially when it's going to be 2 ships sailing in the night. I don't believe either of them have got any disruption or counter magic that I can see. There's a lot of spicy one-offs in this possibility list, as you'd imagine, ladies and gentlemen. So let's have a little look. This is closed decklist tournament today. So this is the last chance qualifier where we're going to have 295 players battling out in 9 rounds of Magic. Before we cut to that top 8 today, 16 players, the top 16 are going to gain invites to play in tomorrow's regional championships, where we will crown 24 players by the end of the weekend with Pro Tour invites, and another 2 players will get themselves to Worlds. And that will be an open decklist tournament, but today it is closed decklist, so we can't get the decks up on the screen for you all to look through. That is going to be a tomorrow thing. So we're just going to talk about the random things that could be in these decks in the possible colours. When it comes to this possibility storm, could be anything. Pick any card legal in the format.
And this is why I like closed deck lists. Like we see Lula Cavaldo at 3-0 with a deck that not a lot of people are gonna know what exactly the deck does. Or I'm sorry, Ahmed Mehdi is the person playing Possibility Storm. But yeah, we have a player with a deck that is very unusual. It is a completely off meta deck that's gonna catch a lot of people off guard, and obviously that's more likely to happen with closed deck lists than if you sit down, your opponent has to hand you a piece of paper where you just see their full deck list before you even start playing. So
unless it's me or you, where we have access to deck lists, we still have no idea what's going on. So it's going to be pretty crazy. But we got the powerful turn 1 start here for the Lotus Field play on the Lula. Am I saying that Lula? Yeah, Lula on the right of your screen. Getting their second land drop on turn number 1. That's exactly what that's the next turn they can get the powerful Lotus Field down. Pass and turn back.
And shout out to both players. Ahmed with that beta Llanowar Elf, and I think I saw the old school Impulse in Lula's hand. So yeah, both players with some nice versions of these iconic Magic cards.
Okay, so from this start right now, we're thinking Jund. Okay, some sort of crazy Jund brew on the other side. Just playing a couple of elves out. But double elves does mean next turn we could get a possibility storm down.
Yeah, both players with kind of the perfect draw. Arboreal Grazer on turn 1 allows Lula to put Lotus Field in play on turn 2, which is exactly the start he wants to get. On the other hand, starting with double elf means you can play Possibility Storm on turn 3.
This is where things get, well, potentially
what happens
crazy.
after that, I have no idea.
We're all going to learn together.
We'll find out.
I do want to welcome all the raiders from Mengu's stream. Welcome, everybody, if you just tune in. This is the last chance qualifier here live in Lille before we bring you the regional championships tomorrow and Sunday. That is where we're going to have, it looks like over 6, potentially 700 players battling it out currently to see who will get themselves a slot to the Pro Tour in Chicago and who will be getting themselves a world invite at the end of the year.
By the way, even just playing at the regional championship comes with this nice little promo of Ugin the Spirit Dragon. So if you manage to qualify for the RC here tomorrow, or the one at DreamHack, or the rest of the ones in the rest of the world, you will get an Ugin the Spirit Dragon promo just for participating. And I think all the qualified players for the Pro Tour, so if you finish top 16, top 24 here, I'm not sure what the number is at DreamHack, you will get a foil version of this Ugin. So some nice little.
It's always nice when they're playable. I've never found when we get non-playable like promo cards. Like, oh, okay, go on, then we're going to see it play. 5 mana though on the stack. Here comes Possibility Storm, and this is exactly what I would do if someone casts Possibility Storm against me. I now need to, because I think this works on both players. So this is going to be super hard for the Lotus Field to try and combo through this. This is going to be an absolute nightmare on both sides.
Well, but I guess now every card like Impulse can turn into Emergent Ultimatum.
Yeah. Oh, that could be.
So this is gonna.
But doesn't Ultimate? Don't you cast the cards off Ultimatum? So.
You do. Oh my God! I have no idea what's gonna happen right now.
Strap in, ladies and gentlemen. This is gonna be a ride. We're gonna try and walk you through exactly what is happening if we can work out what it is. We do have a reader, and this is something I'm very much big on. If you do not understand what the card does, as in it's in a different text, or it's an alternate fancy art, because there's a lot of secret layers floating around currently. You're allowed to ask a judge. You're allowed to get the actual proper text of it, so you can understand it in your language. That is something you're allowed to do. Do not be scared to ever do that. But what you should be scared of is playing into a possibility storm when you have no idea what is going on.
So both players with the perfect start.
Yeah.
Now let's see what happens.
Exactly. Let's see what happens. 3 mana. Okay, impulse. So flip the top cards of your deck until you find another instant.
Let's spin the wheel.
We got some mana floating. That's good.
Yeah, props to Cavaldo for representing the mana very clearly. You have to do that if you have mana floating. That's what the rules say.
So impulse, finding
So you have
another
to find
instant.
an instant. Okay.
What instances do we have in here? Another impulse. Impulse is the only other instant we have. So that makes that one's easy. It's creatures and sorceries that are going to be the bit where we spin the dice. Other than that, it's all going to be instants. A little bit of information gained. I can't find... No, Hidden Strings is a sorcery. Yeah.
Oh, it also only messes up cards cast from hand. So if you get Ultimatum,
then it's
that
good for
gets
you.
cast from your deck or something.
That's so scary. That's so scary. But then on the other side, we don't know if potentially they've got a combo win next turn that we don't know, that we haven't worked out yet. But we'll find out. 1 blue mana floating. Still got land drop for the turn if we want to go that route. 1 to hand. 2 cards getting shuffled. They're going to go to the bottom.
Anything can happen.
Doesn't the impulse that's exiled get shuffled back in as well? I think it does. We'll see if we can get word down to the table for that. Hold on a minute, 2 seconds while I get that in.
Yeah, Possibility Storm is one of those cards you can read 17 times.
And still not.
And you're still gonna you're still gonna get it wrong.
So we passed it down to the judge. He's going to go down and hopefully catch this in time. But we're going to see enchantment cast on the other side because I suppose nothing's really changing yet. So we're going for enchantment. What's this going to find? Okay, this finds a Virtue of the Persistence. This is at the beginning of your upkeep. Put target card from your graveyard into the battlefield under your control. Also has the adventure bit where you can give target creature -3/-3 and you gain 2 life. This is one of the new cards, of course. Printed in the latest standard set.
Yeah, honestly, one of the best cards in standard right now. We used to have Last Gasp in standard and then Debtor's Knell. And this card just combines them both in one card.
So we're just they're going through the impulse bit right now. They're just saying that how they want to go about this. The only order we know is of the bottom 2 cards from the first impulse. Now we're going to shuffle, and then it's going to go back in. And it's sorted. There you go. Oh, I love Magic. I love when this is just absolute shenanigans and I still have no idea what's going on. I'm like, cool, we've just managed to use 3 mana to cast a 7 mana spell. But there's no creatures in the graveyard. There's barely any creatures in the deck. But we're going to pass the turn back. I see an ultimatum in hand, so that's 1 less to hit. And mana floating. Ancient Stirring. Oh, well, not Ancient Stirring, Sylvan Scrying. So, Sorcery. This is where we can get a big hit.
2 blue floating, okay. Is it going to turn into the ultimatum?
It's okay, so it is going to be a
Bala get recovery.
Yeah.
So that returns something from the graveyard.
That's going to be an impulse. Unless they need another land drop, I guess. They've got a Vesuv in there. Oh, no, a Thespian Stage. Might go for that one. Thespian Stage, so we can copy the Lotus in future turns.
I think he picked up another temple from the graveyard, yeah. No,
yeah,
you're right.
And then we use our 2 mana to copy the Lotus Field. And pass the turn back, I'm guessing, because...
So setting up right now, 7 mana available next turn plus a land drop. But you never know what that's going to turn into.
Exactly, you don't know what... We are just like flipping coins right now, like, this is good, this is cool. Pass the turn back. Damn it. 5 mana. 2 powerful enchantments on the battlefield. Looks like another possibility storm in hand. Is there any other? I don't know what we can hit. I'm looking. Just
I think there's
passing the
a
turn
Fable of the
back.
Mirror Breaker as well, which I think makes a lot of sense in the deck. If you're trying to get to 5 and you have 8 1-mana creatures, then Fable is basically another mana creature on turn 3 because the token can bring you the treasure so that you can cast Possibility Storm on turn 3.
We didn't do anything that turn though. It's making me think like, what have we got? What are we trying to do? We're going to have add some mana floating. So we've got 2 black floating, 2 blue floating, using 1 black, 1 blue to cast the Stirrings, which is nice and because it goes and finds a port over the pages, which will of course draw 3, untap up to 2 lands, then discard a card. Quite nice in tandem with Lotus Field. That's how we're going to generate a bit more mana floating around. But of course, we don't know if we're comboing right now or not because it's, it's wherever the top of our deck and how we shuffled it is going to play out. Lots of mana floating. Normally this would probably be GG's and game over in a typical Lotus Field when they got this much mana, this many resources and turning and burning. But yeah, it's going to be fun. It's going to be fun. More mana floating. Oh, Besage
Okay.
takes down the Possibility Storm. We can go find ourselves a land, put that into play. But now with all this mana floating, I think we've got it in hand. Here it comes, Pizer. That's really nice. Ultimatum. I would like to do 3 of my cards. There was nothing in response to the Possibility Storm. I don't think the land we get is going to matter too much here. So talk me through this combo. There's a couple of cards, you know, depending on the board states and options. What 3 cards do you like getting here off this ultimatum?
I think you usually go for something like Omniscience. There's Dark Petition. Lear, Disciple of the Drowned is another card, and we'll see what Cavalda pulls out of his deck. But it usually ends up with you being able to just draw the rest of your deck. You're going to be able to get whatever you want out of your sideboard, and we obviously can't really reveal everything both players are playing, but this usually ends with the game being over as soon as the player is able to cast Emergent Ultimatum.
I think one thing we can talk about is that there is only 1 win con in this deck.
That's what I was trying
to
avoid.
Technically, we could. There's a couple other like ways that you can win, but we're going to see it, right? They're going to play it out now. They're going to show what the.
There's Omniscience, Pour Over the Pages, and Hidden Strings. Okay.
So maybe you've got 1 in hand.
Obviously, Omniscience is the most powerful card here. Pour Over the Pages is going to let you dig deeper into the deck and untap the lands and play to float even more mana.
So yeah,
Okay, so
Omniscience to go back in the deck, please. The new
Omniscience
nice
goes back,
fancy
yeah.
alternate one as well. Making casters' lives hard since whenever Secret Layers started dropping. All these different alternatives of cards that we see. So these 2, how we're just going to order which way we want to cast them. We're going to untap our mana, float a little bit more. So we're going to float 3 green and 3 more blue, taking us up to 5 blue. Then we get the Pour Over the Pages, draw 3 cards, untap 2 land, discard 1 card. Still turning and burning. I'm going to get rid of another Lotus Field. Don't need that. We've already got 2 copies in the battlefield because remember that Thespian Stage has copied that Lotus Field. See if we can potentially get a label on that. We're just turning burning. We're going through the motions right now, ladies and gentlemen, but I'm pretty sure the game is going to be over. But there's Possibility Storm that could have something crazy out of the woodwork. I'm not entirely sure what it is, but if it happens, we will find out together.
So I don't want to reveal too much about Cavaldo's deck, but let's just say there is an unusual way to win the game that you might not be used to.
I don't know. I think there's 2 normal win cons, right? And I think this is one of them.
Okay.
But normally they have both, but for some reason this one doesn't. At least what they registered today, maybe it's better in closed decklist or so, maybe it has more alternative. But we are making them play out, so I'm sure we will be seeing this. Dark Petition is the easy way to go and find it. I think we might already have one in our hand. Again, we haven't spoke about it yet, but as soon as it comes down, we'll be able to talk about it. Chat probably might already know what it is. Do you want to know, chat, if you were playing this weekend or if you're playing in the regional championships, maybe you already qualified for regional championships in your area. What deck do you want to take? What deck do you want to bring? What's your favorite deck? There's our omniscience off the top.
Just being cast, yeah, just being hard.
Just hard cast. It makes everything the rest of our life easier.
Okay, now it's gonna be fun.
This is a closed deckless tournament today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow for the RC, that will be open, but this is the last chance qualifier. So we do have a card in response, so it looks like we've been holding this up. This is the Sandstalker Moloch. It is a 4/2 with flash whenever it enters the battlefield. If an opponent casts a blue or black spell this turn, look at the top 4 cards of your library. You may reveal an opponent from among them and put it into your hand. Put the rest in the bottom on any order. There it is on the screen for you all. Perfectly, so you can have a little read yourself. I don't know if it's going to change anything here, but it's a response, I guess. What's everybody thinking? I'd bring mono black mid range. I have seen that pop up quite a lot.
I think mono black was actually doing really well in all the Pioneer tournaments we cast last season. So that might secretly be one of the
surprise pop out decks of the weekend.
I think Phoenix is going to be very popular tomorrow. I saw a lot of the high profile players looking for Phoenix cards online. I don't think Rakdos midrange will be as popular as it was last season. I think decks like mono white humans will still make up a large part of the metagame.
Boris Heroic, Boris Convoke being like the kind of premier aggro. I suppose you put Itaka Red in there as well, like the fast, quick decks that are going to go under.
Right. Mono Green Devotion is also, I think, going to be in the top 3 most played decks.
Okay, so we're having a little look-see here.
All right, so Ahmed gets to look at the top 4 cards of his library. Reveals another. No, that's a Lovestruck Beast, I believe.
Yeah, that's Lovestruck Beast. Again, don't know if that's part of the combo or just part of a beatdown plan. But remember, both these players are 3-0. Now, with the Omniscience on the battlefield, we can cast Dark Betrayal.
Dark Petition.
Petition. Which one's Dark Betrayal? What does that one do?
I don't know if that's a card.
That's got. It sounds like a magic
Dark
card.
Betrayal. Let me check.
You can have a little look-see for me. Just have a little look. While we've got time, because obviously Lotus players are going to turn in the burden through the deck. And then we go find some
Knight
more
of
cards.
Souls. Oh, it is a card. You're right.
Is it the one that destroys target non-black creature?
Yeah.
Or destroys target creature?
Target black.
It sounded like a magic card. It just doesn't see any play, right? It's fine. Okay, so here we can now talk about the win con. Chandra.
There it is. Hope's Beacon.
Yeah, Chandra Hope's Beacon. So this is the combo for people. Do you understand how this one goes through, right?
Yeah, so Chandra's last ability is -X. You can divide 5 damage between 2 targets, I believe, or any number of targets. I'll put it up on the screen real quick, and you can talk about the.
I believe it deals to each.
recursion.
Yeah, it deals to each group. So you can do 5 and 5 if you wanted to. 2 multiple targets. She's a big Chandra. She's angry. Look how scary she looks in the card art. So when she comes down, obviously you can do 5 to your opponent's face, and then you use something. You use the Ballard's Gen Recovery to bring it back, and you basically just keep recurring.
You can keep casting
Chandra's
it for
back,
free,
and you keep
thanks
doing
to,
5 to the face.
It
Like-
doesn't get exiled or anything, so it's always in your graveyard.
It's like a pseudo fireball effect, right?
Yeah, pretty
I mean,
much.
it's just a really fancy fireball at the end of the day. So go in infinite mana, no. We just want to cast Chandra's over and over. Because she is a powerful 6-drop planeswalker. But we're just going through the motions here. Make your opponent play out. Make sure that they know how their own combo works. Was it LSV that famously didn't have the win content?
Yeah, it was. I think Luis played like a vintage tournament where every time he cast Burning Wish after storming off for storm equals 10 or more, he goes for the Burning Wish, and the opponent just assumes there is a Tendrils of Agony in his sideboard. But apparently he just forgot to put it in his sideboard before the tournament started. But everybody just scooped before the Burning Wish result. So
They only found out in like the top 8 or something, didn't they?
Yeah, I think Lewis was able to win a tournament where he literally did not have a win condition in his deck.
That's amazing. Absolute master of the game. Okay, now we've shown the loop. This is what I'm going to do. This is how it's going to work. Okay, GG's, game over. So we now get to go to sideboarding, which is going to be ideal. So Lotus Field, I suppose we can talk about, because that's going to have the more generic cards that we would see and we'll be used to Possibility Storm, we're probably going to have to leave because we don't, pick any card that's legal and Pioneer. There's a good chance it could be in the Possibility Storm sideboard at this point. So, what sort of things can they do Lotusfield potentially have or normally have that can kind of shore up this matchup? Like, is there anything that's like, oh, maybe counter magic's good in this, but then we saw a load of creatures. Is enchantment removal good? But what sort of things would you be bringing in?
Yeah, both players are going to be trying to just have any kind of disruption. So cards like Boseiju, cards like Thoughtseize, we saw Ahmed playing black, so there might be a Thoughtseize in his sideboard. Something like that. Maybe Go Blank cards of that nature. But yeah, I mean, there's not a lot these combo decks can typically bring against each other. Obviously, sometimes you have cards that stop Lotus Field. So this is not a format where Blood Moon is legal, but you can use something like Alpine Moon, perhaps. Pitting Needle for Thespian Stage activation also sometimes comes in if you have access to that. On the other hand, if I'm playing the Lotus Field combo, you might want to bring in some of the sweepers because this is a deck that has a lot of Llanowar Elves, cards like Lovestruck Beast, so that might be a cool idea on the draw.
They still might not know what's going on.
That's true. That's true.
We just have a little bit of everything just to play everything. As long as I've got my main game plan going, okay, if I need a sweeper, I can go find a sweeper. If I need.
But yeah, I mean, you saw, 2 Llanowar Elves game 1. That was a 3-mana 4/2 Lovestruck Beast. So you clearly saw a lot of creatures. So I think sweepers would probably be something that I would be strongly considering to bring in, especially if they cost 3 mana. Other than that,
I'm still
some kind of like naturalize effect if you have that in the sideboard. Although that doesn't really help you against Possibility Storm because it turns into something else. So it's just extra Boseiju. So.
It's all crazy. Yeah, but one thing to note is Boseiju is a card, and these decks do play quite a high number of them normally, because there's a few hate cards that really do struggle against. But if they just play a high number of these cards, ideal. And plus, because it's a legendary land, even if they play it as a land, there's a good chance they sacrifice their lands a lot of the time, right, for Lotus. So having multiple of this card really can come to their benefit. We see this now in game 1 where they managed to get rid of the Possibility Storm, we're able to combo it off afterwards. That is up on the screen for you. I'm still have to get the alternate full art foils for my Infect deck. Still need that one. It's a fancy card though, hard to get hold of.
Yeah, the channel lands are really cool.
Yeah, I actually really like them. I think they're very powerful. I think we saw a modern event last year sometime, one of the LECs. Someone played a 60-card deck but had 8 channel lands to make it 68 cards.
Okay.
And they're like, well, when I need an extra land, I've got my extra land. When I need a spell, I've got extra spells.
Yeah.
I don't know if the math works out there, but I like your thinking. I like how that works.
You can even see that in Standard, right? Esper Legends is a deck that runs, 28 lands, sometimes in 30. So, yeah, the channel lands are really cool.
Utilize them. It looks like both players are finishing sideboarding. They're just going to shuffle up before we have a look, see if they got their good opening 7. So I'm going to remind you of what's happening this weekend. Well, today is the last chance qualifier. This is where the very last time anybody can qualify for our regional championships tomorrow. We have 295 players, all battling out in 9 rounds to try and get into that coveted top 16 slot where they'll be able to get themselves an invite to play tomorrow. It is a closed deckless tournament, unlike what you'll see for the next 2 days, where we'll have the regional championships in Lille, where we'll be having 2 days worth of Magic, 15 rounds to determine who gets into the top 8, and then we'll have the top 8 in its entirety. Top 24 players will get themselves invites to Chicago to the next Pro Tour, and then 2 very well played, I won't say lucky, 2 very well-played players that managed to be triumphant this weekend will get themselves direct invites to the World Championships, which we just saw last weekend in Las Vegas. A lot of jet-lagged people in this hall right now. Some of the staff, some of the players. A lot of people have been doing a lot of traveling recently, where none other than France's very own son, Jean-Manuel Deprat, managed to take down the World Championships and become our current player.
And
world champion.
Jean-Emmanuel is a very deserving champion.
Oh, very.
He has been extremely consistent. He's always in the top 8, top 16 of pretty much every tournament he plays in. He plays really well. He practices a lot. So big congratulations to him.
Popular streamer as well.
Very well deserved. Yeah,
really does do a lot of work. He will be here this weekend, walking around the halls. I believe he's battling it out over the RC weekend.
Yeah, if I could pick
enough.
one person to make the top 16 of this event, I would probably pick him.
It's a good shout. It's a good shout.
It's a good guess. We saw Cavaldo mulligan to 5 in this game, and there is Alpine on turn 1.
Here's the sideboard card. That's come in. I'm guessing that's going to be naming Lotus Field.
I was going to mention that, mulligan to 5, that sounds terrible. And it is. Obviously, you never want to really start down, 2 cards. But Lotus Field is one of those decks kind of like Tron. You mulligan into specific cards. The rule of thumb is usually do not keep a hand that does not have access to Lotus Field by turn 3. So if you don't have that Sylvan Scrying, if you don't have the Lotus Field, it is usually a good idea to aggressively mulligan to try to find those species. Obviously, once you're in that 5 card territory, maybe at that point you can start being a little bit loose with your keeps, because it's not really going to get better if you start with 4 or 3. But yeah, you should just really be aggressively mulliganing towards the Lotus Field.
What's the lowest you've ever mulligan down to in one game?
3 cards with Tron. I kept Tron and then probably 1 on turn 5 or something. Yeah, I mean that's just what you have to do with those decks. You have to accept that. Yeah, I'm gonna be, my average starting hand size is gonna be 6 cards or even lower. But then my cards are gonna be a lot more powerful than what my opponent's doing. So just have to accept that.
Yeah, it's part of the game. Do let me know, chat, what is the most you've mulliganed down to and managed to win a game of Magic the Gathering. Chat asking which pros it. We're talking about Jean-Manuel Duprat, our current world champion that was crowned last week in Las Vegas, will be here. Not bringing his trophy, though. I did ask, but he said the trophy's bigger than me. I was like, yep, fair one. It is a very big trophy. Someone managed to win.
Wow, Boseiju. Okay, Boseiju has been so good in these like green combo decks because it always takes care of all these Pitting Needles, Alpine Moons, Blood Moons, Possibility Storms, whatever you have on the other table. And I think Cavaldo was pretty much able to win game 1 thanks to that Boseiju on Possibility Storm, and now it also takes care of the Alpine Moon locking.
Yeah, potentially even turn 2 now. Well, not turn 2, but game 2. Unless we can do something over on the other side, man. Let's have a little look, see what's he got. Is it any, I don't know what I'm looking at. Like, I know what these cards do. I just don't know. I've never seen them all in the same deck together. Have a little look at his hand. How do you want to go about this? Obviously, it's scary now knowing that over on the other side, Lotus Field is down. Plus, they've got the mana to copy it next turn and then start untapping and potentially could start going off. We're going to have the Fable of the Mirror Breaker, one of the most powerful 3-drop enchantments in the format. That is going to go up to Chapter 2, which means we can discard up to 2 cards and draw that many. So we did discard 2 to draw a Bone Crusher Giant and a Volcanic Spike. They're going to go to the graveyard. We're going to get in with our Goblin Shaman token, make ourselves a treasure token. Gives us a bit more mana that we need, which, as we spoke about, could be used to cast Possibility Storm. 5 mana is tapped. That is Possibility Storm on the battlefield. 1 mana left. We're going to cast oh god, what is it?
Lovestruck Beast.
It's a sorcery.
Heart's Desire.
Harness Desire. So we're looking for a sorcery in our deck. Oh my god, I'm looking through. What are the sorceries in this deck? Enter the Infinite.
I think there's exactly one
that is
sorcery,
it.
and that's
So this must be the combo or something, right? Infinite. Enter the Infinite is going to be the card we're going to hit, unless we've sideboarded something in. We're having a little look. Cindervine's come in, so...
All right, I'm gonna
what is going on? So, enter the Infinite. Draw cards equal to the number of cards in your library, then put cards from your hand on top of your library. You've got no maximum hand size to the end of the turn. So
you draw your deck.
Oh my word. So what, his hands is his deck?
And then you leave 1 card on top. So if you have Borborygmos now, and all the lands.
Oh, this is sick. This is sick. So you play it for 0, you then find it, then you discard all the lands in your hand to do 3 damage each time.
Oh, right.
That's
so you leave Borborygmos in your deck. You play a creature for 0. That spins into the Borborygmos, and you have a lot of lands in your hand, so you can finish your opponent.
Let's go. I'm here for it. Right, we worked it out together, chat. We all worked out how that works now, but what a sick deck. Going into game number 3 now, obviously both players are 1-0. Both players been playing combo here clearly, but now Lotus Field will be on the play and have a bit more of an idea of what's going on the other side of the battlefield.
I'll be honest with you, I have never seen that before.
No, but it works. and it's got them to. It's worked a lot this weekend
that's
so
really
far,
cool,
I
yeah.
guess. But I love it. And again, off the
Very
beat,
creative.
very off the beat.
Yeah.
Closed deckless tournament. Yeah, sure, I'm bringing this. Might already be cute and just hey for fun. That was
Very creative. That was pretty amazing.
yeah. I think this is one we're gonna take their a name of them and just keep tracking them throughout the weekend to see how they're getting on, because that is pretty special.
All right, so both players are 1-1. Let's see who can find more sideboard cards. For game 3, Cavaldo was a little unlucky in that game. Mulliganing to 5, or not unlucky, but didn't find Lotus Field in his first 2 hands. His third hand was really good. He had that Boseiju to deal with that Alpine Moon. Plus had a Lotus Field and a decent draw, but Ahmed was able to combo off using Possibility Storm and Borborygmos.
So now we know what we're against, or at least what's going on that side of the battlefield. Is there any cards we now start sideboarding? Like we saw Alpine Moon, I guess. So we know there's a few. We've seen Alpine Moon. We've seen 4 enchantments so far. So if we've got any enchantment move, I suppose it's probably pretty good to be bringing that in, even though we know we've got a couple of Boseijus in the deck.
The reason to switch your deck post board and like make more changes between games 2 and 3 could be being on the play and on the draw could be a big difference. Like for example, if you're Cavaldo and you had some sweepers in for game 2 when you were on the draw, maybe on the play you're thinking, okay, well on the play, if we're both goldfishing around turn 4, then I don't need the sweepers. I would much rather have the proactive cards because now I'm the person on the play, and instead of sweepers, I would much rather have something that maybe either deals with my opponent's sideboard cards or gets me faster towards my combo finish.
Yes, people just asking there, how did we actually get the Enraged on the battlefield?
So Enter the Infinite says draw your deck and then basically put 1 card on the top of the deck. Once you do that, you put Borborygmos on the top of the deck as the only card, while you drew 40-ish cards, including a lot of lands, and then you cast a creature for 0, which I think was the Stone Coil
Serpent.
Serpent, right? I am working on it.
We're going to try and get that one up for you in a second, chat. Serpent basically is a 0. It's an X casting cost creature, so you cast it for 0. But because you got Possibility Storm, so you need to go flip the top cards of your deck till you find a creature, and then you cast that one. Obviously, there's only 1 card left in our deck. It is, of course, a creature because we put it there, and then we've got 40 cards in our hand, and the chances are a high majority of them are all lands, and then we can just discard them. Every land we discard is going to be 3 damage to the face. But both players off to the races here. Both players, no turn 1 play. Just a nice land each. That is a very nice land, actually. That is an OG foil shock land there on the left of your screen there, Famhead.
Looks like both players kept 7, and that is interesting to me because keeping 7 without Llanowar, that is that signals that there are possibly some sideboard cards in Mehdi's hand.
I definitely see a Possibility Storm. Might be a Cindervines. Yeah, Cindervines is the 2-drop of choice here. Remember, Cindervines, every time you cast a sorcery, your opponent casts a sorcery instant spell, they take 1 point of damage for their trouble. You can also sacrifice it and deal destroy target artifact or enchantment, and then it deals 2 damage to that controller as well. So very good when your opponent's trying to cast a lot of spells to try and combo kill you. I'm not entirely sure how many spells it takes for Lotus to go off, but I'm sure we'll find out.
We'll find out.
Yeah, that's the good thing about live matches. We will find out if it's going to be relevant or not.
Lotus Field turn 3. Perfect opener for Cavaldo without that Grazer, but still on time. We'll see if he's going to be able to start untapping the Lotus enough times on turn 4 to close out the game. But I think right now he's not in a hurt. He's not in a rush.
No, like the scare bit's Possibility Storm, right? That's where the real scare bit happens. So here comes one of the newer cards that we've seen. We saw quite a lot last weekend in the World Championships in Vegas. Mosswood Dread Knight, and obviously it has Dread Whisper as the adventure ability. So Dread Whisper, you can draw a card and lose 1 life, but realistically it is a 3/2 for 2. It has Trample. When it dies, you may cast it from your graveyard as an adventure until end of turn. So just lots of value attached to this powerful 2-drop.
That's a very Reduke type of card.
Oh,
I've ever seen one.
Oh, yeah.
Lots of value, black and green.
Shout out to Reed, top 8 in last weekend.
Yeah, Reed's had an amazing season as well.
Yeah.
Winning Pro Tour Philadelphia, making the top 8 at Worlds. I think he made at least one more deep finish at the other 2 Pro Tours.
Yeah, I think he had one Pro Tour for X.
I think in Minneapolis he also had a.
Yeah, it's Reed Duke. It's Reed Duke. He's an absolute phenomenon in his own right. Been around for years and probably the nicest man in Magic the Gathering.
And actually, despite him having such a good season, shout out to Simon Nielsen for winning the Player of the Year title by having an even better season. He top 8'd Worlds and he top 8'd.
He went back to back. Pro Tour, Worlds, top 8.
Did he top 8 3 in a row?
He topped 3 in a row. The last 2 Pro.
So he did. That's the
2
wow.
Pro Tours
That's
and
insane.
Worlds.
That is insane.
But
I didn't even realize that.
So Nathan started the year with like
winning,
top 8 win, and then Simon went top 8.
That is
phenomenal. Team Handshake has been absolutely killing it and going super well. But yeah, I don't know if we'll see Simon this weekend. I think I saw he was traveling yesterday or today on the old socials. We would always love to see him at these events as we're going to kill the Visir. Interesting that the removal spell still stayed in. Does mean we get to pit 1 card to the bottom of our library and draw a card for our trouble, kind of a looting effect.
Yeah, there's a Lotus Field list that runs Voyaging Satyr and similar 2-drop creatures that can untap the Lotus. So against those lists, it is usually good to have some removal spells.
How about double Cinder Vines? So now every sorcery spell is going to take a shock effect to the face. Plus we've got a little token getting in there. All this chip damage can add up. We've got to try and navigate from the other side of the battlefield, though. How can we get out of this? We managed to get out from underneath Hate once before. Can we do it again? Looking at their hand, I think I see maybe 2 silences. Dark Petition, Thespian Stage, maybe multiple top copies of that card.
Yeah, so Cavaldo is on a clock right now, down to 17, I believe, because he shocked himself with a Breeding Pool, I think, earlier. That 1 damage from the token. And now every spell he casts is going to deal 2 to him.
Yeah, this is going to be... These 2 decks have not disappointed. When we were like 2 combo decks, like, it's going to be a really quickly 2 ships sailing in the night. This has actually been really cool and complicated.
Oh, so, wow.
Upkeep. We're going to float 3 white. 2 of it is going to be used to copy the Lotus Field. The other one is going to be used to cast Silence. Silence is a card you don't see too much, but, you know, it kind of does what it says on the tin. It is going to say target opponent. Oh my word! The version I've got for some reason
play spells this turn.
It's definitely not in English. But yeah, they basically cannot play cards. Is there not split? I thought it had split second, or maybe I'm thinking another card had split second on that. But you know, I'm thinking of the one that stops you from dying.
The one with in ad nauseam, right?
Angel's Grace.
Angel's Grace, yeah.
So no spells can be cast this turn, but they do take 2 for the trouble of casting this Silence because of the 2 Cinder Vines on the battlefield. Still allowed to play land though, and we do. But this is obviously a key turn to do it, right? Because potentially a Possibility Storm could have come down this turn with 5 mana.
Yeah. Very good timing by Cavaldo.
What is the empty black bar for? That there is for toxic or infect damage if it was ever to occur. And boy, am I hoping it does occur. I hope someone in this room has found out a way to break infect and put it into Pioneer. Make it a playable deck again. I'll buy that person a drink all day long. But more importantly, on the battlefield, Lotus Field, can we get out from underneath this double Cinder Vine? Yes, we've got all the mana we need to potentially combo off, but combo enough is not good for us. We need to be able to do that in with only 6 spells. If we cast the 7th one, there's a good chance we're going to die.
Yeah, and obviously you don't know exactly what's going on in the Jund deck, so you might be thinking, okay, well maybe my opponent's also playing something like a Bone Crusher Giant, you know, some extra sources of damage, so you're probably not feeling too safe going down to 2 life.
Okay, here it goes. All the mana symbols are out. Here comes the mana floating. Instant stirrings. Trigger. Pow! That's my sound of 2 Cinder Vines. Shooting them in case anyone was wondering in chat. We're going to untap.
Oh, I see a Bosejo in hand.
Oh, is that Bosejo? I thought it was
oh, no, that's Lair of the Hydra.
Yeah.
You're right. Lear, okay.
Okay. Getting a creature down. I've seen some really nice wins from this deck with Lair the Hydra, where they just generate loads of mana, play Lair the Hydra, and just attack for a giant one and just kill your opponent out of nowhere. It's pretty cool. Okay, another instant stirrings. Pow pow again. Down to 10. Untap. I see a silence in hand. What's that extra card? Oh, Dark Petition. How does Dark Petition change this? So if we go Dark Petition, Beseiju, one of them, Dark Petitions again, Beseiju again. I don't know how we're getting out. This is why I don't play these decks. I'm not big brain enough for this. Okay, so here's Dark Petition, down to 8.
Lear and Silence is a pretty nice combination.
Let's have a little look. So this is going to generate mana because Spell Mastery is going to be active, I believe.
I think there is a Sylvan's Cry, Silence, and I think Recovery was also in the graveyard. I'm not sure.
So yeah, mana's added. This is going to be phenomenal if you manage to like work the way out from underneath this. Yeah, Spell Mastery, you only need 2 spells. 2 sorceries or instants in the graveyard for it to be triggered. But now where do we go? Didn't get a good look at what we found. It is, was that a Pour Over the Pages? Yeah, Pour Over the Pages.
I believe so, yeah.
Are we just tapping the top of our deck and hoping it's good for us to be able to win through this? So even when we
what I want to see is if there's going to be an option to squeeze in the Beseiju. Okay, so it looks like Lear is flashing back the Sylvan's Crying.
Shoot you
which
twice.
would put Cavalto to 6.
Okay, so there's the Beseiju. I suppose if we deal with 1 Beseiju, that means we've got potential to cast a few more spells because they're only taking 1 a turn.
Right. There is, looks like 6 mana floating.
So
Gives you at least 4.
Beseiju. I think Beseiju should only cost 1 here, right? Because we've got a legendary creature.
That
in
is
the backfield.
true. That is true.
But it looks like they've used 2 mana there. Don't ask me how that interaction works. Lair the Hydra is the land for the turn. Silence, Pour Over the Pages, the 2 cards left in hand. And we're just passing the turn back at 6 life. Okay. No mana up, so we can't cast a Silence in our hands to turn them off this turn. Remember, last time we had 6 mana with Possibility Storm, we were able to win the game on the spot. Are we going to be able to do that now? So, Possibility Storm is to play. 1 mana. Dude, we've seen this song and dance before. We know what's going to happen. We're going to mill with cards at the top of our deck.
Yeah, Heart's Desire.
You got to make them do it, though, right?
That's a sorcery. It's going to flip. It's going to spin into another sorcery, which we know.
They might have it in hand. I suppose that's one downside of this deck, right? If they draw this card, they can't win. Well, they can't combo win.
That's why we saw the Volcanic Spite.
Oh, yeah,
Able to put it on the bottom. Yeah.
And just a handshake, Emet takes it down 2-1 versus Lotusfield. Hello, Possibility Storm.
What is going on?
New fan favorite. Let's go. Love to see it. Congratulations taking that one down. I don't know if we've got a backup feature match. That game did take pretty long.
I believe there is
Do we have a backup
only
feature
a
match?
few minutes left in the round. If we have a backup feature match, we can take a look at it. But I think both feature matches might already be done, and there is only a couple minutes left in the round. So
we're still waiting on 46 tables. And
it
does look like we have a table too.
Okay.
Sweet. I love it when we have backup feature matches.
I think if that's the table we started with, then we have Remy Fortier, winner of Pro Tour Valencia 2006-ish.
I was not playing Magic then.
Playing against Marvin Heiss. I think this should be the Rakdos sacrifice
like
against Rakdos Midrange, but it looks like they either finished or they're sideboarding for game 3.
Oh yeah, it looks like maybe a bit of sideboarding. So Rakdos sacrifice versus Rakdos aggro. Is that just another fancy?
Yeah, I looked at the aggro list, it is actually Rakdos midrange.
Okay.
Just the good old Rakdos midrange, Bone Crusher Giant, Shield Dread, Fable of the Mirror Breaker, Fatal Push, Falsies, that kind of stuff.
Do one of these tend to be favored more than the other? Like
I think depending on the sideboard cards, the Sacrifice deck can have a lot of cards that are very hard to deal with for the mid-range deck. So if you start the game with Witch's Oven and Cauldron Familiar, then a lot of the removal spells on the other side are pretty much useless, and there's usually not that many cards that deal with an artifact. So you need to be playing something like Main Deck or Braid, to be able to break that synergy. So I would favor the Sacrifice player here.
Okay, cool. Let's see how it pans out. Looks like we are in game number 3 here, with both players battling out to try and advance their record to get themselves to a 3-1. Remember, top 16 this weekend will get themselves invites to tomorrow's regional championships here in Europe, live in Lille. But first, we got to find who out of these 265 players are going to get there. Is it going to be one of these two players? Already picking up a loss now, it's going to mean, he's potentially, I guess, they get a win out for the rest of the day. But, we just saw it happen with Simon when started 0-2 with the Worlds, went all the way to that top 8, then decided not to lose after. So anything to play for here. And here comes Blood Type Harvest. This card, what doesn't this card do in this deck? Does everything you want to do. It's a removal spell, it's a beat down stick.
Solid body, it can attack, it
draws
can
your
block,
cards.
3 power, attacks Planeswalkers.
Yeah, this card, it's really, really good. It's not like an OG powerful card, something like Ragavan comes to mind. It's not going to win the game by itself, but it's going to use your game plan. But then cards that are really good in the mirror, here comes the Bank Bus. Bank Buster comes down. It is going to, of course, be it is a vehicle, one of the few vehicles we see play in Pioneer. Comes in with 3 counters. We can tap two and remove one of those counters while tapping it, and we can get ourselves 1 more card deeper. And then it's going to be, it can crew into a 4/4 if we do move that 3rd counter. Of course, it does make a treasure token, and it does make a pilot token. Pilot's able to crew vehicles with, like it's got an extra 2 toughness or not.
This is really funny. This is a classic Rakdos mid-range battle of I'm trying to get the most value out of my cards. Bank Buster, Fable of the Mirror Breaker. But it is a much better start if you're the mid-range player, because if you are playing Rakdos Sacrifice, you would much rather find the cards like Witch's Oven and start getting your synergies online.
I guess that's a Fable if we're going to our sideboard to try and find a token. Fable the Mirror Breaker. Of course, we all know how powerful this one can be. Is that
Obnixilit? No.
No, the glare on that is pretty rough, right? Oh no, it's 2 mana. So it's
another blood.
Yeah,
okay. So claim the firstborn on your blood tide harvester. That means it's gonna get haste. You can sacrifice it to target itself. The new blood tide harvester is screwing the Bankbuster, so that gets in for 4. So pretty nice turn for Remy there.
Would you have crewed your own Bankbuster in response there?
Yes, you could have. Yeah.
I think I would have done that. Just to potentially give him the threat, but
just to represent the potential.
I might
block,
trade this.
sure.
My hand might be stacked. But we do see a Colligan's command in hand. That's going to be huge in this matchup. As we're going to see, Bone Crusher is going to stomp on that, doing 2 damage, and then go on its own little adventure.
Yeah, pretty typical Rakdos mirror. I'm going to have a 2/4/1 in the form of Bone Crusher Giant. I'm going to have a 3/4/1 or X/1 in the form of Fable of the Mirror Breaker. I'm going to have another 3/4/1 in the form of Reckoner Bankbuster. So this is a matchup that's typically a very big grind.
Okay, so we got Filipa down there on the ground. She just told me a fun interaction. I say fun interaction for one player, but not the other. The Vector's mid-range, so on the right of your screen there, Marvin actually lost the game because he cast Extraction Event, naming with a token on the battlefield and 2 Reflection of Kikijikis on the battlefield, but named even instead of odd, because when they're flipped, they still have the CMC of the card. Then don't go to 0 mana cost. So he thought it would sweep everything, but it didn't. So he, instead of naming naming odd, he named even, got rid of the 1/1 token, but left the 2 reflections on the battlefield because he couldn't see the CMC.
Okay.
So sometimes that happens.
Yeah.
Sometimes it happens. Yeah, you can understand why it happened, but Appreciate that. Philippa just walks in and gave me a little smile like, did you read what you told me? Yeah, there she is. She's giving it in the background. It's all good. But, you know, these things do happen in interaction. This is another point of being testing for these events. When you've got a big tournament coming up, how often do you tend to you know, dedicate to testing for it? Because, of course, you can always over-test for things, sort of burn yourself out before you get to the tournament. How often do you try to give yourself, you know, being a Hall of Famer?
Yeah, I mean, it depends how serious are you about the tournament, right? If I'm going to play a local event for fun,
Yeah.
I'm probably not going to spend too much time figuring out my deck choice. I'm just going to play something I enjoy playing. If I'm playing at the Pro Tour, then yeah, the team usually gets together online and starts preparing, you know, maybe like a month before the event.
So we saw Colligan's command come down there, 2 for 1 in getting the creature off the battlefield, as well as the Bankbuster. But here's a nice spicy one that you don't see too often. I remember playing this in standard back and down outpost stage.
Okay.
Be interested to see if they pick Khans or Dragons on this. This is such a throwback. I love this card. I love this whole set. That whole standard block was so sick to play. I think that's back when we had fetches and shot clans in the standard format. So basically it was a slightly weaker modern.
You almost always choose cons in the grindy matches because you just want to keep getting extra cards. And I think Remy is clearly showing that he is ready for the matchup. And actually, wait, I just realized, is he actually playing Ragda Sacrifice or some kind of like
Well, no.
mesh?
He must be. Well, I would say Sacrifice. Maybe after board it's a little bit less, but because he's got to claim the firstborns, it's got to be.
Right. But he is definitely ready for the grindy matchups. We see multiple Bankbusters, Outpost Siege.
Grave Trespasser come down on the other side of the battlefield. Now we see the Siege doing its work, getting the Cauldron Familiar into exile. If we choose to cast that or not. I imagine we do. It's free value. Couple of cards in hand to sign. You know, this is a lot of players I was speaking to this weekend. They really like Rakdos decks. They think they're good. They think they're powerful. They think some of the best decks in the format. But it's this grinding factor. Playing these sort of complicated decks with all these different lines that can have so many different outcomes over 9 rounds. You don't really get breaks because a lot of your games are going to be going to time. You know, they kind of took that into event. They're like, look, in a 2-day event, I'm going to play Boris Convoke or whatever. I'm going to get my game. I'm going to win quick or I'm going to lose quick.
But keep in mind that, you know, these are our feature match players. So just because it shows that they might have, you know, 5 minutes left, we usually put them on a slight delay to make up for the time that they have to spend, you know, traveling to the table, you know, get ready, setting up for the match and everything. So both players might have a little bit of extra time.
I love that they're both getting in aggressive here. Both getting in there with Bankbusters, etc. Bankbuster drops down to 8. Draw for the turn. Land. Tap land at that. Do see Fatal Push in hand. Do see...
There's an unlicensed hearse as well.
I guess that's just trying to deal with these pesky Cauldron Familiars popping in and out of the graveyards. We're going to hardcast the Bone Crusher Giant. We're going to attack, get in there. That's going to be another 7 points of damage, but an extra point on top, going to 8 because we get to exile a creature and back. Here comes
Kill
the
this,
Abrade.
kill that. Okay, Abrade your Bankbuster.
So just the 4 coming life points is going to swing. Marvin's going to go up to 9. Remy's going to go down to 12. Land off the top, off the... I was going to say Saga then. It's not a Saga, is it? It's a...
And because
Sage.
Outpost Siege says you may play the card instead of you may cast, that means you can even play lands you reveal with the trigger.
That's sick. Let's have a little look what we got. It looks like a land in hand. Maybe a little bit of showmanship here. I could have this. I could have this. Or was that a blood token we just cycled, I guess?
I believe so. Discarding the pathway.
2 blood, so yep, that's definitely going to die here. Getting -4, -4. Now we're going to cycle with this Mutavault. Don't want that. Have access to 1 more blood if we want to turn and burn. We're going to play this land for a turn. One of the powerful creature lands again from my my beloved D&D set.
Ooh, 3 mana. Is that... Oh, Giganta in hand. Okay. All the value, all the time.
What is that? I've got, oh, it's another Hive of the but Hive of the Eye Tyrant. Basically a beholder for all the D&D fans in chat.
So Fatal Push takes care of the Cauldron Familiar, and because there's a Graveyard Trespasser in play, it's going to get eaten and exiled.
Mm-hmm. Another land off the top, not exactly what we're after. I think that's a go for the throat in hand as well. So we can attack, we can kill the Cauldron Familiar. That gets exiled. When he drops to 8, Marvin goes up to 10. Then 3 damage is going to connect, dropping down to 5 or 6. Now Hearse comes down. Now Hearse is something that's really good, right? Yeah, okay, it can exile graveyards to kind of stop the thing, but on its own, it's a threat. If that thing starts getting too big, it can just start one-shotting people.
Yeah, it can work as a finisher, and I think it's a great card to have this weekend, especially because there's going to be a lot of Phoenix players. And this is one of the better cards you can have against Phoenix. Obviously, cards like Rest in Peace and Gold Blank, Leyline of the Void. That's what I would be putting in my sideboard coming into this weekend, because I think Phoenix is going to be a lot more popular than in the previous season.
I'm just having a look. See, chat pointing out. Should it be night now? No spells were cast last turn, right? We went cycle.
I think there was a Fatal Push at the end of the turn, killing the
killing the cat.
Familiar. Yeah. I think both players were discussing that at the start of the turn, if it should be day or night.
Good eyes, good eyes.
And Moloku. Someone in chat's talking about a Moloku. I think the Spanish Moloku makes tutus, by the way. And there's a misprinted version that works in a completely different way. Yeah, I guess they're trying to figure it out. Is it day? Is it night? I think there was a Fatal Push at the end of the turn, though. So.
So it only counts with the active player casts. So because
Marvin was the one casting Fatal Push. Okay. Fair enough. I don't think that's something that can be missed.
No, I don't think it is either.
So it's not a trigger or anything, it just happens. So I believe it should flip into a 4/4 now.
Yeah, so one extra card's going to have to get exiled. I imagine that we're going to get into a rewind situation here where exactly the same thing that's just happened is going to happen, except for one more thing in the graveyard will be exiled and Remy will take potentially 1 or 2 more points of damage. But this is it's live magic. This is why we have judges down at the table so they can do this, they can reversal this. It is on both players to maintain the game state, of course. Make sure it's kept all nice and fair, especially in these grinding matchups where a lot can happen, a lot can be missed, a lot is going on. Clearly, we've got stages going on, graveyard hate going on, creatures, artifacts, drawing cards, day and night triggers, so much adventure tokens going on. There's creature lands that can be animated. Lots going on. They're just talking through it now. So I think this looks like the conclusion is it is going to be flipped into a 4/4. One more card is going to get exiled. It's not.
So I think that was a cat and the Bloodtide Harvester, so extra point of damage from the 4th power and an extra point of damage from the trigger.
Yeah, so Remy should drop down to 3 and it's all resolved. Nicely done. Well done, judge staff down there. Okay, that there off the top of the stage, it looks like it was a land, and then draw for the turn was a Mayhem Devil, which is, of course, one of the more powerful cards in this deck, especially when you can start turning and burning and get things sacrificed. So we're going to use 1 mana. Get rid of our last blood. Potentially, I don't know if I'd want to do that with it on the battlefield. I don't know what we're digging for, because that could have been one extra trigger there if needed. I think another land was what was drawn for the turn. We're going to play this Blood Crypt tapped and just play Giganta, a big 5/5 out.
Yeah, there's a go for the throat, waiting for the Giganta.
And that's it. It's game.
And if Marvin does it at a turn, then Remy can crew the Bankbuster to have another blocker, and the Graveyard Trespasser is going to be able to swing for lethal.
Yeah, congratulations to Marvin taking it down. Looks like mid-range manages to go over the top of the sacrifice. I kind of like, I feel like in just the numbers of games I played, I feel like the mid-range deck is slightly favoured in there. Sideboard is a bit more you know, it can level itself out because the Reactor Sacrifice deck can kind of up its CMC of its cards and kind of move more into that mid-range match. But against a deck that's already tailored to be the mid-range deck, is going to be able to. So we're going to move back to the booth now. We're going to have a little look, see how many are still playing in the room. If we need to, you know, keep chatting a little bit, maybe we can answer your questions, chat. Let us know what you're playing. But no, it looks like there's only 2 more tables playing in the round. So that is going to be the end of round number 4 for myself and Martin. Make sure you stick around for round number 5 coming up super shortly. We'll see you all soon. Stay around.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour. We are here in Lille for the last chance qualifier. I'm Filipa and I'm joined by Alia. We are going at it into round 5 here. We have some 4-0s to show you, some very cool decks. We try to bring different decks here to not be the same all over again. And I saw a Gruul 4-0 and I had to try it. Gruul also gained a new pet from Wilds of Eldraine, so I'm really excited to see if this player is actually playing it and see how that goes. But before, let's see what our players are playing for with our prizes for the day. So here we can see they all want to make top 16. That's the main goal. With that, they qualify for the regional championship tomorrow, and I'm sure that's goal number 1. Some players are also already qualified, just playing for the prizes. So top 32, you already make some prizes back, but I know that they really want that top 16, not only for the qualification, but also to get some money.
Money and the preparation for tomorrow, some testing, high quality testing.
For sure, and it's really nice. These players actually, so usually the players have until 6 p.m. today to submit the deck lists, and these players have to finish these rounds, and then they have 1 hour after the tournament finish, the ones that qualify, to submit their deck lists for tomorrow. So a very exciting day for these players, and I'm really excited to see. So let's take a look here at our players that are starting now the game and shuffling. We have Luca Zolesio versus Luis Berodi.
Luis Berodi is playing Gruul Vehicles. It's not the first time the deck in Piooner. Some months ago, we can see this deck, and now here is again Gruul Vehicles try to have a strategy, an aggro strategy with vehicles. Very interesting. Playing Ezika's Chariot. Ezika's Chariot can be a vehicle more oppressive when enter the game, put 2 tokens, and that ability make sometimes be more oppressing against the life of the opponent. And he's playing to 1 copy of the Sky Sovereign, very big, the very big ship, very good against small creatures deck.
And we see our players shuffling in. Here it's really important to see who's on the play. We see already a mulligan and we see double Giganta. So these companions give us some information. None of these players are playing cards that have 2 of the same symbol in the same card, so that's interesting to know. A lot of decks actually play Giganta.
Absolutely. If you can play a companion, you should play. And Giganta can be played easily because the ability, and can take, you can see very different decks playing the same companion.
Yeah, and here Gruul Vehicles really wants to start with some ramp. Llanowar Elves is usually the right way to start. It has that in common with the mono green.
Yes, absolutely. These Gruul Vehicles is playing 8 Llanowar Elves, 4 Elvish Mystic, and 4 Llanowar Elves.
And I really think it's very interesting because lately Gruul Vehicles, not lately, but it plays the Akron War. So when I play with Rakdos and I play Shieldred, I'm like, okay, finally I have Shieldred, I can stabilize, and the Akron War my Shieldred, and it's game over. So such a sweet card that Gruul Vehicles has access to.
Yes, the Crown War is a saga very, very special. Have a physical as a physical more special. The first level is a threaten. It's a threaten effect that we can see at some red spells, but this is good against Shieldred. Okay, I take your Shieldred and attack with the Shieldred. But not only is the only effect of the saga, the second and the third one is devastating.
Yeah, and I also really like that. So this player, the Gruul player, this is called Gruul Vehicles, and it does have, for example, the Izika Chariot, which is a great card. And a fun interaction I would like to point out is that you can actually Akron War something from your opponent, and then if you have something like a Chariot, one in the upkeep of the last tick of the Akron War, you can actually use the creature that you stole, if it has power 4 or more, to crew something like the Chariot, and then since the creature is tapped, it's going to deal damage equal to itself, and a lot of times just ends up destroying the creature before you have to return it to your opponent, so that's a cool interaction there in the Gruul deck.
Yeah. Could be a hidden interaction that a pair of card was played a lot in a standard of Kelhain and Theros Beyond Dead. Wasn't a staple. Esika's Chariot wasn't a staple in that standard few years ago.
And we see both players taking mulligans, which always hurts, but I still remember prior to London Mulligan, the Mulligan was much rougher for the players. Now with the London Mulligan, it is not as bad. It's still bad to Mulligan, but not as bad.
Is whoa, a dice on the on the deck.
I think I already see some elf there to start ramping the Gruul Vehicles deck. On the other side, Luca did submit a paper deck list, so I'm not sure what he might be playing, but I'm sure we'll find out very soon, and with Giganta, the options are limited.
Yes, it's a surprise for us for a short time.
And let us know, Twitch chat, what deck would you bring here today if you were playing this last chance qualifier? I'm really excited to see because there are so many different decks in Pioneer right now. I think today we've been covering different deck after different deck, which is really interesting, and love to see it, a diverse format. I'm also very excited to see the meta breakdown. I'm not sure if Will and Martin already showed it or not, or if it's ready, but I'm really excited to see how that turned out here for the last chance qualifier.
Yes, absolutely. I'm checking the Gruul Vehicles deck. I'm saying a card from Wilds of Eldraine. The saga, the Green Saga, the Houndsman Redemption. I think this is a very good option for this deck. I guess first of one for 3, you put a 3/3 beast that is honest, and the next turn that saga makes an effect very interesting against mostly against aggro.
And I really love the art of that Elvish Mist. It looks so cool. Olan or Elf, I think. It's one of the two. They are basically the same.
Well,
but
sometimes, yeah.
I confuse them. They do the same. They just have different names.
This is a Thurgo, I guess. Thurgo, and when June. Okay, we have information about the Luca deck. It's playing June aggro, maybe? June aggro with Thurgo, and I can recognize the other card, but it's a creature for sure.
Yeah, it is a bit illuminated, so difficult to see, but it looks like Bone Crush. Oh, it's a Ruby.
Oh,
Okay,
it's
Ruby.
Ruby.
A new card from the set, so looks like some sort of Gruul ramp. It might be the Ataka Red.
Ruby was stomped by the Crusher Giant. Is Gruul? Wow, Mox Amber.
Mox. Okay, so it looks like it's Gruul Legends. That
Gruul
deck has
Legends.
been playing a bit. It's a very interesting deck. I've played against it, and really interesting here to see that card. Like, I would like to tell you what it is, but it's a bit too bright for me to tell. But it gave 2 counters.
Yes.
And starting to deal some damage there.
Legend Gruul Legends versus Gruul Vehicles. Gruul Smash.
Let us know which deck is your favorite between these two. Would you bring the Gruul Legends or the Gruul Vehicles? 2 Gruuls, but different versions. And it looks like we are going to play some removal here. Oh, and it looks like that's Mislov.
Scavenging Ooze, I guess. Scavenging Ooze was the first creature deployed for Gruul vehicles. Only was playing removal until now. Sorry by the Llano Wolves in in table. We are in this matchup will be
11-18, it's the life totals of the players, and
Esika's chariot in hand of the Louis. That will be an awesome. What is that
I
card?
think it's Luca. Luca the Planeswalker.
Yeah.
Yes, it's going to. It's able to ramp.
Luca. The March of the Machine, Luca?
It's Domri.
Ah, it's Dory. Okay.
I think there's only two Planeswalkers in Gruul. I might be wrong, but Domri and Luca.
Yeah.
And this is too much damage for Luis to take on. And looks like this more aggressive version of Luca is actually really paying off here. But also Luis not being able to follow up with anything. Maybe I see maybe a Chariot in end. Yeah, so Chariot is able to create the tokens.
Chariot can be a problem for Luca. Luca doesn't have cards in hand, right? And we have Esika's Chariot, have Lovestruck Beast, have Reckless Stormseeker. That is very, very good for him. On top for the Gruul Legends, only have a small creature in land. The advantage is for Louis and Domri. Ooh, is Alana and Alina? I guess. I love that Gruul card.
Yeah, it's going to start, like, the more the crowd grow as well, the more it's going to start pumping other cards, so that's really good.
The Lovestruck Beast is a very good blocker.
A double block there.
Black, yeah. Alana and Alina partners. Alana and Alina is premium when you have a good cards, a good creatures on table, but is it only if is the only card in game is more pure is you can only put the counters on another creature.
Yeah.
Well,
especially when Luca here is on the top deck, and Luis kind of recouping, even though at 6 life, having to play a bit more careful. Looks like Luca out of resources, only with Alana and Alina on the board, and now Luis is going to deploy another Chariot, so having access to Lana Raw Elf and 2 tokens from Chariot that can be crewed, and also there's a Multivolt untapped, and we can use the Lana War Elf to give mana to activate the Multivolt.
The anti-hand, Companion, Bane the 8.
That's not
card.
what you want to see if you are in Luca position. And Luis now able to, first of all, those lands, there's 1 lair, 2 Multivolt, so access to a lot of creatures with those lands. And there's a Bone Crush Giant also in the adventure area, plus 1 card in end.
Absolutely. Giganta will be very good blocker for against the Louis Berodi table, because Giganta is 5/5. I can block safely the creatures of the opponent that are mostly 2/2 or 4/4, or for example, there is Bone Crusher Giant 4/3.
And this Stormseeker giving the ability for haste +1/+0. It can even give to itself, so it enters the battlefield, it gives +1/+0 to itself, and haste is able to attack right away. Looks like this Bone Crush is going to crew the Chariot, and now we are going to be able to attack for a lot of damage. But Luca is at 18 life, and Louis is at 5, so Louis still needs to be a bit careful here to make sure it gives enough damage.
Yes,
but also stays alive.
the last turn was crucial for Luis. He played the Essex Chariot in very good moment with the opponent table very empty.
And we see there that the Izika Chariot made another token by attacking, so we have one more cat, which is obviously one extra defense here against Luca. Another way that this card is great, because you can keep attacking, but ensure that you're making other creatures to then block, which is really good against these aggro matchups.
Yeah, being when watching the game, we can remember the two removals that was crucial for Luis, stopping the early developing of Luca. That was the stomp and the obliterating bolt.
And we see here the companion Giganta entering the battlefield, getting 2 counters from the Alana.
Alana and Alina.
Yeah, Alana and Alina. I always just say Alana, but I don't want Alina to be left out. It's one of those partner cards. It's the same. I always say Yargle, even though it's also Yargle plus Multani.
I have a friend of mine that we play our Dungeons and Dragons game. I was Alina and my friend was Alana.
You were partners in crime, I see. I mean, now Luca does have access to a 7/7, which is a pretty good blocker, but it looks like Luis is also trying to go wide with additional resources from the lands, as I said before, the Multavolt, the Lair being able to be transformed into creatures, the Chariot being able to also start producing more tokens.
The status of the table is nearly to be stacked. Will be depend a lot on the draws of the players.
And we see here the finger starting to do that math. It's really crucial here to know when to attack and exactly what you need to attack to ensure that you can deal damage, develop the board, and at the same time, because you don't want to look past just to Luca, because then Luca is going to start getting more counters on the creatures because of the Alana and Alina.
It's knight. The regular is flip.
Yeah, so no spell was played here by Louis. Now it is knight, and that is even getting more scarier, that Stormseeker. That now is
3/4 and +2/+0.
And still trample an ace until the end of the turn, which is really great. The day version only gives ace. This one gives also trample, which can be relevant.
So relevant against an aggro opponent here. But Luis have only 5 life. That should they needs to play safe. They needs to play very defensive.
Yeah, and here Louis putting the Giganta in end. There's another Chariot in end, but it's legendary, so decided not to go for it, using the mana from Llanowar Elf to play another one, and deciding to go wide here to maybe prepare for next attack lethal next turn.
Yes, could be. Let's go to see the draw of Luca.
Putting the counters on the Zorgo here and passing. So we have to see if what Louis as the board that he was able to develop is enough. Luca at 11 life.
The Essex Chariot and Louis could be well, he's thinking about to play Giganta. This is a very good option. And the next turn, now playing Giganta, and the next turn attacking, play the Essex Chariot.
And
Activate the Essex Chariot with the new tokens and attack with all creatures. I suppose that will be a good attack.
yeah, and we see here Louis playing very safely, could attack last turn, but decided to just get Giganta into the end. Now just attacking with Giganta,
Strong
but
Giganta.
the other Giganta blocks. It had +2/+0 aced and trample from the Stormseeker, so it traded with the 7/7 Giganta on the other side, on Luca's side. Don't forget, these players are very nervous. For some of them, it's the first time on the feature match area. I was previous round on the feature match area while Will and Martin were casting, and tell me, like, I'll tell you, the players are really nervous. It's not easy to play Ice Take Magic, especially when so many people are watching.
I will nervous. Honestly, I be honest. I will be nervous if I wasn't feature match.
Yes, I mean, there's exceptions. Some people don't get nervous, but 90% of the people get nervous while being on a feature match.
Whoa, this is a friction creature? Boring clicks, maybe? Searching. No, it's red. Well, the game is stuck. Or the two players have a lot of creatures, and not only the math is for blockers right now. The two players need to make math, need to calculate every combat if he can attack. Oh, Migloth.
Yeah, you know, the oil version is it's difficult to recognize because a lot of the oil versions are very similar.
Yes, the art is stylish and very similar.
Right now, it has a lot of counters, so it can start doing some things. It can destroy, for example, the chariot. But the two ability to remove two oil counters and give +2/+2 can also be dangerous.
And the third one ability is a bit painful. You can pay 3, remove 3 oil counters and make a disenchant.
Yes, and the only target I see right now is the chariot, and we know that Luis, I think, has another one in hand. I might be wrong. He might already have played the second one. Yeah, I think.
Mig
Here,
paying.
what is this mana for?
Well,
Lair?
He is floating a lot of mana.
8 lair. Okay, so making a
Hydra
big lair
Yeah. So big, right?
and attacking just with the lair.
Is with this attack, Louis are doing that Luca should to block the creature and killing the creatures of the opponent.
Also, this lair has +2/+0 trample and haste because of the Stormseeker. So even though the card itself does not have trample because of the Stormseeker, right now this is threatening quite a lot of damage. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8. So 8 mana was paid. So it's 7 + 2, 9. So it's 9 trampler.
9/7 trample, yes. Is not lethal because Luca has 11 lives. It's possible. No blocks here. Oh, he want to trade. Okay.
It's like a double block here, or even
Or even not only 2 creatures, he can block. He can't block with the Thurgo's Berserker, right?
He's reading the card right now. So it looks like it was I think a ruby.
Well, the trade was done. Another land, tap land. And tap.
And let's see if it's a relevant draw here for Luca. It needs to be at this point. Lightning strike shock face.
More counters on the gloss.
Paying and for the one ability and attacking. It has vigilance and menace. So here Louis needs to block.
Every turn we have seen a trade. Every combat, creatures are is being traded.
And once again, like these players under so much pressure.
More Luis. Because he
Sometimes
is
you're
only in
so
5.
yeah. Sometimes you're so focused on not losing that you kind of lose the fight to win. That happens a lot, especially when you are under pressure.
You are right. The focus is so important. Don't lose the focus. How I won this game? This is a very good question when you are losing the focus.
And we are untapping here. Let's see. Especially when you are in low life, you start like stressing so much. Can I stay alive? That you end up not seeing how you can kill your opponent. And looks like Louis missed here maybe some opportunities.
Whoa. Luca draw a red card. Red card.
It looks like Souza can, right? The land that makes 2/1s. I might be wrong. Okay, so Multivolt activates Multivolt.
I'm trying to guess what card is the red card that Louis have in hand.
I think might be Souza can the land, but okay, so Chariot here being played. Another one.
2 more cuts. Whoa.
Making 2 more tokens and
reckless.
Yeah, that reckless can give ace trample +2/+0. So it looks like that Chariot is attacking there.
Wow. The Luis strategic is punch with a big creature every turn pushing with a creature with trample. Thank you for the ability of Reckless Storm Seeker.
Yeah, and the Stormseeker has been really good here. Just the trample is also really relevant, and Louis is now with a board sort of full. It has a lot of blockers for cats. That Chariot made a lot of cats already.
Is it card representing lethal here? Or
yeah, it's 6 damage right now, and looks like no blocks.
Can blocks. Turgo can't block, and Elena Lina are not enough.
Yeah, and there the trample also giving some help. And we are going to have a game 2 here. So the first game. And how do you think these players will sideboard?
Yeah, let's go to sideboard. I'm in love of Hazoret, the fervent in the sideboard of Louis. Hazoret is indestructible. It's a god. It's indestructible and can do that. Namers for the aggro opponent. More, I think here the obliterating bolt will be take a place on the sideboarding. Like could be Brute Charm, gain control of all permanents you own. Ah, no, 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 no. The 4 damage to each creature with flying. No, this is again very good against spirit.
This is best of 3. Players are now sideboarding. We see here Louis bringing the sideboard guide and deciding outside board. It's not like Luca deck is the most common out there, these Gruul Legends, but looks like Gruul is the choice because both of these players 4-0 here. So they might have some saying on the meta this weekend. If the meta tomorrow is like today, looks like Gruul is doing pretty well.
Yes, I think Gruul's could be a deck out of the radar, I guess. And will be surprised tomorrow. We don't know, but could be. Thinking on the sideboard.
It's always unpredictable here with so many different decks, but I'm excited to see aggro decks performing well here and to see so much variety overall.
We
And I
we
see
can
it there.
expect explosive early game for Gruul Legends. And Louis will be on the draw. And he will be play, I'm sure, the 2 obliteration bolt of the sideboard.
And for you asking, Luca doesn't have the archetype because he did turn in a paper list, but it looks like from what we saw, it's a Gruul Legend build. And we on the other side with Gruul Vehicles, as we see. And I want to mention that we saw a new card there on Louis' sideboard while he was sideboarding that I'm actually interesting to see about because it's a new card from the so Ant-Man's Redemption from Wilds of Eldraine. And I'm going to show. What do you think, tweet chat, of this card? Let me know. Do you think it's good enough to play Pioneer, or you think it's not going to make the cut in the long run? It's a 3 mana, enters, creates a 3/3 beast creature token. Then you may sacrifice a creature. If you do, search your library for a creature or basic land card, reveal it, put it in your hand, then shuffle. And the third chapter, up to 2 creatures, each get +2/+2 and trample until the end of the turn.
This card seems a lot of sense playing for January else, for Mystic Elvish Mystic, and for Lovestruck Beast. The second stage of this saga are very good with a lot of one-on-one creatures in your deck.
Yeah, it's always exciting to be in these events and see new cards being played in. We saw the Fairies deck before, the Dimir Fairies, that had so many new cards from Wild of Eldraine, and now here we are seeing these Gruul including also a new card from Wild of Eldraine. I know some mono green are including the Blossoming Turquoise, so a lot of experience going there. In black we have the End, Besiege the Mirror, so really excited to see what of the new cards end up making it here.
Yes, absolutely. Being watching more cards of Eldraine here in the stream is pretty good. I like the surprise of found new synergies like this one, the Huntsman's Redemption.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think is going to win, Gruul Legends or Gruul Vehicle? Make your predictions. I'm always curious to know who do you think is going to get ahead here.
Well, Luca is in the play. Luca can have an explosion, an explosive early game. Will we see?
Some people predicting Gruul. I mean, I will predict Gruul as well just to make sure I'm correct. There is no chance I'll be wrong. Unless they draw, then we will be wrong. If they end up drawing the game, no Gruul will win.
Bone Crusher Giant. Bone Crusher Giant is so good against aggro. Sometimes it's... Whoa, Tablan. No explosive early
And
game for Luca.
we are starting already with a little elf.
With this elf on the draw. The mana is equal for both. Okay, this is the Ruby.
Looks like this is a fight spell.
Seems a fight spell, right? It's true.
So that Lana Werewolf is now gone. Ruby also a new inclusion in some of these.
Double elf.
It's like you just get rid of one, there's two more. And the fact that Ruby is a 1-2 instead of a 1-1 is actually very relevant.
Domri. More fighting effects.
And Domri fighting again, that's insane.
A crown war.
Luca does not like the elves. Bone Crush Giant on the Ruby and attacking the elf on Domri. Domri is gone. And looks like Louis stuck on 2 lands, right?
Yes. It's only 2 lands.
Another Ruby.
Another Ruby. In no cards in hand. Luca is in top deck.
We see there Lovesuck Beast, Bone Crush Giant, the enchantment we were talking about early before. And here looks like Louis decides to try to shock the Ruby. That's successful. And now playing a 1-1 from the Lovestruck Beast.
Her desire, the beauty of the beast. Oh, this is an masterpiece art.
A wild head appears.
Is the lion of is the Grul lion of Amonkhet, I guess.
And looks like Louis loves these sagas. We have the Akron War, the new one in end, and all these creatures in adventures. Adventures just being able to 2-for-1, and there is the 3rd land. So now we are able to cast a 4-mana spell.
Hazoret in hand. He draws Hazoret. Oh,
and Bustejo, the Akron Worm. This Samut is really good because it ends up drawing you cards if it entered in that turn. It has ace to attack. If it deals damage, you're going to draw a card.
The Adventurous Cards effect here is very powerful because Louis is still playing 2 Bone Crusher Giant and the Lovestruck Beast. Samut was Samut.
I'm putting it here on the board so we can see. First strike, Vigilance Aced, and whenever creature you control deals combat damage to a player for the if that creature entered the battlefield this turn, you draw a card. So it's a good way for Gruul to draw cards. I've seen it play in different rule builds, the Atarka one.
And Manland for the Gruul Legends.
And four mana, and we are attacking with our Den, creating a 1/1 attacking that is blocked, but since there was damage dealt by a creature that entered the battlefield this turn, no, so no card draw, because the Den was already there.
And
I guess Luca just trying to see if that 1/1 would pass through.
A Crown Ward targeting Samut. The new Samut this year is a good option for aggro to take cards advantage.
Yeah, and Louis be like, no, I like it, it's mine, okay? And dealing damage, not drawing card because the Samut didn't enter the battlefield this turn. No creature that attacked enter the battlefield this turn. So now
Samut have vigilance. Doesn't tap in combat. That could be worse for the Crown War saga, but
It is also a 2/3, so even if it was tapped, it could not die. For the Akron War, it would just deal 2 damage to itself, stay alive. So I think Louis here just trying to
He's trying to take
Get
the
the
card
advantage.
advantage of the ability of the Samut. He knows he can play a lot of creatures in Adventure Zone, and this is important. Another Samut, maybe? The anti-hand, Companions, Bane Companion.
And for personal experience, when I'm playing Gigant as my companion and I'm putting it into end, usually I'm not really happy about it.
Okay, I have 3 mana and I don't know what to do with 3 mana. Okay, I'm going to put the Gigante hand.
We are aware of the glare, we are going to pass the information, and hopefully it will be better for the next rounds.
Let's turn to Saga, to the new Saga. Can block, draw a card, maybe, or blocks.
And now we have the new card there, and we're going to create a 3/3 beast. And actually, this card works so well with the Chrome because then you can sacrifice in the second chapter the card that you stole. But in this case, it's not going to happen because the Akron War would be. I wonder which one activates first.
You choose. When
Can you? Okay, so what I'm thinking is that you have these two.
you draw,
And I'm sure Twitch chat can also help us out. So you have Akron War going to 3. So you have to
Yeah.
return the creature to your opponent. But you also have this new saga entering the second chapter that you can sacrifice a creature. Can you sacrifice it or is it already? You can start, yeah, so you can stack the triggers to his liking. So what you can do is you can sacrifice the Samut before, and then he does not need to return it to the opponent.
in your turn, you choose the trigger, the order of this trigger, or the abilities in the stack.
I guess that's a great reason to be playing with this card, to be honest. Thanks,
Block.
Twitch chat, for the clarification.
Block with Love's Track Beast, very good blocker. Okay, third stage of the Crown War, and the second of the Huntsman Redemption.
So it looks like this is the interaction that we were talking about, maybe?
He, Louis, are explaining that he orders the ability in
Okay,
the sack.
so exactly what we were talking right,
Yeah,
2
right now.
seconds
Yeah,
ago.
yeah,
It's
yeah.
happening, so
What is happening? That
Louis
is happening.
is explaining that the trigger of sacrificing happens before. So we can sacrifice the Samut, and then with the Akron War, when
Yeah.
it enters the third phase, Samut is not already there, so we have nothing to give back.
It's very important for Luis that he will clear making announcement the order of that abilities or what is happening here with the 2 sagas stage.
Yeah, it looks like there's a judge there to help figure out the stack situation.
Yes, the judge is explaining this interaction. Two sagas interacting between between the sagas could be difficult.
Okay, and looks like it's explained there.
Well, Samut go to graveyard.
Who is ahead in this game right now? Looks like Louis in a pretty good position after these triggers resolve, now being able to choose. Oh, okay, so this card is great. You can give backup 2 and then pay 1 mana to sacrifice the creature. It's kind of like a fling effect. So here, able to deal a lot of damage and potentially ending the game quite fast. It's also another way that if you steal something with Akron War, you can then use this card on the stolen card. You can back it up, pay the 1 mana, fling effect, and then you don't have to return it.
Very, very interesting. This synergy between the two sagas. And with Voldaren Thrill Seeker is a very good third card to interact with the sagas. Very good against aggro matchups. Hazoret, Fervent. Oh, I love that card. There, let's go to play Hazoret. Come on, Louis. The art. Oh no, he decides
there
to
it
play
is. So now this is a 7/7 ready to be flinked.
an elf.
And he can also like attack first and then be flinked, which is really good.
Yeah. Has the elf. The elf. He can play Hazoret and attack with all creatures. I guess. With the elf mana. But he's. Ah, Giganta. Okay. So, take 4 damage. One of the Januar elves, another 3 from the beast. Bone Crusher Giant. Oh my god, look that board. Look all that
And that's
creatures.
game. That's game. Being able to attack and then fling the creature is enough to finish this game. And Louis 2-0 here in our Gruul mirror, although two different versions of Gruul.
Yeah. Both Gruul, but very different decks here. When we have two aggro decks in front, usually, or the most, the best option, usually will we win the most bigger deck.
In the end, the truth is that we see that these aggro decks, Gruul particularly, doing pretty well because both players were 4-0, which is extremely exciting here. I like seeing these decks also make it into the meta, and these players are, Luca in this case, Luis, sorry, close now to guarantee that spot on the regional championship, which is now, it's the goal of a lot of players here to qualify for tomorrow.
Congratulations for Louis, them.
And just as a reminder, we have 9 rounds today of
Yeah,
Pioneer.
we are
So
5.
this
Yeah.
is the 5th round.
Fifth
So
round.
we have 4 more rounds after this. And top 16 makes it into the regional championship. We have almost 300 players here this weekend. Let us know, Twitch chat, if you are enjoying the games. What deck are you rooting for? And I've been really enjoying the different deck lists we've been showcasing all weekend all day long.
Yeah. Well, this girl, because I hope that we will see a lot of different decks like this one tomorrow.
I'm really excited. I like a lot of different decks of the Pioneer meta right now. I've been playing myself a bit on MTGO. I am not. I'm not really good with chat, okay? But I try my best. I've been even streaming it once a week to show everyone my misplays, and I do love this format, and I'm becoming more of a fan of this format because you never know what your next opponent is going to be playing.
Yes, sometimes it's very mysterious. So, okay, I guess you're playing a serious bat or a serious control, or because your opponent play a Hello Fountain. What decks I'm playing against? Serious control, serious spirit, Lotus Field, could be any deck.
Yeah, definitely a lot of different. There's also like these kind of combo-ish decks that nobody is expecting, the pet decks as we call them, and people really excited. We have now the meta breakdown. Will came show us, and I'm really happy to check it. Let's take a look here. Okay, as I said, look at
Wow.
this diverse meta breakdown. The most played deck is 10% of the field.
10% of the field is a low number. Ragdoll's mid-range is leading this meta breakdown. It's a very good. It's the premium Ragdoll's mid-range deck. The second deck is Mono Green Devotion. Very solid. Ramp is ramp. Do you want to play very big creatures? Is a guarantee. Is that Fennis? I like to see Insect Finish here. with a sleight of hands and a new card from Wilds of Eldraine, Sorry Spirits, Mono White Humans.
Let us know if any of this deck is surprising you. Looking at here, like the Boros Heroic doing pretty well, 4.45% of the meta today. Boros Heroic has been more popular right now. There's a lot of different Boros versions overall. We have Piooner, although now is more Naya. We have the Boros Convoke, and we have here the Boros Heroic. Mono Green Devotion, fan favorite. I mean, Rakdos mid-range, no surprise there. I was wondering if people would show up more with Rakdos mid-range or Rakdos Sacrifice, but I played with Rakdos Sacrifice, and it's a very difficult deck to play. It has a lot of triggers all day, so for this kind of tournaments, 9 hours, Rakdos Sac, despite having a good win percentage in the meta, it's not for everyone.
Yes, Ragdoll Sacrifice, grind every turn, small tokens, a small life. The cat is making biscuit every turn. And Lotus Field combo is poorly represented, in my opinion. Only 11 decks of the Lotus Field combo, and I seen a lot of aggro decks. Mono Green Devotion, well, Mono Green Devotion is a ram deck, but Juza Spirits, Boros Heroic, Mono White Humans, Boros Convoke, these decks are aggro decks.
Yeah, and we see here others representing 30% of the field. So once again, a lot of diversity. And some people asking today, the tournament, so the last chance is actually closed deck list. But tomorrow, the main event, the regional championship, is open deck list, which things tend to vary because especially against aggro, if you're prepared to play against aggro, maybe you are not keeping certain ends that you would keep if you didn't know that you're playing against aggro. Same thing if you're playing against control. So Lotus Field, for example, a lot of decks lose on being revealed which deck it is on the open deck list.
When we are playing a tournament with open deck list or hidden deck list, the decisions are very different. You can check the list of your opponents. Do you know if you are playing, for example, aggro? Do you know all the removals in your opponent's deck? And the same way, if you are playing control and you are against, for example, combo, do you know all the K cards for the combo? That's info is very crucial for take decisions in games.
And the winner of the Legacy European Championship will receive this trophy, which is really cool. Love to show some trophy love here for our players. They deserve to get a trophy in the end to display at their homes. Although World Championship is also a pretty cool reward to get. And we're going to take a look here at the prizes for today as just a quick recap. So we have here the prize for the last chance qualifier. As we saw, there's prizes for the top 32 players, but these players want to make top 16 to guarantee that they make it into the regional championship tomorrow. They came all the way to Lille to make it into the regional championship. So even if they don't make it, they can play the classic qualifier Sunday, but they are really looking forward to making it. And yeah, so 16, you get money, plus you also get this qualification.
Super cool prize pool, really.
And I see somebody here saying that the Wilds of Eldraine most impactful card is a common source with Sleight of Hand. That card is great. You said it before, Ali. I asked you this question. You told me Sleight of Hand because Easy Phoenix is now back on the menu. I see that players are probably going to be prepared against it. But there's also a lot of other cards making it into Wilds of Eldraine.
Yeah, that surprised me. In this last matchup, we can see the Green Saga, for example, and the Furries. We have, did you remember 2 rounds ago we cast a Dimir Temple
Dimir Tempo,
with
yeah.
a lot of new theories.
That's true. It had a lot of new fairies from the wilds of Eldraine. I'm actually surprised to not see a deck here today that much. I was expecting more Omnight Bring to Light. It did gain the up the beanstalk. The card works amazingly, especially if you're playing Leyline Binding, because you're able to do up the beanstalk. Then the Leyline Binding is usually very cheap because you have reduction on the cost, and it still draws you a card because in the end of the day it's a 6 cost card. So that is a deck that I expected to see more. Why do you think players here in the last chance are not bringing it? Do you think they don't have access to the cards maybe yet? They didn't test enough with it?
Omnath, that deck have a lot of iterations, and sometimes will is sensitive of the removal. For example, if you don't play Omnath, sometimes a poorly game of the metagame or in the play.
Yeah, because I definitely feel like I was facing this deck quite a lot on Magic Online, but then here in paper I don't see it as much. And this happens frequently where maybe people are testing decks online, but they still are not sure, they didn't test enough, they didn't bring the cards in paper, because it's much easier to get access, especially with rental services, to be able to play on Magic Online. And a lot of players still bringing the pet decks here on paper Magic.
The pet decks, when you are preparing for a tournament, you sometimes have to take these decisions. Okay, I will play my pet deck. I will play a deck out of the radar. I will play a tier 1 deck. Do you need to take that decision? And it's very important to see the numbers, to see play on Magic Online and see your opponent's decks. For example, see the challenge and take all the info and take a decisions about that.
Yeah, I'm really excited for that. I know there's still a couple of matches left still here on round 5, because we still have 4 more rounds today. That's quite a lot of Magic, quite a lot of Pioneer. This is almost like a practice. Before we were not streaming these last chance. It's kind of a new thing. It started in Athens, but I think it's great to get more paper Magic cover. During COVID, it was something I missed so much, like these events, seeing people playing with the cards, like it's completely different than just playing on the computer. And I'm so glad we are back in full force. We will be back though for round 7. Now round 6 is with Will and Martin Juza bring you more Pioneer action.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour, where we are at the last chance qualifier live here in Lille in France. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall Exp. This man to my left is none other than Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we're going to bring you round number 6. We're getting ever closer to see which 16 players are going to be able to get their invites for tomorrow for the regional championships of Europe, and who is going to be able to walk away with Pro Tour and World invites at the end of this weekend. But lots of magic before that one happens. We're going to get up on the screen though. We're going to show you what prizes they are playing for just today on the Friday. This is like the teaser before before you get the dessert of the weekend. So these are the prizes. Top 32 is obviously the aim of the game, but realistically everyone's here only for one prize and one prize only. You'll see the top 16 players do get invites to tomorrow. Also, they get themselves a little bit of money to spend along the way, but I realise, and a lot of boxes to go there. Win this tournament, you take 14 boxes home. That's a lot of drafts going on.
Wait, this is first place gets $1,500. That's
yeah.
pretty good for a last chance qualifier. I didn't even know the prices were, that you actually got some cash prizes in
And you
addition
get
to all the
ticks.
boxes, tickets, and stuff like that.
I think you can get the equivalent in boxes again with the ticks if you really want to, and you get invites. More importantly, to come back tomorrow and battle it out with some of Europe's best players. Currently, I think we're looking at around 600 to 700 players battling out tomorrow, so it's going to be a big old tournament for them.
Yeah.
Because today, 295 players battling out to see if they can get into the top 16 and gain that invite. But we're trying to find us some spicy decks. We're trying not to go for the mono greens and the Lotus Fields and the Rakdos decks, but we failed. We found another Rakdos deck, but this one's different. Don't tune out right now. This one is a very spicy deck. It's close to my heart. It's one of my favorite tribal decks in just Magic the Gathering. Goblins. We have found Rakdos Goblins at 4-1, ladies and gentlemen. Still in with a shout of getting that top 16. So we'll see if we can go down to the match, see how they're shuffling up right now. Just looking at the producers looking at me crazy, but turns out they're seeing if they can do that, but it's fine. We've got Rakdos and Goblins versus mono white humans. So, are you humans? Are you goblins? Who you got?
I am Team Goblins because
Let's go.
I looked into the list and I don't want to spoil anything, but let's just say there are some cards that humans might not want to see.
Okay. I like this one here that I'm pointing at. Yeah. I'll give you a clue, ladies and gentlemen. It costs 3 mana. That's all you need to know.
Yeah, let's just say I have a collection at home of Llanowar Elves. I have a couple hundred Llanowar Elves at home, and the one card you don't want to see when you have a lot of 1/1s in play is
A certain red goblin.
let's just leave it
certain
there.
red goblin. It is closed deck list today. We haven't mentioned that one yet. So this today is closed deck list. So we won't be able to get the deck list up on the screen for you all, so you can see the full 75 or 95, depending on how many people or cards that person has bought. But we do have access to that, so we can kind of generically talk about it. That's why you might see us talking around cards slightly more than actually saying you exactly what it is. But the feature match 1 is ready, so we will head straight down there to our match number 1 in round number 6. Rakdos Goblins versus mono white humans. Let me know who you got, chat. Are you a Goblins fan or are you a Humans fan? I need to hear it. Shout proud. This is where someone's going to say Slivers. Slivers is actually my favourite tribal deck. Well, technically now it's Phyrexians, I guess, because all the infects has got changed to it. But
Right.
Slivers is very close to my heart. I do love my Slivers.
Well, this deck has a very aggressive curve. Like usually when you think Goblins, you think Goblin Matron, Goblin Ringleader, for value, that kind of stuff. This deck is very aggressive. This deck is more like, I'm playing to the board. I'm counting 15 1-drops.
Nice.
That's a lot of
Nice.
1-drops. Yeah.
That is a lot of 1-drops, but looks a lot of them do a lot of different things. Chat asking, it is 9 rounds today. 9 rounds plus a cut to top 8. We'll see close to the time what happens with the top 8, but you're definitely 9 rounds of Magic going to be played here today. I think I saw Sodak in the chat. There we are. Hello, Mr. I don't suppose it's not Mr. Dredge anymore, is it? It's Mr. just combo broken deck player. Hope you're well, my good friend. And the rest of you all joining us this weekend in chat, if it's just today or if you're going to stay tuned with us for the whole weekend. Remember, we have got a 15-round tournament starting tomorrow of Europe's finest players battling out. The top 24 of them will gain themselves invites to the Pro Tour in Chicago, and 2 very lucky individuals are going to be finding themselves at Worlds at the end of the year. You just got a Goblin token up. Phyrexian Goblin, you got the best of both worlds for me.
Yeah,
I love
there
it.
is,
I love
there
it.
is,
Thank
there
you. Thank you.
Yeah, we just came here from Worlds, the $1 million tournament. So if there is a Magic tournament you want to qualify for, this is the one.
Hold on, I'm double checking something. There is no way the humans player is called Goblins. It's not. I have no idea where they got that name from. I'm going to get that. Is there something I'm missing here? That definitely isn't their name. They've definitely pasted something from there. Let me just get that changed to chat. That's a really good buy, though. I like that. That's pretty funny. Okay.
It looks like the players are finished resolving mulligans.
Okay, let's. You keep talking while I try to get this changed. Try not to laugh too much.
That looks like a Skirk Prospector on turn 1 against a hopeful initiate from Romain. Yeah, so if you're playing goblins and you're not playing the value cards like Goblin Matron or Goblin Ringleader, you're gonna be interested more in trying to overrun the opponent really quickly and using some of the Goblin Lords to pump the smaller creatures. So one of the cards that got printed lately is the Rundveld Horde Master, which gives all your goblins +1/+1, and when either the Horde Master or another goblin you control dies, you get to exile the top card of your library, and if it's a goblin creature, you may cast that card this turn. Other than that, other goblin lords, certainly a possibility, something like Hobgoblin Bandit Lord. Obviously, almost every goblin deck is going to have Conspicuous Snoop.
Goblin King. Talk to me. Why is that not legal?
Is it not legal?
I don't think Goblin King's legal.
I think it kept being reprinted in every core set or something like that, something along those lines. But I guess they kind of
Could they get given Mountain Walk?
I think these days they print lords that just do 17 other things. Other than
Yeah,
just
don't worry. I'm not saying it's great.
Yeah.
I'm just saying, why can't we have Goblin Lord
Yeah.
right now in all these Goblin decks? Love to see it. Right, okay, name is changed, done, sorted. I'm back, ladies and gentlemen. So that was, it was just, it tickled me. It tickled me a little bit that potentially we could have had them playing against Goblins with their name being Goblins, but it is not that the case. So catching up here, ladies and gentlemen, a lot going on this side. There's a little bit of glare there. I wonder if we can work on that. Let me send that down to the team as well. Hopefully they can get that fixed, make all our viewing pleasures slightly better. Plus, I'm not entirely sure what that bottom Goblin card is. Can you make out what that one is? Ironically, the foil cards are easier to see
I
than
think
the
it's the
non-foil.
Hobgoblin Bandit Lord on the right side, but I also can't quite tell. The left one is Skirk Prospector for sure.
Okay, next question. What is Hobgoblin Bandit Lord?
I'll put it on the
Okay, found it.
screen
I
right
found
away.
It is a Lord as well.
He is, yeah.
You know, when we talk about Lord effects in Magic the Gathering, normally it will give a certain creature type +1/+1. You see a lot of these Lords in, Merfolk, Slivers have them. So generally, most creature types, when they come trouble, will have some sort of effect like this in it. If it's playable or not, different story. But this one here,
the white attack with a smaller creature into a bigger one. What can you have? It's always the Gunjo. If a white deck is attacking their smaller creature into a bigger one, it is always a Gunjo.
Okay, here's one we don't see too much. Call of the Death Dweller. This can target up to CMC at 3, so you could potentially do a 1-drop and a 2-drop if you wanted to, I believe. And it gets different counters, one of them being Death Touch, the other one being Menace, I believe. So we're just going to return the Lord again and give it both counters. So now it has Death Touch and Menace, as well as giving all our team +1/+1, and has the ability 1 red, tap it. Deals damage equal to the number of goblins that enter the battlefield under your control this turn. That's pretty good, considering it's now a Death Toucher.
Yeah, Call of the Death Dweller is in the deck mostly as a nice combo with Goblin Chainwhirler. That's usually the, I'm going to get Chainwhirler in my graveyard at some point, then I'm going to bring it back with Call of the Death Dweller. The Chainwhirler has Death Touch, so each damage it deals kills all the creatures, and it kind of Plague Wings your opponent.
I'm pretty sure it's meant to go in exile, because it will be underneath the definition there. But here we are. Oh my god, they're testing us with these alternate arts here. That one there, would it cost 3 mana? I'm going to go out on a limb, and I think it's, I'm going to say a Brutal Kafar, maybe? Alternate art Brutal Kafar? Was it an alternate art Thalia?
I think that's a Thalia. Yeah,
It's the Seek. They're the one where they played 4 different ones, wasn't it? Is that Thalia? Chat's all over it. Oh, we got Mr. Doomwake in here. Hello, Doom. I hope you're well. Mr. Devon, hope you're having a glorious morning wherever you are. It must be morning where you are. It's pretty late right now. Okay, and we're just adding up. No more cards left in hand for Elliot on the left of your screen. Our Rakdos Goblins player. Couple cards here for the humans. If you're supporting the humans list here. We're having a little read. Yep, I can pay 2 mana. I can give all my team haste and +1 at +0.
Yeah, Battlecry Goblin is another card that goes well into the aggressive versions.
I drafted this card a lot.
It was great.
I really liked drafting that card. That was my style.
Well, like the white aggressive decks are typically not all that great at dealing with the early creatures, but triple ossification and a Gunjo definitely did the job.
This is game 1, right?
It is, yes. Do both players have a draw, or is that a loss? Let me see.
It's a loss, I believe. Yeah, they both plays 4 and 1. We're getting to that stage where we've got to get some of the spicy decks in. We do need to check up on seeing how the Possibility Storm deck got on last round.
So we're in round 6 right now. There is exactly 9 undefeated players. One of them is Benton Metzen.
Oh yeah, let's go.
Second place finisher from Pro Tour Phyrexia, losing to Reduke in the finals.
Yep. Someone we wouldn't normally see this side of the pond, but he's I believe moved to Europe to study or something. So he's turning up to our regional events now. But because he's qualified for the American one, that doesn't automatically qualify for the European one. So that's why he's turned up today. He's like, well, I'm going to try and qualify then. Off to an absolute flying start.
Yeah, he managed to talk to the organizers, say, hey, I actually moved. I'm out here just for a vacation. I changed my place where I live. So would it be okay for me to switch from the US one to here? And I think they managed to make it work.
Sick. I'm a big fan of Benton. He has got the personality for me. He is a funny guy.
Yeah, he's a.
But back to the board state, we've got an Adeline coming down the super powerful free drop. The final thing that kind of goes over the edge in these mono white humans list. It, not only adds itself as a huge body, it also makes the going wide strategy a lot easier. Just a land for the turn here, but that is our 4th land, so we can start activating this Den of the Bugbear on blocking duty if we want to go that route. Remember, it is a free 2 after all, so we might be able to trade at some point.
What land is that?
Which one?
The one that just got played. I'll tell you as Lieutenant. Yeah, this game is over.
What is that land that just got played? It looks like Mount Doom, but it can't be Mount Doom. So I'm not going to say it's that one. Yeah, Benton is based. I don't know what that means, but I think it's a good thing. We're going to have a little look at all the things. There's so many alternate art styles. Oh, it's a Springs. It's a Springs.
This is a matchup where Elliot really needs to find a Goblin Chainwhirler quickly at the start of the game. Like, for example, there was a situation where, there was a Talia, there was another small creature in play. Like, that's exactly where you want to have the Chainwhirler. Unfortunately for Elliot, he wasn't able to find it. Romain had a bunch of exile effects for the goblin creatures, so...
All right, so this is tap. Well, I say tap top of your deck and hope it's not... Even the a Whirler wouldn't get you out of this situation with everything getting +1/+1 counters put on them. Too much damage here to probably deal with and probably come back from. I think Elliot's just carrying it up. But no harm in drawing the top card of your deck, though, if he does want to go that route and then concede. Getting a little bit of information, because remember, this is a closed deck list today, ladies and gentlemen. Tomorrow and Sunday, that's open deck list. You'll be able to see them all through the day, as well as the standings, see how your favorite players or maybe your friends are doing over the weekend. But not today. Today is closed deck list because 16 people playing in this tournament want to join the over 600 people playing this weekend to battle out to call themselves the European Regional Champion when they walk into Chicago at that Pro Tour. And that is Elliot scooping up. That's going to be Rowan taking it down with mono white humans at game number 1. Going into game number 2, we obviously can't get the sideboards up here, but we can give you a little, rough little dibble dabble of what potentially you do see quite a lot of in these decks. So starting off on, just on the white one, just on Rakdos?
Yeah, well, if I'm playing the Goblins deck, I was just going to say, I think this deck is already pre-sideboarded. You already have the 4 Chainwhirlers in the main. You have the Death Touch Call of the Death Dweller combo to go with it, so I don't think there is going to be all that much in Elliot's sideboard is what I would expect, because this is a deck that's highly synergistic. You have a lot of goblin creatures, working together really well, creating some powerful synergies. So you don't really want to break that synergy to bring in something like an go for the throat or fatal push type of card. So Elliot might be bringing in a few removal spells to deal, something instant speed to deal with something like Adeline, for example, but outside of that, I would expect him to mostly just keep the deck as is.
I feel like after the cards that you saw played there in game 1, Adeline looks like it's the bigger problem of all the cards. The rest of them I could probably deal with at some point with my decks capable of doing it, but...
This is the type of deck where if I'm playing, 36 creatures in the main or something along those lines, then my sideboard probably has Thoughtseize for the combo matchups, Thoughtseize against the control deck with Supreme Verdict and maybe some graveyard removal for the other combo decks and something along those lines. So I don't think Elliot will be changing his deck all that much. If you look at Mono White Humans, the cards they usually have in the sideboard is something like a playset of Wedding Announcement, cards like Rest in Peace and Portable Hole, but something against like a dedicated Goblin deck, I don't think there is really going to be all that much. Obviously, you want to max out on the Brutal Cathars, Ossifications, those kinds of removal spells. But other than that, I also don't think we will see Romain bringing in all that much.
So I do see a lot like the mono white deck. Some do have splatterings of Redeem the God of Worthy. Not saying she's great, but the flip side of her is pretty good. Being able to
where like you
prevent one damage. That might be something that you're interested in if we have access to those sort of cards in our sideboard. I say Portable Hole. You do see what's the 2-drum glass
Casket.
Glass Casket sometimes pops up in these because they can hit one more CMC. CMC3 is pretty big in Pioneer. So we'll see how both of these players decide the sideboard as the game plays out. It looks like they're finishing sideboarding. Just having a last little check here over on the outside, making sure still got my Chain Whirlers in the main.
Something you probably want to bring in if you have that in the sideboard, or that's not a card that usually shows up in the sideboards, would be Brave the Elements. That basically counters the Chain Whirler, and also this is the type of matchup where you often see both players with a big board but not able to attack, and Brave the Elements can be the card that you play it and just you have a free attack and you attack your opponent for 20 with a big Adeline and some smaller tokens.
There's something Brave the Elements is huge in this, right? Every card is red. She's named red, and everything's unblockable now. It's we saw that in Standard many years ago. I really did enjoy those white weenie decks we used to call them back in the day. It wasn't Mono White Humans. As they used to just, be like, okay, cool. Or someone cast Anger the Gods against you, and you'd be like, no, stop that, untap, kill you. And like, love it, love to see it. But last little bit of shuffling up here. Remember, ladies and gentlemen, we have got 295 players battling out in our last chance qualifier this weekend. That's 9 rounds of Magic before we cut to top 8. And that's just today. That's just Friday, where we are going to find 16 players, and we're going to give them invites to be able to battle out tomorrow with Europe's best. Both players drawing their opening hands. I see a mixture of lands and spells, which is always good.
That's yeah. By the way, I'm looking at the undefeated players right now.
Go for it.
And I don't think I should be revealing exactly what decks there are, but I can tell you that it's 8 different decks. Only one deck shows up twice. This has kind of been the story of the metagame. The most played deck at this tournament only makes up for 10% of the field.
Yeah.
A lot of the decks were around that 7, 6, 5% of the metagame. So a pretty healthy format.
I do have some sad news though. A possibility Storm player lost last round.
Oh,
they've dropped to 4-1. But both players see they keep their opening hands here. No turn 1 starts for them, but we do have a turn 2 Battlecry Goblin on the left of your screen, and that is going to eat a Portable Hole. Portable Hole again, D&D card. Don't want to brag about it. It's very nice flavor text. What can we do on turn 3? Do we have a third land drop? I think I see a third land. There it is. One of the pathways is going to come down, and is that Chain Whirler?
The Chain Whirler.
Okay, cool. Now we know they're in the deck, so that's.
Elliot saying, I'll take the free card here. I'll kill a creature. I'll put a 3/3 on the battlefield. I can start attacking. Even if you kill my guy, hopefully not with Ossification, I can bring it back from the graveyard with the Death Dweller later on. But I think Romain has an Ossification ready for that. Yeah.
So do you think that's too early to fire off the Chain Whirler, or does it say that there's potentially other Chain Whirlers in hand?
That depends on the hand. Yeah, like if you have multiple Chain Whirlers, you're always gonna play it and take the free card. If you have Call to the Death Dweller, then you're also kind of fine with putting it out there. Although this deck really does have a lot of exile effects, which makes the card.
So this is 4 mana past the turn. Looking at what they could have.
Very strange. Yeah.
Yeah. Still got cards in the hand. What are they not casting? Not removal spells because there's a creature on the battlefield. It's like, okay, maybe it is all land, and I'm an idiot.
Yeah, so that spells a lot of lands and Call to the Death Dweller that is not going to be all that useful against a deck that has at least 8 exile effects. Actually, probably more than that because you have Brutal Cathar, Ossification, and Portable Hole.
Okay, which activating Den of the Bugbear, getting in there, making ourselves a 1/1 Goblin token.
I mean, you can't blame Elliot for keeping a hand with a 2-drop, with a Chain Whirler and Call to the Death Dweller and likely 4 lands. But it looks like all he's drawn so far were more lands. And unfortunately for him, there were 2 removal spells on the Romain side of the battlefield. So
yeah, very good at drawing the removal spells currently. You know, what I mean, had 3 in the first game. They've got at least 3 in this game. A lot, kind of rough when you're expecting this aggro deck, but they're kind of moving into, I guess, a control deck in this instance. We're going to come across for a little bit of damage here. That is going to be 5 damage. Oh, no, it's not going to be 5 damage, right? It's going to be just 4 because it doesn't get a counter because it's got boosted already by +1/+0 from the Vanguard. Chat's pointing out he's got another 2 removal spells in hand as well. Sometimes it just doesn't come up your way. All right, we're playing the keyboard, the little tap dance on the table. I love that. I'm a fan of it myself. 3 mana. Chain Whirler. Chain Whirler's not going to do too much here. Just point of damage to both player and its creatures. Take a point of damage off our lands. And
So it's not just Call to the Death Dweller. There's another Death Touch card. This one's called Touch of Moonglove. And it essentially says 1 black, target creature gets plus, I think it's +1/+0.
But that's not the important bit.
Yeah, and Death Touch. So you play the Chain Whirler, you put the trigger on the stack, you target your Chain Whirler with Touch of Moonglove, you give it Death Touch, let the trigger resolve. All the creatures on the opposite side are dead.
Love it. Love it. Combo is what we call that, ladies and gentlemen. Nice little clean combo there. Taking out the other side of the battlefield. So that that explains to me about having that Goblin Chain Whirler, the playing out on turn 3, potentially having another one in hand, maybe this combo kind of element, just a one-sided Raffin. Love to see it. Okay, ooh, this is where it can get risky, right? Because we can potentially kill that creature, and that can come back later on. So it's going to come down. It's going to exile the Chain Whirler. Is Mutavault going to get a bit frisky? Looks like Mutavault is getting frisky. That's coming in for 2 points of damage, dropping Elliot down to 10. But Elliot does get to untap. A couple of cards left in hand, plus a draw step. I think they're just talking over the life totals. I think the point life was missed there from the springs in play.
I wonder if Elliot's mana base includes Mutavault, because obviously Mutavault is a goblin that would fit pretty well into the deck, but at the same time, you are playing a triple red Chain Whirler that you really want to play on turn 3. You're also playing black spells, so I'm not sure if there is that much space to fit in a colorless land.
Let's have a little look. I suppose you got Den of the Bugbear, right? Den of the Bugbear is kind of a goblin creature land, so
right,
does the same. How else does he want to add to this board? Does he want to add to this board is the other question. Here comes our Day-Night token. It is day because, that was the spell that was cast.
I think I see at least 1 black card in the hand. I think that's the Call to the Death Dweller, but I think Elliot still has 3 or 4 cards in hand.
Yeah, unless some stuff has come out the sideboard, I think that's the only one we got.
Yeah, this is a matchup where Elliot is kind of really missing the Goblin ringleaders because.
But this is what you spoke about, right? If you start sideboarding out some of your goblins to bring in some like other sideboard cards, you're going to dilute your actual your main game plan of your deck.
Like Roman has a lot of removal to deal with the lords and the goblins that do something more than just being a smaller creature. And then a 2/2 body is enough to just stop all these Skirk Prospectors and Legion Loyalists and all these smaller creatures.
I feel like with all these cards in hand, it's almost like they're setting up for another big turn of a Chain Whirler or something. Not doing anything with our mana really, just chipping away. There's still all these cards in hand. They've got to be doing something. Especially the way the deck looks. It looks like you want to play it all on the table and just be like, do I win? No. Okay, cool. Scoop it up. But okay, here's a Lord. Here's one of the new ones that we haven't seen in that world. Horde Master.
Horde Master, yeah.
So again, Lord effects, but it's got a really cool ability, right? When one of your goblins you control dies, exile the top card of your library. If it is a goblin card, you may cast it until the end of next turn.
Okay.
End of next turn being the nice little part of that.
Okay, and what's happening now is Elliot sacrificing his goblins to Skirk Prospector, so now he has 2 mana left.
Oof.
He's able to exile the top 2, but it's 2 more lands.
It's okay though, because I say this is cool with the call of the Dark Death Dweller. We can bring them back. So we got 2 lands off the top of our deck, which we definitely didn't want to be there, but now these are going to get One's going to get Death Touch, one of them is going to gain Menace.
And because the Huntmaster says you may cast the cards this turn, or until your next turn, that means that you are not able to put the lands into play because cast is different from play. So those are going to stay exiled. He can't even make a land drop. Now deciding which creature is going to get Death Touch, which creature is going to get Menace. I don't think that's going to be too relevant here, although we know that First Strike and Death Touch together is a nice combination, but I'm not sure if the Legion Loyalist, I think that only gains First Strike when you attack with like a bunch of creatures together.
3 or more creatures,
Three or
yeah,
more,
gains
yeah,
First
yeah,
Strike,
yeah.
plus non-token creatures
Okay.
can't be used to block. Played a lot of that one back when I first started playing Magic in my old Gruul deck. Might have been one of the first rares I ever had, actually. That and what's the 5/5 dragon that's got haste when it ends the battlefield? Does 1 damage to all creatures with flying and taps them.
That is the Thundermaw Hellkite.
Yeah, I think that might be my first rare when I came back to Magic. Love that card. Doom makes all over it as always.
Yeah, when everybody was playing Lingering Souls, and
Mhm.
you're just like, okay, well, you have a lot of tokens there. It would be a real shame if something happens to them.
I only owned one in my deck. That was it. That and Domre. I used to play
Wow.
Domre as my Planeswalker. But anyway, back to the match. We're going to have another Exile effect, but it's probably going to get sacked in response, so we can have a little look at the top card of our deck and potentially play it to end the turn. At least it is a spell.
That's a Cacophony Scam. You may remember that card from Phyrexia drafts. Interesting. Yeah, Elliot's deck is a lot more about being very aggressive at the start of the game and just having multiple 1-drops and just putting as many creatures in play as possible. Whereas the normal versions of goblins you usually see play a lot more of the value cards like Goblin Matron and Goblin Ringleader. But here, like, the smaller creatures are not actually doing as much work against the bigger creatures from Romain, who also happens to have a lot of exile effects against the lords and you know, all the other value cards. So this kind of looked like a matchup where Elliot's deck would have a good matchup against the white creatures, but it's Romain who came out on top, you know, utilizing all the removal spells and just dealing with the only creatures that mattered. Goblin Channeler didn't have a particularly crazy turn. We saw it being combined with the touch of Moonglove, but it was still a 2-for-1, which is not that crazy. So
No, never really got the big swingy turn. It kind of just looked a little bit dawdling. But, you know, these things happen. Sometimes your decks don't fire, unfortunately. Then they're going to drop to 4-2. But one person is going to advance to 5-1. But we do have a backup feature match for you all. You can see here on your screens, we've got mono white humans again at 4-1. This time against a deck that we think is going to be pretty popular this weekend. Is it Phoenix?
okay, Bernardo Santos, a Pro Tour regular. I think he was in the Rivals League for 3 years between 2020 and 2022. So a very accomplished player.
And that's what we're seeing, right? A lot of the accomplished players are the ones that are bringing the Phoenix decks this weekend.
Yeah, one thing I like about the Phoenix deck is that you always have something to play. You have so much card selection. You have all the cheap burn spells. So there's a lot of stuff you are doing every single turn. But sometimes what can happen is, you know, you lose the die roll. Instead of these burn spells, your hand is consider, and sleight of hand. And all of a sudden you have to spend the first couple of turns playing card selection spells while your opponent is playing to the board and attacking you with all these cheap creatures. And sometimes you just fall too far behind.
So this one here, that's going to be an Otherworldly Gaze. Look at the top 3 cards of your library, put any number of them into your graveyard, and the rest on the top of your library in any order. So you don't really draw cards from it, but in these sort of decks where you want some cards in your graveyard to fill it for like Spell Mastery or just putting Phoenixes in there, this card is ideal. You can also do it to scry and, you know, in your upkeep to get that sort of scry effect so you can draw the cards that you put on top of your deck. That's what we're just going over right now. Humans doing what it wants to do, though. You know, we've got the turn 1 into turn 2 into Adeline. Adeline being the huge creature. Not many cards in the deck can get that off the battlefield besides something like Lightning Axe. And Thingin' Ice. Now, this is a card I do never want to see being a mono green player. It comes in with 4 ice counters on it. Obviously, every spell we cast will remove one of these counters. And then when it has 0 counters on it, the thing does, in fact, come out of the ice, flips, bounces everything, and becomes a big, scary 7/6 horror. But don't worry about that. It's not going to happen anytime soon, as that is going to get tucked under that little, is it Omniscience? Enchantment? Let's have a little look, see if I can find what it is. Yeah, Omniscience. Or Ossification, even. Ossification, that's the one.
Yeah, this is what I'm afraid of if I play Phoenix. Like, you just play a couple of, sleight of hands, considers, whatever, and then before you know it, your opponent has 5 creatures in play, and you're just too far behind. Obviously, Phoenix might be a better deck tomorrow when you have the open deck list and you know exactly what type of hand you should be keeping, or if you want to take a mulligan against this aggressive deck, and instead of keeping these sleight of hands, you want to focus on making sure that you maybe have 2 of the cheap burn spells like Fiery Impulse or Spikefield Hazard. There's Lightning Axe, so the deck definitely does have ways to protect itself. Plus, you have cards like Thing in the Ice. You have cards like Ledger Shredder. They're great blockers, but sometimes it's just like that, and you just play some cards like spells, and you're pretty much dead.
That was a swing for 11 that turn, if my math's correct. That Adeline being huge, being a 5/5 itself. Oh, in fact, it's actually more. 5, 6, because we've got a +1/+1 counter. 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12. A swing for 12 there. So I think
there's a mutable in play as well for next turn.
Yeah, it's something's got to go well here. Remember, this is a sideboarded game, so we could have things like, I don't know, Anger of the Gods. Wouldn't do too much here, but we could maybe go land into Anger of the Gods into Lightning Helix, or a double removal spell. But we're going to start off on this op here. Didn't like that card. Get a redraw. That's going to go to the graveyard. There's Underworld of Gaze on the screen for you to have a little look at. And Treasure Cruise, normally a great card, but not too great when your opponent's got at least 5 creatures on the battlefield. I think we counted it was what, 13 power? I think we're just going through the motions right now. Even double removal spell here wouldn't do it.
Yeah, Matei saying, yeah, you know what, play your Treasure Cruises, do whatever you want, as long as you're not affecting the board. You can do all you want with all these card drawing effects and card selection spells. I'm just gonna look at my board, keep building it. Yeah, the game's over.
Yeah, that one's gonna be over. Did I say Lightning Helix, chat? I don't remember saying Lightning Helix, but if I did, it's definitely not in these decks. Even though it was cool. Do you think Lightning Helix could get a little reprint anytime soon? Did you put that in a Pioneer? Is it in Pioneer? I can't remember.
I think it is. No, it was in Modern Masters. It was in these kinds of sets.
Yeah.
Before that was in Ravnica. Yeah, I don't think that's a Pioneer legal card.
Would you like it in Pioneer?
Yeah, I mean it's a fun card. So sideboards.
Well, this is game number 3 now, so
if I am the Phoenix player, obviously Rending Volley. If you're playing a red deck this weekend, or this season or the past season even, I think Rending Volley was probably the most played sideboard card out of all the possible cards in Pioneer. There are decks like Blue-White Spirits. There are all these Mono Blue Spirits, Mono White
Greasefang was the one that
Mono White Humans. Yeah, you can kill a Greasefang with it. You can kill Thing in the Eyes. You can kill Ledger Shredder. So it has a lot of good targets. So I would expect Bernardo to have a bunch of them in the sideboard. There might be some extra, Lightning Axe or something like that to round up to 4. And usually there are like 2 copies of something like Anger of the Gods or Brotherhood's End. I think Brotherhood's End is the more common sideboard card, because it can also deal with the opposing unlicensors.
Mm-hmm.
So it is a card that works both against the aggressive decks and also as a way to deal with your opponent's sideboard cards. If I'm the mono white player, I probably board out my Brave the Elements, because I expect my opponent to still be playing around them. So it's going to be best if I just don't have them at all while they're making an effort to play around it. And I bring in some extra, ossification, whatever other removal I have. I think Portable Hole is also fine, because it deals both with Thing in the Ice and Ledger Shredder. So there's also Young Pyromancer. So that would probably be my thinking.
We're going to take a mulligan here on Matei's side on the right of your screen. Didn't like the opening hand at all. Do you think they need to have a really super aggressive in, or are we going to go more the mid-range, like, you know, with all our enchantments? What do we need in our opening 6 cards now with Modern?
I think after sideboard, this is much more of a grind. So I think bringing in Wedding Announcement is definitely reasonable. Now that Phoenix is on the play, I would be looking for an aggressive hand. Obviously, that's the type of hand you're looking for. It doesn't matter whether you're on 6-5 or 7 cards. But yeah, I mean, some of the value cards are nice. Adeline is also very important because it has 4 toughness, so it doesn't die to the cards like Fiery Impulse. But obviously, we know that Rending Volley and Lightning Axe are very likely to be in Bernardo's deck. So Bernardo just needs to make sure that he, saves those for the Adeline.
Well, here comes a Kithian. I do think we kept to 1 lander though, over on Mate's side.
Okay.
So this might, it could be really good, could be really bad. We'll find out real shortly. It's going to rely on the top of his deck, getting him that second land blind. No way to obviously manipulate your deck. Like on the opposite side, where we are now going to hit a thing on ice on the board. Exactly what we're after. Muvo, it's a land. We'll take it. We've still got a game. Now, how do we move forward? We do have double 1-drops in hand, but cannot cast them because only 1 white mana is provided.
But that's a hand with only creatures, I think. It's either a Talia or Adeline, but other than that, there is no ossification, there is no...
yes, I think it's Adeline. I think it's...
There's no Brutal Cathar, there's no Poor Devil Hole, so that thing in the ice is going to do some work.
Interesting on what route we want to go here. Obviously, Kithian is a card you can tend to see like a 1 of occasionally in here. The legendary, this is from Origins set, right? I believe, yeah, it is from Origins.
I think so, yeah.
At the end of combat, if Kithian, the hero of Arceus, and at least 2 other creatures attack this combat, exile Kithian and return to the battlefield transformed under its owner's control. So obviously he transforms into Gideon. Battleforged also has the ability to pay 3 and gains indestructible to end of turn. So not a bad little 1-drop for, it does a lot, but at the end of the day, it is just a 1-drop and doesn't line up too well against this thing in the ice.
If you're Bernardo here, you're feeling really good. You're saying, okay, well, all you did on turn 2 was cast Atalia's Lieutenant. That doesn't even make the Kithian big enough to swing through the thing in the ice. So right now, Eduardo has to be feeling really, really good.
They didn't kill anything in response. Remember, everything does have Ward 1 now because of the Vanguard on the battlefield. It also has +1/+0. That means Kithian is 4 power, so not great blocking duties for Thing in Ice anymore. But 3 untapped mana, that could just be 3 spells, untap, play 1 more, bounce everything back to your hand. As we do start off with an opt. Down to 3 ice counters. Going to have a look at that top card. Little scry one. Don't like it. Going to throw that one back. Draw this. Didn't get a good look.
Yeah, this deck has a lot of card selection. Not only do you have Opt, not only do you have Slate of Hand, you also have Consider. You're kind of filling your graveyard really quickly. You also have Treasure Cruise, pieces of the puzzle. So this deck almost never runs out of gas. But sometimes you do have the problem of just doing things without actually affecting the board.
Yeah, just I know Thing in Ice is great because it sets then and it lets you turn and burn through your deck, kind of filter your draw, sculpt your hand how you need to, and eventually this Thing in Ice will flip. And it can do it at instant speed, which is the best bit. So that means your opponent's got to commit to the board, got to try to go to the combat phase. So you can basically negate a whole combat phase just by flipping this over. 'Cause humans don't tend to play too many horrors in the deck, funny old thing. But here comes an Is It Charm. Haven't seen that in a hot second. That's going to use the mode where it deals 2 damage to target creature, getting it off the battlefield, taking Ward 1 away from them all, and we're just flipping. We're just going to use this sleight of hand, flip the Thing in Ice, make it a big 7/6 horror, and turn that bad boy sideways, I imagine. But not after another a second sleight of hand. Look at top 2, put 1 into a hand, put the other on the bottom. Phoenix comes back. That's 10 power coming across.
Yeah,
Dropping Matei down to 10 and leaving him with just 2 land.
And you can see that, Eduardo has played this deck before. He's very careful with the sequencing. He remembers that every trigger, everything is very well thought out in advance. And this is not looking very good for Matei. I don't think he has a way to deal with the 7/8. So this is going to start being where you're under the abyss.
We're on chump blocking duties. That's what we're doing. We're on chump blocking duties over here. Okay, that's gone. That's the handshake. That is going to be game, set, match So Bernardo on the left of your screen taking it down with Is It Phoenix, advancing to 5-1, giving us one step closer to getting one of those top 16 slots and being able to play tomorrow in the European Regional Championships. I do believe we have another feature, backup feature match for you though. We'll see if we can move across to that one, where, if I'm not mistaken, we have got, I'm being told, a Gruul combo versus Sultai Rona combo. That's a lot of combo going on there.
Gruul combo against Sultai combo?
I don't.
Okay.
Oh, they've it's Lotus Field combo. I got excited then. So it's Lotus Field combo versus, I think it's just vehicle. Oh, no. It is actually combo. It is, how does this come? Oh, it's Transmogrify deck. Okay. So it's Gruul Transmogrify versus Lotus Field combo. Both players 1-1 as we're jumping into this. Yes, that on the right of your screen, that isn't Rona combo. It is. It is a.
Is it a clever combo?
It's a clever combo. I love that you knew that card. Johnny combo player. Hello. Keep them coming. Any more? I'm testing you now. See if you can find any better ones. I'm just going to try and get that name changed on the screen for you, ladies and gentlemen, because it's players having a habit playing games with the production here. One shout out, if you do go to a tournament and you do use something like MTG Mini, please use the right deck name. It really helps us here in the booth, being able to find and pick the right matchups. Otherwise, we end up with things like Lotus combo. Like, otherwise, we think, oh, this is actually a cool combo. What is this? Get on the screen. It's just Lotus combo, and everyone starts falling asleep. And that is the last thing we want for you all right now. But luckily, it is pulled up against this Gruul combo list, which has got a lot of one-ofs, a lot of spice going on. It is a creativity, transmogrify type deck. We've got some Khans floating around in here. And then we got some big end game targets, which hopefully we'll be able to get to see this game. Someone in chat, I did see earlier, asked, is there any spice playing today? Oh, there's some spice. How about Possibility Storm? That do it for you? That feel that spice need that you so much you crave? We saw it in round number 4. Combo off and managed to win, being super impressive against Lotus combo itself. If you missed that one, make sure you go check that out. All these do go on the VODs on Twitch and do later on get uploaded to YouTube. So make sure you head across to the Legacy channels on all the different socials and make sure you give them a follow so you can watch back or potentially just enjoy more coverage. I know I am a fan of always watching back old coverage. Shout out to my own stream. Smooth little plug there. You're welcome, ladies and gentlemen. That is the Will Hall Experience. And we'll just get a little bit of power shuffling. You're a power shuffler?
I don't pile shuffle. I think it just wastes time.
Yeah,
it's not really shuffling. It's pile sorting, which is okay if you want to, count the number of cards in your deck, or if you want to check if your sleeves are not too worn out. It's perfectly reasonable to do it, every now and then. But doing it every game, I don't think that's even allowed. So that's just my opinion.
I'm a smusher. I split in half, smush them together. Split in half, smush them together.
Yeah, exactly. And you were talking about coverage and the format and everything. Make sure you check magic.gg, where Frank Karsten has a great column called the Metagame Mentor. And if you wanna learn something about the format, because all the upcoming regional championships are also in the Pioneer format, make sure you check out his column where he's gonna be able to show you the top performing decks. He usually says things like how he would prepare for the upcoming weeks. How does he think that the metagame is going to change? The latest metagame trends and stuff like that. So if you are interested in learning more about Pioneer or just Magic in general, make sure you head out to magic.gg and check Frank's Metagame Mentor.
Frank is in attendance this weekend and playing in this tournament. We saw him round number 1. Attacking with a huge bunny and giving it an ember cleave. Managed to get that game down, and that is all the flavor text I need this weekend, ladies and gentlemen. Bunnies wielding huge, great ember cleave swords. But both these players off to the races, kept their opening 7s. We do have Lotus combo on the play. They're going to go for a turn 2 Sylvan Scrying. I imagine we all know what they're going to go find here. Put it in hand, and we're going to pass the turn back. Of course, we go and find Lotus. Get that in hand. ready for next turn. Just a Lonely Mountain on the other side here. I'm trying to work out in my head what's the quickest that we can combo. I'm guessing it's going to be turn 4. Don't see too many other ramp effects in this deck. Yeah, I think it's a turn 4 combo deck.
Turn 3, sometimes you have like a grazer draw, and then you have the perfect combination of hidden strings and ways to untap your lands, but it is certainly not easy.
I'm over on the Gruul side trying to work out what they're doing.
Okay.
This is a sequence. Emergent sequence. Search your library for a basic land card, put it into the battlefield taps, then shuffle. Then it becomes a 0/0 green and blue creature that's still a land. Put a +1/+1 count on it for each land that entered the battlefield under your control this turn. Okay. We got a target. We got a target for our creativity. There we go. It's on the screen for you. Again, not a card you tend to see too much in these decks, but then I can't remember last time I saw this Gruul.
Yeah, I think these lists typically run Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a great target, but if you want to do it on turn 2 to ramp yourself up to 4 mana on turn 3 and also have a creature in play, you need to have either Careful Cultivation, which is the channel card that lets you pay 2 mana, discard it from your hand to make basically a Llanowar Elf. And this is another way to do it.
Yeah, we don't want to hit any creatures in our deck. Just token creatures are fine, but if we do have any more creatures, the chance that we won't hit the designated target when we do use something like Creativity or Transmogrify. But being able to make one of our lands a 2/2 this turn, it's pretty safe against the Lotus Field deck. Not very, very rare that they have any sort of removal in their deck. They are all in on their combo or pieces to protect their combo. As we see here, 2 mana floating. And then we're going to use the Lotus trigger as it comes into the battlefield with 2 lands sacrificed on the stack. We're going to then use our cycle effect to untap it. Now the lands go to the graveyard, and now we have 3 mana at our expense if we want to go that route. See another Lotus Field in hand. See our big finish are in hand, Ultimatum, and just a dabble of blue spells.
Yeah, Chad, you can tell us what you think about Hexproof, a lovely ability, not letting you interact with the powerful cards.
So second Ancient Stirrings. This one's probably going to go get a Thespian Stage here, so we can copy. There it is, straight to hand. Let's have a little look what we want to do here. So even I don't think Lotus Field really cares if they combo too much. Like, cool, you go pit something big into the battlefield. I potentially am just going to win the game next turn anyway through it. But we'll see. I do see a Fable in hand. I definitely saw that's the land that we needed for the turn. Do we have? We do.
Oh, wow. Okay. Creativity.
Creativity for 1. Targeting our land. Because remember, it was made a creature. And now we're going to flip cards until we see. Well, that was a Khan the Great Creator we saw. That was a Chandra we just seen then. Another Chandra. Okay.
Oh, wow.
Okay. I'm gone. Woo. I'm done. I love it. I love it. I'm game for this.
Let me put it.
Sire of Insanity hits the battlefield. Sire of Insanity, for anybody who does not know, is a house against these control decks. It is there on the screen for you all. At the beginning of each end step, each player discards his or her hand. See you later. And then for it's it's also a 6/4.
So typically game 1, these decks have Atroxa as the one main target that you want to get with Transmogrify or Creativity, but in the sideboard, you definitely want to have some anti-control cards. Not only do you get to bring in, stuff like Thoughtseize, but Sire of Insanity is also a nice creature to spin into.
I'm not entirely sure that land can attack. I don't think there's another green source. And I think they've just noticed that themselves. Definitely need green to be able to animate it once. But
that is, yeah.
You're just excited, right? You're excited. You just got Sire of Sanity down on turn 3 against Lotus Control. There you go. Right, Sire of Sanity is going to get 10 Sire. 6 damage is going to come across.
I mean, it is a legal play. You can turn the creature into a... You can turn the land into a creature, but you just wasted your mana. And you have a tapped lair.
All right, blocker. Let's go. Let's go. You're saying there's a chance. 6. Block. Fable is a great one to draw when both of you are looking at the top of your deck. This is going to bring along with it a Goblin Shaman token. Super powerful Saga that we've seen turn up multiple times in multiple different formats. And we're going to pass the turn back. Oh my god, look at that amazing token. Oh, I wonder who made those. Oh my god. Yeah, that is not where we want to be. Draw for the turn. Do we like it? Do we want to keep it? Saga's going to go on 2 counters.
Yeah, this game is over.
Oh, yeah, it's so over. Sigh of Insanity on turn number 3 against tapped out Lotus. Love it. Love it. Here comes a treasure token, comes along with the Goblin Shaman. Do have one more card in hand. Decided not to discard it. It's going to be... Oh, we could... Okay. Could have probably potentially got a redraw, but we don't need that. Because now we've also got with that treasure, the green mana we need to fire up this creature land, the Hydra, get in there for lethal. This is... I'm not going to say great, but I'm very happy. I'm very happy. I love a Siren Sanity.
Yeah, that's a great sideboard deck, and it really shows that these decks are not just, you know, about a Troxa. After sideboard, you get to kind of tune your deck against whatever you're playing against. So,
okay, what's that card? That is a Voyage. Return target non-permanent you don't control to its owner's hand if its mana value is 2 or less, scry 2. Okay, so bouncing that back to the hand, that's okay, but unfortunately, it'll be coming down next turn anyway because of the second treasure token that will be made. It'll give us the right mana that we need to do to make it. Or do we have lethal? Make it a 3/3? No, a 1-off lethal here unless we rip a land for the turn, right? 4 mana. Maybe I'm missing something here. Maybe not. Looks like we're dropping to 1. Treasure token's going to be made. They're just going through the motions. Yep, I'll go to 1 with no cards in hand. This seems fair. Pass the turn back to you. Rip the top card of my library and extend the hand. Top card. Nope. Still waiting. Yep, there you go. I want to play my land for the turn. Was it? That wasn't a Spikefield hazard we just played, was it? No, that was a pathway.
no, if it was a pathway, he would have
I'm
been
about to
able.
say, what? Oh, no. Okay,
If it was a pathway, he would have been able to activate it for 1 more. So that has to be Spikefield. That is a Spikefield hazard.
All right, but not like it made any difference whatsoever, but here we are. It is what it is. Obviously, the turning point in that game was definitely probably my favorite play of the round was
That's
Sire
cool.
of
That was
Insanity.
really cool. Yeah, that
I
was
love
really
a Sire of Insanity. It's one of my favorite cards from Guild of Ravnica block when that happened. It just does everything I want it to do. You know, being a Rakdos player, I just want to see the world burn. And that card is awesome against his control decks where you just make him discard the whole hand. Welcome back to the booth. My name is Will Hall. That is, of course, Hall of Famer Martin Juza. And we're bringing you round number 6. I'm going to have a little check to see how many games are left in the round. If you've got any questions for myself or Martin, make sure you throw it at us. There looks like there's a lot of games left in this round. So we're going to be talking for a little bit, especially one of them, I think, has got an extra 7. This can't be right. There's no way that we finish this round this quickly. It says 17 minutes extension, and one of them
Keep in mind,
31
we have nine rounds today where the top 16 qualifies for tomorrow. The RC already has roughly 650 players signed up. I think there's going to be always some, late registration plus 60 more players from this tournament. So we're looking roughly at 700 players. Just quite a big tournament.
It's a big old tournament. That'll be the biggest one we've had in Europe so far. If if everyone does turn up tomorrow.
Maybe we can take a look at the metagame breakdown again.
Have we got the metagame ready to go? We're just saying to our production team behind there. We see if we can get the slide up on the screen so you can see what the 295 players did bring today to have a little look. See, if there's anything spicy in there, any sort of like meta shifts floating around. Well, that's the prizes on the screens, but that's what everyone's playing for today at least. So, if you get in the top 30. 32, that's when you start actually winning things, something like ticks and a couple of packs for yourself. But realistically, you want to get in that top 16. Get yourself a little bit of money, but more importantly, the RC invite is what you're after. And then anything above that, it's just bank, it's just value. You win extra money, extra boosters, extra ticks.
I like value.
Everybody loves a bit of value. Everyone loves a value, but I'm pretty sure if you asked every player at the start of this game, this tournament, would you just take top 16 and leave? They'll be, yep, sure, I'm just here for the RC invite. But do we have the standings? Not standings next. Do we have the meta breakdown? they're just going to work on that first in the background now, see if we can get the meta break up for you.
We are only playing the LCQ today, which is usually not a big pool of players, but this is 300 players.
Yeah.
So this is a metagame breakdown out of a pretty big sample size.
I tell you, it's the fire. You know, we've all just watched. We just had the last Pro Tour in Europe. We've just seen the World Championships last week in Vegas. Everyone has had that fire lit under them. All the competitive players have now seen the end goal. They see the fancy lights, the shiny trophies, all the pros they've seen for years and years on the Pro Tour, and they realize that there is a path to this. And the first path is at your local game store. If you go to your local game store and you manage to win one of your qualifiers, you can find yourself here tomorrow playing in the regional championships. If your local store doesn't have one, get them to contact Legacy. Legacy can then sort it out in the background. They can work out, get them the invites, get the invite. They can have the tournament. You win that. You also come to the regional championships. But maybe things don't go too well for yourself. You can find yourself playing today in the last chance qualifier. These happen every Friday of every RC. So, 16 players out there now are trying to do exactly that, get themselves an invite to tomorrow. Then we've got the main event. That is a 2-day event, 15 rounds with a cut to top 8, where 24 players are going to find themselves invited to Pro Tour Chicago. A lot of words there, I could stumbling over myself. And 2 of them are going to find themselves at the World Championships, getting it done at the start of the season, taking that weight off their shoulder, know that at the end of the year, wherever it's going to be held, they'll find themselves at the World Championships. Just going to see, do we have the metagame breakdown to our team?
I think we already had it on the screen. Yeah,
Did we? Did I just talk away through it?
Yeah. The metagame seems very healthy. There was 10% of Ragdos mid-range, which kind of carried over from the previous season where it was the most popular deck. A lot of people in these formats like Modern or Pioneer, you don't really change your deck every week, so a lot of players are still on that Pioneer mid-range deck. But it's certainly declining in popularity. Mono Green Devotion, perhaps the most successful deck of the last season.
Yeah.
We have Is It Phoenix as one of the decks that are getting more and more popular. Azorius Spirits, Mono White Humans, Ragdos Sacrifice, nothing new there. Boros Heroic.
What do you think?
Gets some of the new cards. It gets the +3/+1 trample thing.
Yeah, the new pump spell that everyone's raving about. What's your favorite Grease Fang kind of fallen off the radar recently?
Yeah, I also haven't seen too much Grease Fang. It's also kind of shocking to me that there's only 8 creativity decks out of 300 players. That's not a lot. I would certainly expect more. At least to me, when I think about Phoenix and creativity, both decks are kind of just playing similar cards in the sense that you have a lot of these similar burn spells, fiery impulse. You have the Spike Field Hazard. You have some card selection spells, and both decks kind of just do all that in the first 4 or 5 turns. And then Phoenix puts 2 Phoenixes into play on average, and creativity just wins. So why not just play the creativity deck?
We've got Benton Mountain stay undefeated going into this round on creativity. We can have a little look up, see how Benton is getting on this round. We can also have a little look at our possibility storm deck, because really, I say that's my favorite, but then I just saw Siren suddenly hit the battlefield. I might have a new favorite deck, a new horse in this race today, ladies and gentlemen, to see who is going to find themselves tomorrow. How did Benton do?
I can tell you that Benton is 6-0.
Let's go, Benson. Let's go. One more. Get the double ID. Get those invites. Benson Manson, remember, ladies and gentlemen, you'll know him from Pro Tour Phyrexia. Coming second to none other than Mr. Reduke himself in that final. I've got a lot of time for Benson. I got to hang around with him quite a bit, and he's just got such a great, bubbly personality. Loves his Boggles decks.
Okay.
Loves a Boggle deck.
Yeah, I mean, it won him $50,000 or something.
Well,
right?
yeah,
$30,000.
It's pretty good. I'd also love a deck if it made me, a deposit on a house. That would be pretty good as well.
That's pretty cool.
But Chad, I do have a question for you. If you just tune in, I need to know, what deck would you play this weekend? Maybe you've got an RC coming up. I know all the RCs they're very spread out actually for all the different regions currently. So I think this might be the first one of this sort of season of RCs happening. What will you be bringing? What are you hoping to see? You hope to see some spice turn up, or maybe you're hoping to see your pet deck, Boris Convoke, Boris Heroic. Maybe you want to see Mono Green more on camera, Lotus Field. Let us know in the chat. Let us know if you found any spicy decks, because we just saw we had the Rakdos Goblins deck doing quite well. Unfortunately, did pick up a loss there. Didn't look too good on camera, but managed to get the W on that one. I think today I would have played Mono Green, I think.
Yeah, I mean, it's just a very, very solid deck. You don't really have a horrendous matchup. If you win the die roll, you can beat anyone. You don't really have to bother with sideboard too, because the deck only has 15 sideboard.
You don't sideboard,
silver bullets for Karn. So yeah, it's not an easy deck to play, but at least it's a deck that's relatively easy to grasp.
So I actually really like someone that said like they'd be on Demir Rogues. I really like that deck,
Okay.
but I never get to see it. I walk around tables, I never see anybody actually playing it. I think there are a couple of players actually playing it this weekend, but I'm a fan of that deck. I like it, the instant speed kind of threat of it. The problem I always found with it is I never could like refill my hand after something bad happened, a wrath effect, or if they just were able to 1-for-1 me the whole time. Really, really interesting. You're going to look to see if anyone's on it, aren't you?
Something we can try next round is Boros Heroic. I don't think we've seen that deck just yet.
No, I like Boros Heroic.
There's a 5-0 player who. Let me see if they won this round. Yeah, 6-0. So we have Boros Heroic at 6-0. I think we can perhaps pick that for next round. We have one player that submitted deck list by hand, so we unfortunately don't know what they're playing. Osiris Control, Ragnar Sacrifice, Modify Humans, Is It Phoenix, Marta Greasefang, 4-1. Okay,
Oh,
so there's a Greasefang.
Did they win this round?
Looks like they.
Greasefang, I think, again, is another deck that kind of falls short of open and closed deck list. Closed deck list, I think it's really, really good. Open deck list, I think it's a lot rough. So, you know, you need to just mulligan to that one hate piece, and they're going to really struggle against it. Let's have a little, what's chat saying here? Ataka Red, after my own heart. I love Ataka Red. But I need to become immense in my Ataka Red deck, so I'm pretty greedy. It's not as good in the in these like Pioneer formats because there's obviously no fetch lands, so you can't be filling your graveyard up with all the fetch lands that way. But I am quite partial to it.
There's been a Ataka Red at 4-1 before this round. I can tell you that. Gruul combo, the Sultai Rona combo. Did we see that on the stream?
So yeah, that was the Lotus combo we just saw beaten then.
Okay, but there's an actual Sultai Rona combo on 4-1.
Oh, an actual one.
Yeah, with Retraction Helix,
Yeah.
Montember, Tyvar, you know, all that kind of stuff.
Okay, let's go. Let's go. Still a few people fighting the good fight out in the field here of 295 players. Remember, ladies and
Wow, it's actually the pairing for this round is the Sultai Rona combo against Possibility Storm. So two decks that you probably wouldn't expect, and a lot of, you know, especially new players will very likely be looking at the deck list thinking, dude, I don't even know how these, like, how you know, how do you win?
We barely knew what was happening in the last one. We're like, we're not entirely sure how this one's going to happen. But here we are. Well, if the round is getting paired, ladies and gentlemen, that means it is going to be the end of this round, round number 6 from myself and mine. We'll be passing over to the ladies. They're going to take you for round number 7. See you all shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour last chance qualifier here in Lille. We are already in round 7, so the day has been passing super fast. We have 2 more rounds of Swiss and then a cut to top 8 if the players decide to play it, because the truth is that the top 16 already get the qualification for the weekend, which is the most awaited prize here this weekend for these players that are playing the last chance qualifier today. And I'm really excited for another set of interesting matchup and players. So let's take a look here at what players we are going to have in the round. And I think we are going to see a slide now and maybe the prizes or the meta breakdown. I have somebody here telling me. I'm really excited for this next matchup though, because we are watching very interesting decks. And one of them I'm a really fan of, and I spoke before that I wanted to see it here, but didn't see it yet, which is Omnath to Light.
Very different matchup. It seems a tier 1 for me, but Omnath Bring to Life is a very characteristical deck. It's a lot of colors, 5-color deck, very interesting. Is the star is Omnath and the spell Bring to Light, and I'm so excited to see this matchup right now.
I'm really excited. This deck not only was strong before Wilds of Eldraine, but now it gained a new pet card up the beanstalk. That card is so amazing. All your Leyline Binding now draw your card, Bring to Light as well, Escape to the Wild. So you have a lot of cards that are going to start drawing you from up the beanstalk, and the card advantage is insane. On the other side, we have Bernardo Santos on Izzet Phoenix. This deck stopped seeing play for a while, or never stopped seeing play, but less play, now getting back popularity, being one of the most deck plays here today on the last chance. Why do you think people are running back for Izzet?
I'm absolutely sure is because the new cards in Drain, like the Slate of Hands and the new fairy Peacock Prankster. The fairy is an instant that milk 4 cards. And do you know how Arclight Phoenix like to be in graveyard? This is very good incorporation from Eldraine for that deck.
I'm really excited, and we see here Giganta as the companion. And our players are shuffling in. Izzet Phoenix, as you said, gained the Sleight of Hand. Also, another interesting cards are being played in this deck. But let's not ruin the fun, because these are closed deck lists, so I'm interested to see what we get to see here today. One other thing is that if the players qualify tomorrow through the last chance, they have 1 hour after the last chance qualifier finishes to submit their deck list. So it's a very tight schedule. They have to finish their matches after 9 hours and submit immediately a deck. I mean, if you do make top 16, I'm sure the player is feeling comfortable in their deck.
Yes, absolutely.
And let's take a look here at the cards that are featured in this deck.
Well,
let's take here a look at Omnath.
Yes. Omnath was released in Zendikar Rising and is a card that premium you ramp lands.
I really like Omnath with Fable Passage because it allows you to gain 4 life, then you crack the Fable, you get another land, and then you're going to have access to 5 mana. So you get 4 from Omnath plus the land that you get from the Fable Passage, allowing you to then cast something like Bring to Light. That's a very strong move to do, especially if you're drawing more cards with up the Beanstalk, as we said before. Definitely a very strong deck here. Kinda replacing the Karuga Fires that was popular pre-Eldraine. Not really the same kind of deck, but we saw a lot of Karuga before with Incarnation. Now people resorting more to this Omnath deck.
Absolutely, the cards. The most cards here is very interesting. I'm checking with very good cards that the the player can play with Bring to Life like Valky, Good of Lies, Elish Norn, or Mommy from Pyrexia. Very Very good creator right now.
And Ricardo starts with Order Worldly Gaze. That's a great card to start putting things in your graveyard. Looking at the top 3 cards of the library, put any of them into the grave. This is exactly what the Phoenix deck wants to be doing as soon as possible. Especially against Omnath to Light. It's a deck that develops a lot late game, so I'm sure Bernardo wants to finish the game very soon.
Yes, I'm checking it said Phoenix of Bernardo. I'm seeing a 4 Lightning X with the name of Omnath on the text. This is a very good card if Omnath arrives to enter the battlefield. Think the Eyes was rocket.
Yeah, Shane the Rocks really needs to get that thing in nice. That card, 7 power is a lot, and it's easy to flip
Yeah.
in the Phoenix deck. No red source, though. Looks like Bernardo only has access so far to blue mana, taking Fiery Impulse out.
Absolutely, Fire Impulse doesn't have good targets against that deck.
4 mana. Now we do have the pathway that gives us red, and we are art casting a Phoenix. I know that art casting is a controversial word because you're actually just casting the card. It should not be said art casting, so forgive me, Twitch chat. I hope you can forgive me for saying that. But here we are casting the Phoenix, not bringing it back from the grave, and start dealing 3 damage in the air. Here, Bernardo just recognizing, okay, let's just start dealing some damage.
Fable of Mirror Breaker enter the games, put a clock in the side of the Omnath of to Light player. It's very curious. This are like Phoenix casting slammed maybe directly by Bernardo, but it's very interesting because are beating enough life to take advantage when we will be more like Phoenix in the graveyard.
And
Sleight of Hands.
another 1-drop that Phoenix gained, as you said, it's very strong alongside with Consider, Opt. And some people were asking, how do you choose between Sleight of Hand, Opt, or Consider? You just play them all. You just get all the 1-drops and get as many cards in your hand and in the graveyard. We see here now discarding, dealing 5 damage, and Phoenix face. That Phoenix is starting to... Ooh, now this is a spicy card. Okay, let's put this card here that Bernardo is playing. We saw it before in another LC, I think, and a player did pretty good with it. And here it is again, Demi Leech. What do you think of this card?
Well, is very powerful in this deck, have a very special text, very different, and here works so well in this kind of decks. Decks with a lot of spells, cheap spells and instant spells. Whoa, the Demolite isn't still in the game.
Yeah, speaking of cheap spells, Leyline Binding does have a discount, especially in this 5-color Omnath to Light deck, right now costing 2, and exiling that Demolish. But the truth is that Bernardo still keeps attacking with that Phoenix, and we see here Van der Beek down to 12 life.
Yes, these are like Phoenix will attack, will we keep a lot of life of the Van der Beek.
And for those of you wondering, we have 9 rounds today. This is round 7, so only 2 more after this. It is a full day of magic for these players that if they make it into tomorrow, if they make top 16 here today and qualify for the regional championship, they have a lot of magic to play this weekend.
A lot. So this is a winning in? Or they are qualified? Filipa.
Yeah, this is might be a win and in.
Win and
Both
in, I
players
guess.
5-1. It's It might not be an out. It really depends on the next routes. To be honest, I'm not the best with with the standings math. I usually leave it for someone to do in the last round and tell Shat that if they do X, then they'll make it. You know.
Well, Odnath and the flip of the Fable Mirror Breaker. Van der Beek have the great cards in game.
Oh, and I love these. Okay, so this is another tech card from Bernardo Santos deck, and I'm really excited. This is the new fairy from the Wilds of Eldraine. I wanna put it here. It's the Picklock Prankster. I'm going to try to get it on the screen for you all to see it.
Yes, this fairy
It's exactly what Phoenix wants.
free the fair.
Look
Is
at
the
this.
instant, milling 4 cards and put an instant or sorcery in hand. That is a lovely action for a its set Phoenix deck.
You can also put a fairy from the milled cards. So you can put itself, for example, if there's another one in the grave, into your hand. Brazen Border, if you happen to play with it. So it's a very good card. And a new one, which is always exciting.
Yes, from Wilds of Eldraine. If when Van der Beek take turn and untap, Fable of the Mirror Breaker will be very powerful targeting on another creator. Can target Omnath because it's legendary, but this card will be could be destroyer for Bernardo Santos.
Yeah, and we see here considering putting Fire Impulse into the graveyard, and Bernardo really digging because he knows that next turn is going to be crucial for Van der Beek. Something like a Bring to Light is like almost game ender, and just bringing the Phoenix back, dealing 6 damage, 3 life, I think, Van der Beek. And looks like Bernardo is tapping mana.
Yeah, it's very close. He needs to kill that Omnath. A Fable Passage with that Omnath in-game will be the point for Van der Beek to gain more advantage in the game. Whoa, Bernardo Santos wins Omnath, but Van der Beek don't found the Fable Passage to trigger the trigger of Omnath.
And here, post sideboard, we know that Van der Beek might have more answers for Bernardo. We saw how good Leyline Binding is, anything like Shane the Rocks as well, things that exile. What other cards do you think might be good against Phoenix from the Omnath to Light player?
Well, checking the Bernardo Santos sideboard, I'm saying a Disdainful Stroke, very interesting against the Omnath because the big spell is the characteristic of the cards of the Van der Beek deck and have a lot of target with this Disdainful Stroke. Other Ghost, maybe another good card to put in, and in the Omnath side, well, let's go to check in the sideboard. Maybe some remove Rest in Peace, for example.
Oh, Rest in Peace.
Will be a hate card against the Iset Phoenix deck.
That's Phoenix' worst nightmare. That's why sometimes they also bring sideboard the Crackling Drake that does count cards in exile. That's kind of the way that they have to deal with these Rest in Peace, right? Maybe Shahili as well to go with another. So Shahili is a way to deal with Rest in Peace, so sideboarding Shahili maybe, I don't know if that's on the board. Also, Crackling Drake is also a very good sideboard card.
Yeah, absolutely. It's very good card against when your graveyard will be hated, for example, and alternative options to the take more K cards, more win cards in the deck. Crackling Drakes. Thinking the Eye is a card again against aggro, obviously. and Sahili will be good options. Let's go to see what card are sideboarding.
And I know that Bernardo Santos is a Portuguese player. Me being Portuguese, I know Bernardo, former Rivals League. Do you know Van der Beek? I'm not sure, but let us know Twitch chat because I know there's always supporters of the players in the Twitch chat. Maybe somebody rooting for Van der Beek. Is there still a lot of Spanish players doing well, Alia?
I don't think so, but I guess I don't think so. I not see. I didn't see anyone Spanish on top this, but I hope tomorrow we see some Spanish players on the top.
Yeah, for sure. Spain is one of the countries here in Europe that has so many great players, you included,
Thank
and
you.
they do so many amazing results here over and over again in coverage. So, very excited to see also more about the Spanish players this weekend. I know that MTGO Salseo always does kind of a prediction game.
I'm for sure.
How the Spanish players are going to end up in the tournament in the end of the weekend. So, I'm excited to see that.
Well, Bernardo Santos is very good player. Well, we can see when he plays. Do you remember the Lightning Axe? He plays. He target the shaman, the token of the shaman. For me, this is a very good symptom that this player is very good. Was a very good play.
Know how to identify the threats from your opponent and using your resources.
Absolutely.
For sure, Bernardo, a player with a lot of experience and 5-1 here today with a great score. Van der Beek also doing very well today, 5-1. And I'm sure now with a lot more answers for Phoenix, because Phoenix is one of those decks that, as you said, like Rest in Peace, just such a good card against.
Absolutely. Well, time to draft.
And let us know, Twitch chat, who are you rooting for? I'm always curious to see. Let us know, Phoenix or Omnat to Light.
Right now, I'm rooting for except Phoenix, to be honest. But well, for tomorrow, do you have predictions for tomorrow?
For tomorrow, I'm rooting for myself.
Of course, of course. I will root in you.
I need
for sure
all the help that I can get, all the good luck. And we see here sleight of hand, turn 1.
Fuel passage. The turns very fast for both players.
Interesting choice to play Fable turn 1.
Sometimes do you not have any options and do you need to play?
Yeah, looks like that's the case because Omnat to Light doesn't really want to be doing this early on. Usually the Fables are saved. Looks like we have some ramp action here from Van der Beek.
Yes, the Omnath to Light want a lot of mana to pay Omnath and big spells, and I am checking that deck, and I love one cards here. For example, Escape to the Wilds is a very good card. It's a Gruul. It's a Gruul spell that can take a lot of card advantage to you. Ooh, Recorner Bank Booster from the sideboard of Omnight to Light. I love that card because if you need to play aggro, you can play aggro. It's a vehicle hit by 4. It's a lot of damage. And if you need card advantage, draw to draw cards, you can draw a card. It's very polyvalent.
Yeah, I agree. Definitely a great card. And seeing sideboard play in a lot of decks, is it Phoenix one of them? But Rakdos mid-range as well, bringing this card a lot. And we see Shahili on the other side, one of those cards that we said that kind of dodges the Rest in Peace and Graveyard Hate effects. Shahili is going to be able to go for a different strategy of victory.
Yeah, Sahili here presents an alternative of the art like Phoenix to win the game.
And I want to show here the Shahili on the screen so everyone can read it. But looks like Van der Beek does have all the setup. We have Omnad, we have Ramp, we have the Bank Buster. Now we're like gaining life. And that Shahili down to 1 loyalty because of that attack with the Bank Buster. The good thing of Shahili is that it kind of can protect itself, because every time that you're casting a spell, instant or sorcery, you're creating a 1/1, a non-creature spell, so then those 1/1s can block to protect Shahili.
Yeah, this is important when a planeswalker protects herself, like itself, like Sahili right now, is very symptom for view play in more decks than the other planeswalkers.
We are end tapping here, drawing a card. Oh, another Omnat. It's legendary, so Elish Norn enters the battlefield. Now,
Mom of Phyrexia. Oh my god, I love that card.
it is a great card, so now every permanent... Okay, but it's getting a disdainful stroke, because Bernardo knows this cannot resolve. And as we said, 1/1 now blocking the Omnat, being able to protect the Shahili.
It's an event of extinction in hand of Van der Beek? I think so. This event of extinction is for the Arlike Phoenix.
Extinction Event is a very good card, especially if the Phoenixes are on the board. You just say even, all the Phoenixes get exiled.
Event of extinction is good killing creatures without making target. Another time, the fairy. Let's go to Mill. Ooh, the Millich in the graveyard.
Okay, so we can choose between Treasure Cruise and Consider. It looks like Consider
Yes.
goes to the end, the rest goes to the grave. I really like Bernardo's shirt here on the picture. It makes me smile a lot, because before we didn't have this thing, Alia, where we show the pictures of the players, but I think it's so good, because even if sometimes you have that person that you know from your local game store, but you don't remember their name quite well, but then you see that picture and you're like, oh, I know this person, or I've played against them on a GP, something like this. And I think it makes it so much more interesting.
This t-shirt is from the Mythic Championship. I don't know the number, but it's for play a PT tournament. Well, he's playing. He's thinking about the results of the otherworldly. No Arlike Phoenix here. Brazen Borrower at the graveyard.
Yeah, and Brazen Borrower is an interesting inclusion, that it gets better with the Peak Locket, because if you happen to discard Brazen Borrower, it is a fairy, so you can get it with the Peak Locket effect. So an interesting inclusion here from Bernardo, these two fairies.
Well, Brazen Borrower is a tempo card. If you need a tempo card, Brazen Borrower is a good card for that. Because the Petty Theft gain tempo for you, and you can play the fairy for attack and for crew vehicles. Generally, Brazen Borrower is a good card.
And it looks like Bernardo here shocking with Steam Vents. Oh, okay.
Whoa.
That's good, getting Phoenix in the bean. That's exactly what Bernardo wants to be doing here. Back from the grave, and we are attacking.
With 1 server plus, protecting always Saheli.
And look at the work that Shahili was able to do. All the pressure, all those servos, and it's just a great sideboard card overall. So another Omnat enters the battlefield. We knew about it. The follow-up is
Trigger.
a Triumph. We gain life. No Fable, though.
Gain life is a painful for Phoenix for the opponent.
And I don't know if you can see, Alia. Vanderbeek as the extinction event in end, right? Or it looks like it.
28. In 28 lives?
If Vanderbeek as extinction event in hand,
Yeah. Yeah.
why do you think choosing not to deploy it here and get rid of all the servos and the Phoenix?
Could be he's keeping card in hand against more art like Phoenix possibilities. At this moment, he have a lot of life. The servers right now isn't an menace.
Deciding to wait and kind of see if Bernardo gets more on the board to then get rid of it. That makes sense.
Absolutely. It's legal to not play cards. It's legal to keep cards in hand.
And that's why these players are 5-1 and doing so well, knowing when to keep the cards, knowing when to play them.
Another Lilin exit to Omnath.
Look at all those tokens there.
Well, Bernardo have 7 servers right now, plus 3 damage of the Iset or the Phoenix is 10 damage per turn. The next turn we can see event of extinction, maybe.
And that's devastating because all the things on Bernardo's board are even. Look at all those servo tokens. This could be almost a Convoke deck at this point. Bernardo just needs to bring the knights in and start convoking.
Yes, and Bernardo can use the ability of Seheli to copy the Arlike Phoenix for take more damage on Vanderbeek. "28 is more life, it's a lot of life, but
And let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think is favored here right now in this game, Phoenix or Omnath to Light?
okay. One Cerberus dies.
But at this point, Bernardo doesn't care, just going wide, just attacking with everything, dealing the most damage possible.
I can't see the cards in hand of Bernardo. Will
Yeah,
be
it's
very
really
interesting to
difficult.
know what
He flickers them a lot. It's really difficult to keep up with it.
You're a flicker?
No, no,
Uh,
I don't think so.
consider
But maybe with the nerves, I
Ooh.
would be.
the second Phoenix is in the graveyard.
And that's exactly what Vanderbeek wants, right? More Phoenixes to... Oh, and now Damilish. That extinction event is starting to look very, very promising.
Yeah. You see, draw a card. No. It's the end of turn, right? The Bernardo draw a card for Vanderbeek and another card. Fable Passage
And I don't think
without
there's an extinction
Omnath.
event. Or maybe.
Ciao, ciao,
Oh, there it is. Okay.
ciao, ciao, Servoland.
There it is. And Bernardo is not happy to see this. Everything gets exiled.
Exile to even. Only one life Phoenix in the graveyard. Seems a small Arlight Phoenix to hit 21 lives.
Yeah, the mana dork though, it was also exiled on the process.
But Vanderbeek needs to draw a win condition right now.
Yeah, we knew
To
it was
finish
coming.
the game.
And Vanderbeek playing very well because we saw that extinction event a couple turns ago in end. And as you said, Alia, here choosing not to play the card because he can not play a card, waiting for Bernardo to develop more, commit more servos, Demolish, and then yes, extinction event. And now things are looking much better for Vanderbeek.
In my opinion, Demolish was a final card for take Vanderbeek the decision to play the event of extinction. Sleight of hands, a sleight of hands.
Before that, let's draw a card with Bankbuster. Maybe we can get a leyline binding.
Saheli is being the star in this game.
That's MVP right here for you all. If you are not running Shahili sideboard on Is It Phoenix, go do that now. Yesterday, I think most of the decks do that, but
Fable of the Mirror
maybe
Breaker.
put one more.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker is a very good card, but seems for me not enough to develop a very good strategy right now against that Saheli.
Somebody questioned on the chat, I wonder how many cards Bernardo has left, and the deck does seem thin, right? We know that Phoenix has this capacity to start. Look at the exiled pile, though.
Yeah, it's a specialty of the Phoenix deck. This deck needs to do that for work properly.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker, go.
Yes, that Fable sounds poorly for me. Vanderbeek need more punch, more powerful cards, more win cards. And
Sleight of
another
hand.
servo.
Find a pick locket.
The fairy is still silent, right?
Sorry?
The fairy still in adventure zone.
Yeah, it looks like it is in the adventure zone. Right near there next to Shahili. It's a 1/3 vigilance.
They consider
Flyer.
another servo.
Although by the way that Bernardo is positioning the servos, it looks like it is in play. It's a bit unclear to me.
Well, this is an engine in totally powerful in function. Another lightning helix for backup plan, another Omnath, another possible Omnath.
And is Bernardo going to mill himself?
Is Crackling Drake in hand?
Oh, that's the card that Bernardo needs. Because if that Crackling Drake resolves, if it's not dealt with, that is a giant Crackling Drake.
Look, that Lightning X again on that Shaman token.
Two mana looks like a treasure
Cruise.
cruise. Drawing more. 1, 2.
How many cards
3.
are in this deck right now? Close to 20. Attack with all creatures. 9 damage.
And Vanderbeek down to 19. A cycling.
Ooh. Saga. Van der Beek is looking for an escape to not die next turn.
Why,
He
see
needs to
another-
act quickly.
Yeah, you're completely right. And I see on Bernardo's side a Shahili, another one on the hand.
Was the MVP Saharis was a very good card here.
This is being such an intense game, y'all.
Yeah, I think so. What is this card?
This is a bank buster. Just
Ah,
a different art.
The different art.
Yeah. Oh, okay. We need the pilot there because it was kind of unclear what that was.
It's important. It's very important to take a clean board. Very clearly what are your cards.
Two mana. Brazen
Brazen
Borrower, the
Borrower.
pilot. Oh, is this going to be it? Because now Bernardo. By the way, Bernardo does have the 7/7 land, so that can also be
Yes.
another attacker. And if Van der Beek cannot find a way to block or remove something, also it does have ward.
Let's go to see what is.
Oh,
cycling.
I love when my opponent is cycling away trying to find an answer. And
Shake
this
hands.
game 2-0 for Bernardo in an incredibly well played game from both players here. It was lovely to see. I love Magic. I love these games, and I don't know. I just really liked it. And Phoenix looks like it's very strong. Bernardo now in 6-1.
Yeah, glad for Fernando.
Yeah, and we do have a backup feature match. What do you think of Mono Green versus Gruul Vehicles, Alia?
Whoa, we have here a Ram deck versus a aggro deck. The Ram deck can be very explosive in turn 4 with Kiora drawing a lot of cards, and Gruul needs to end the game before that Kiora hits all that creatures. So Gruul needs to be super fast because sometimes recorner your creatures are smaller than the mono green ones, and you need to go wide. This is this is difficult to Gruul and need to go fast.
That's exactly what the Gruul player wants to be doing here. And these, oh my god, it's at ace because of the Stormseeker. It has ace. I'm so excited. That Chariot, look at the value. Making another cat. We are just attacking here casually for 7.
Yeah, this is the Gruul Vehicles player needs attack so fast, so aggressive that Esika's Chariot is making a lot of damage this turn.
I think this was like one of the last matches there are remaining, so that's why they brought it to the table, I think, which I think it's better than nothing, but let me just confirm if the scores are correct, just to make sure here.
Well, the Antoine, the player, the mono green devotion player need to put some blockers in front to stop that aggressive early game of the Gruul Vehicles player. Path of Nisa. Very good ramp car from of the Gatewatch is that car in the casual sites and in the stores are calling is called the green ponder.
Thank you all for the kind message. We are trying to bring as much content as possible, and we do love some gruel. But yeah, it looks like both of these players are 2 and 4.
Yeah, then 2 and 4.
And Will told me that another table is moving into the feature match area, so maybe we'll cover that after.
No, will we see? At this moment, the mono green evolution only have elves in table. Only elves. The aggressive Esicus Chariot. Wow.
You
It's
know what I
so-
love to play against mono green?
What?
The end. When I play Rakdos, this new card from Wilds of Eldraine, you'd end their Cavalier, and it's actually really good. So I was thinking that
three elves is super clean for the Rule Breakers attack without losing. Esicus Chariot is very safe attack here.
yes, poor Antoine looks like it's running mono elves here.
It's been it's been pressured. Push, push, push with Esicus Chariot.
And one mono green is using the elves to chump a chariot. It's not a good sign.
No.
Hammer
Ooh.
cleave! Oh my god. Okay, so we are cleaving the chariot.
Second cliff of the day. We are a happy day. We have a happy day here. I love Amber Cliff.
One in doubt, cleave them out.
Yes. Well, +1 in Chariot, Trample, shake the hands, and run for the player of Rule Breakers. Congratulations to Eric.
And it looks like we are having another backup match. If there's any available, we try to bring you as much magic as possible because we know that sometimes just having empty rounds, like just a lot of time in between rounds, is very exhausting for you all. Just waiting without knowing when we were going to return. So hopefully you are enjoying more content.
Yeah, we want to see more and more and more magic.
And 8 minutes left. Looks like now we have another match here.
Seems that run is being fast for another tables. 8 minutes in the round. 5-color transmogrify.
And just as a reminder, there are almost 300 players here today, and the top 16 makes it into the regional championship tomorrow. And we have... Does anyone know any of these players? Let us know. Tweet chat. Gilio here versus Jaroszewski. Probably I said that very wrongly. I apologize.
Jaroszewski. Well, Transmogrify is a card that is used to play in game cards. Creatures very powerful like Atraxa.
And it looks like we have a band t-shirt contest in the pictures. So Will gave me some additional information that I'm going to read to you all watching. This is the last table that we have here today, I believe, because this table had a deck check, an investigation. So they have 28 minutes on the clock. They are going into game 2 now.
Okay.
So
Let's
looks
go to
like
see.
that's why this match was chosen, because from all the other ones that should be now finishing, and we cannot move them when they are in the in the games, only in between, if that makes sense. It's the only one that we could actually get here into the feature match, and I think it's better to have players here and game watch than just have music, but maybe, who knows, and advertising.
Absolutely. Well, let's go to see. We don't know what is the deck of Jarovsevsky, right?
Yeah, so some
Giganta.
here on this tournament, on the last chance, some players end up bringing the paper deck lists. So because of that, we don't have info on MTG Melee, which is actually the archetype they are bringing. They're also the case of the players that miscommunicate their deck lists on Melee. So they will say it's like, let's say that was in modern 8 hack, but then it was not that deck, you know? So sometimes we think, oh, it's a very cool deck. It's a different deck. We bring it and it's like just a normal deck. They just miswrote on Melee the decks.
Cool. Seems at Ragdoll's mid-range.
Like we have tap, land, go. Oh, it looks like sacrifice because I see a cat. I see a cat on Jarowski's side.
Oh, yes, a cat. So Ragdoll sacrifice.
Cauldron familiar, draining for 1.
So Ragdoll sacrifice against Transmogrify. In my opinion, this matchup is favored by 5-color Transmogrify. Any turn is important for Transmogrify to put the Atraxa in game, and Sacrifice want to play a lot of turns, and this is good for the Transmogrify deck. Cat, Harburster.
And I want to put the Transmogrify here on the screen so you all can see it.
Transmogrify need to put creature tokens for play the sorcery.
Why do you think some people play Transmogrify over creativity?
There are different decks. Creativity, in my opinion, is more combo, but both decks are combo decks. But could be Atraxa Transmogrify is more recursive. You have when you play Atraxa, you have a very good creator quality in game and have a lot of good cards in hand. Sometimes if your combo it's out, for example in the other deck, you are out of the game. But with Transmogrify is more recursive combo.
Yeah, that makes a lot of sense, and I'm excited here to see how this ends up playing out. And we see there Atraxa on the battlefield. Such a strong card, and so early on, it's difficult for Rakdos Sacrifice to deal with this, because even if we do have an answer for Atraxa, just the amount of cards that Gilio has put in hand and the card advantage is really intense, especially so early on in the game.
Well, Atraxa is in play. A bunch of cards. I can't recognize Fable, Piooner. My God, some I don't recognize some arts, new arts.
welcome to my life. Like, since they did the secret layers,
Secret layers.
secret layers,
Alternative arts.
the cards are cool, but it makes our life difficult as casters, you know? Because you're like, what is this? What is this?
Uh,
Really?
the art are beautiful.
That's true.
It needs to say. We know what is this card, the white and black card. I guess it's from Innistrad complete. Okay, you go. I have an Atraxa and I have a Fable of Mirror Breaker. The advantage for the 5-color Transmogrify deck is obviously powerful against Rakdos Sacrifice. Gnosis Grasp.
Gaining 1 life. Atraxa is green and white, so it's a very good answer there for Atraxa.
Yeah.
But let's see if it's enough.
Well, we'll see.
Let us know, Twitch chat, who do you think has the advantage? Rakdos Sacrifice or 5-color Transmogrify?
Another Harvester. Now it's time for the Ragdoll Sacrifice to do a very good deploy, to be fast, be aggressive. I can see another 2 Fable Passage in the Guillot hand. We finally know what is a discard card. Okay.
So we are thought seizing
The
there.
Thoughtseize?
Yeah, I think it's thought seize. Thought seizing away. Gil is
Paying
paying for life.
To life, okay. What about? And for 4. Whoa.
What is that going to be? I'm curious. Atraxa?
Maybe.
Let's see.
How to know? I don't know. Dreadbore, do this.
I wonder how many Atraxas there are available.
Corner.
Okay, there it is.
Here is
Atraxa entering the battlefield.
more advantage, more cast in hand for 5-color Transmogrify.
And Ragdoll Sacrifice player was just like, okay, I just dealt with 1. We have the remix now.
In my experience, it's so difficult to survive the second Atraxa against Transmogrify. Not only because the Atraxa, because the hand of the player is very good right now.
And just as a reminder, the reason why we are watching these matches is because it's the last one. This table did get a deck check. That's why they had like 28 additional minutes. Usually we would put higher ranked players first, but because these are the last players still playing this round, we thought it's better than ads.
These 4
We
guys.
get to see some Transmogrify action, which I think is always fun.
I don't think that Jarobsevsky have a lot of removal against Atraxa. He can draw the second Noxious Grasp, but is the only card right now. I guess that he can play against that big Atraxa, very big angel.
And we see in hand, is that an Obnixilis?
I think so. Recorner. Here's Recorner of Nixilis. Fable. Okay.
And we are flipping that Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Let's go to see
We gotta love how resilient this ragdoll sacrifice is. Two Atraxas were played, and Jaro, I'm not going to try to say this player's name anymore, is thriving here.
Well,
Although
right now, Tarotevsky is virtually is not going well for him
no,
right now.
no.
It's not
We
going
know
well.
Atraxa is too good, but
Trasa hit
but
7
staying
damage,
alive.
draining 7 lives.
That lifelink is the most difficult part about this card for me, because if you're aggro, you can always try to at least push that last damage, but with Atraxa, it becomes so difficult.
If you are aggro, it's not good pairing against aggro if can survive the third, fourth turn and need to beat Atraxa with with a removal like Noctis Grasp, or in ultimate stance with a threaten effect. Not highly recommend, but sometimes is useful.
And I want to put Atraxa here for us to see. Although at this point we kind of are all familiar with it.
This is the third Fable Passage.
Yeah, and Fable Passage is such a great card as well.
And in my opinion, it's the best card of the format right now. Fable Passage.
It was banned in standard.
We can see that card in a lot of deck of the tier 1, tier 2. We can see a lot of Fable Passage. Whoa.
So we are sacking our Harvester to deal with that and going for damage. 4 damage, we create a treasure token.
Well, Ragdoll Sacrifice is trying to raise. It's difficult, but it's defending so well with these 2 removal. Will we see if is enough to all the cards, good cards in the Transmogrify player's hand? Let's go to see what is the draw.
Yeah, trying, but after that life gain with Atraxa and with Fable of Mirror Breaker, now another one.
Is it 4th? Hers, maybe? Hers. Yeah, hers. Hers can grow in stats very quickly. Look, that graveyard could be quickly and 4/4/6s, but in front the cat blocks always so well, right?
Yeah, that cat was made to block for days. The worst nightmare of the cat is flying or trample.
Yeah, the Bastion.
And here we have Fable of the Mirror Breaker, 2 in play currently by Gilyu, and we know that our Ragdoll Sacrifice player also has some in the deck, some already played. We can see there the token.
Sacrifice treasure, adding mana. Ooh. It's attacking with Manland too. Hurry, hurry, hurry up. Trying to be fast. Five damage. Juliet is in 9. Let's go see what is the draw.
The good news of this match taking so long and going overtime is that at least the other players got some time to rest and eat, because I know in these tournaments it gets so exhaustive after so many hours, and sometimes you just need a little bit of rest.
Play Magic is exhausted. Played a big tournament, and he top 8. When you play top 8, you are exhausted. You need to play so well. You need to be the most best Magic player that you can. It's exhausting.
And remember to stay hydrated, because that's important.
Yeah, hydrated. Time to water.
We see the reflection of Kiki Jiki, and we see the other Fable of the Mirror Breaker going on to 2. We are able to discard up to 2 cards and draw that many cards.
Looting 2 cards.
And I wonder if there's any more Atraxas in the deck.
Could be. But he can't play.
I see an Urs as well.
Okay, right now.
Okay,
Yes,
no,
this is the last one.
fourth,
The last
okay.
one.
Come on, no more Fables.
Fable Passage constructed. A Fable Passage, no. Fable of Mirror Breaker constructed.
And I see some fans here of Arek.
Arek.
Yeah, it must be Jaroszewski. Jaroszewski. I'm really sorry if I'm butchering your friend's name, everyone there, but
In the next turn, Arek will be attacked with a lot of goblins. Looting using the clue.
if I was
Blood.
in the Rakdos Sacrifice place, I don't know if I would have just gone for a third game already, because this board state is looking insane. We still can get a claim. There's still some cards. There's no oven, so even a devil is not quite enough.
Two more cards. It's very difficult to stop the Fable of Mirror Breaker with all these token shaman in play.
And we see there a push on the reflection of Kiki Jiki and pass. I saw some people asking about Benton Madsen. We were featuring him on the first round today, but actually it was our backup match, and it ended up not showing it because Frank Karsten game took long enough that then we didn't have a chance to see the backup. But I don't know if Martin and Will already cover it.
First, it's always forgetting the on top of the hearse. Well, it's time to crew vehicles for Yulot. Time to crew hearse, time to crew recorner, attack with all creatures. Will be a good plan.
I mean,
Will we see?
These players are 2, 3, and 1. Another draw doesn't make them any favor. And this is only game 2.
This is Omnixilis sacrifice in the Mutabaut for the ability.
So we get a casualty trigger there. I think it gets the same loyalty counters as the power of the creature. So in this case, it comes with 2 loyalty counters.
Much of the Omnixilis ability. And pass turn. Don't attack. Interesting.
looking like at Gilio's table, like full of things in the graveyard, full of
The
creatures,
table
vehicles.
is scaring. Ooh, oven.
Okay, we can cook the cat now.
Oven.
Let's see what we can get from that. We're going to look at the top cards and choose one of them to play until the end of the turn. So dot seize, we can dot seize, but for what? This is game that we are having a game 3.
Yes, will we have another game? Look, that table is very difficult to survive the second Atraxa. Very difficult. We don't know if well, this is already sideboarded. I don't know if they will be changed with any card.
They have 7 minutes left, and both of those games, those decks are grindy. I guess if things go well for Gilio, the combo can show up soon, but
Well, Gulot could be so fast, but yes, Ragdoll Sacrifice need to be a lot of grindy, need a lot of turns.
we need to find our devils, our cats, and ovens. And if we have the 3,
And be fast.
maybe.
Only 7 minutes in the clock. They need to be fast to end quickly that game. Giganta.
Minutes left on the clock. Of course,
It's very stressful when you have a few minutes only for a win match.
Yeah, especially in games where drawing doesn't really leave you anywhere, and it just feels bad.
Yeah.
Especially if you are like I rank and you are in a position that, for example, you can top 8 if you draw, which is not the case here, but there are cases like that. Like if you draw, you don't make top 8, you need to win, and then both of you are drawing, so none of you advances. And it makes players in a very awkward position because maybe one player is like, well, I have more things on the board, I would have won, but the other player is like, yeah, but you're the one that stole the game and kind of made it
Yeah.
last so long, you
It's
know?
super
So
stressful.
I don't know. It's a difficult situation.
Absolutely, it's very stressful.
Magic is a very complex game. It cannot like have the chess clocks or the Magic Online clock or arena clock that we have. So definitely that draw is difficult. And it feels like 50 minutes is not enough anymore when all the cards are doing things, including lands, and they have so much text.
Absolutely. Well, hence, so if they keep or not. Seems a lot of lands in Jadorowski hand. Oh, blank. Interesting. And no lands? No lands, maybe? Could be?
There's a land,
One land.
at least. I think maybe 2.
Well, we are in the round number 7. Only 2 rounds remain.
Yeah, and only around 8 and 9 after this one, and then a cut to top 8, but maybe the players will want to play or not. We don't know yet. Let's see what happens. Top 16 already qualifies for the regional championship, which is the goal of most of the players that are playing the last chance. And that is going to be streamed tomorrow.
Yeah, we'll be casting here.
So
Are we casting
tomorrow,
you winning?
I'm playing, and tomorrow the casting duels, it's Alia, so you and Martin Juza,
Yeah.
and Will Hall and Mate.
Yeah. This is the caster team for tomorrow. I'm super excited.
It's going to be really fun.
It's very fun right now.
We are shuffling in, getting ready for this match 3. I mean, there's 3 minutes left at this point.
Yeah. I see in this court 2 players. Um,
2, 3, 1.
1
They both have a draw.
draw. Draw before. Draw before in another rounds.
Okay, this has to be a speed run round.
Come on, come on. That's is you.
Okay, so three harvesters and 1 land. Choose wisely. I don't know if that was the best choice, you know?
Difficult decision.
Like, are you sure?
The most beautiful art. With the same. Land, harvester. What's a surprise? And blood token. Red board.
I mean, a way to win is to be aggressive, and Blood Tide Harvester is a way to do so. Another thought sees, okay, the last Harvester is gone. The good thing is that we can use that blood token to discard the land, draw something else, but at the same time, you also need lands to get relevant things. So it's a bit of a tricky spot.
Yes, absolutely. 3 lives. Whoa, this harvester is hitting a lot of damage to Gulot.
Yeah,
He will attack the next turn, could be on the next turn, and making a lot of damage.
Thoughtseize does have a cost, and 2 life, 2 times, took 4 damage, and then the Harvester's attacking as well. And besides that, I do think Gilio though has something now, like a Dreadbore I seen, and we see here destroying the Harvester. And it's true, I see in the tweet chat, these players are brave to not have dropped. I love when players come to play Magic and stay until the end. I really do, and put on a fight.
Up. And
Go blank, and there's a go blank on Gilio's side. I think that go blank is going to get a go blank and a duress. So we're going to exile all our cards, and there's 11 seconds left. Fable of the Mirror Breaker. We are going to make a 2/2, and we are passing the turn as quickly as possible. And this should be turn 0 now.
The time is over.
I see a 1 there, so maybe it's already turn 1. I'm not sure. We're going to make a Goblin Shaman. Pass. So this is Fable of the Mirror Breaker because it's actually a mirror. So the mirror part come in clutch
Double
here.
mirror. Double mirror.
Yeah, it's the Fable of the Mirror here. And land, 4 mana. And there it is.
Ooh.
The card Transmogrify.
Ooh, second.
And surprise, surprise, it's Atraxa. Atraxa, just such a beautiful card. 7/7, flying, dead touch, lifelink, and you get to look at the top 10 cards and choose 1 card of each type, like creature, enchantment, all of them.
Well, just 3 turns remain not enough to the end this game. It's painful, but this round will be draw, I guess. Wow, a lot of good guards. More attracts Atros, more 5. Fable, Mutabout.
I really need a snack after this long round. We had like the normal 50 minutes, then these players are at 28 extra minutes. So besides the normal 50 minutes, there were 28 more, and now into turns.
Yeah.
Someone bring me
be
some
honest,
Pringles.
some Pringles. Sounds good. Sounds good. Oh, come on. Well. You go. Turn 3.
And we are drawing here. Name Devil in the bin. And what is this card? Name Devil.
Name Devil, yeah.
Well.
And this is the last run? The last turn?
Yeah, so Gilio needs to win now. I'm not sure how exactly we can deal 7 damage with the Traxa, but our Rakdos Sacrifice player is at 20 life, so... We are playing now 9 rounds today. For those of you curious, we had almost 300 players in the last chance qualifier. Top 16 qualify for tomorrow's regional championship. And we have the 8th and 9th round. The 8th round very soon because this is the last match of the round. 7.
Well, a miracle. We need a miracle here to win the round, and won't it not is possible. It's not possible.
Sometimes we just gotta accept the fate.
Tag with the Draxa, draining 7 lives.
And to make our day better, can we see some emotes in Twitch chat? I want to see your favorite emote. Okay. Oh, Omnix is actually, if you're casualty, it does have the minus ability to deal... It's 7 damage, I think. Or... Let me just check.
Whoa. The draw. Well, the run is over. The players draw, and the run is over.
That was a very intense round, y'all. We had so many games, and it went really long. We saw a lot of good plays. I really liked the Gruul as well to see the mono green. It was really interesting. So definitely a very nice round 7 here. We still have 2 more. And don't forget, this is last chance qualifier. Tomorrow, there's also the regional championship and Sunday. I'm Filipa, this is Alia, and round 8 is going to be casted by the Will Hall and Martin Juza. We will be back for round 9 though. It's going to be my last round of the weekend because tomorrow I'll not be casting, but you will. So
yeah,
people will still see a lot of you here this weekend, Alia, and I'll be playing my Rakdos mid-range. So
whoa.
Very excited for that. And I think this is the end of the round. This is for us, and we'll be back soon. Bye-bye.
See you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Last Chance Qualifier. My name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall Exp. This man to my left, that is Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we're going to bring you round number 8. Getting ever closer to see who gets into that top 8 in that top 16 slot that everybody wants, so they can play in the regional championships of Europe tomorrow, where we will send 24 players to the Pro Tour, and 2 of those lucky players are going to get themselves direct invites to the World Championships. Let's get the prizes on the screen. Let's see what is actually on the line for everyone playing today. 295 players, remember, battling out in a 9 rounds to be able to get into, as you see on the screen there, that covered the top 8, that RC Lille slot. That is what everybody wants. But on the, a little bit of extra cash doesn't help. A little bit, a few boxes, a few ticks, a little bit of bragging rights. It all adds up at the end of the day. I don't know what I'll do with 14 boxes. I think I'd make like a little Game of Thrones seat for myself and just put quite like Boost of Thrones or something like that. Nope. Okay, we'll work on the puns, ladies and gentlemen. Don't worry, I'm here all week. All weekend long, me, myself and Martin shall be here. We'll have different people tomorrow. We're splitting us up tomorrow, but it's fine. We'll get over it. We'll get over it.
It's actually a pretty nice payout. 14 boxes.
I'll take it.
$1,500, a bunch of tickets.
For like, it's Friday, so I associate Fridays with F&M. I'd take that for an F&M win. You know what I mean? I'll take that. It's a 9-round tournament. No big slug for a lot of these players here in this room. Remember, 295 of them. That's such a huge last chance qualifier. It's absolutely unreal. But down to 16th place, they will get themselves invited. And the invites do pass down. There's a lot of players doing extremely well this weekend that have already qualified. They're just, they're warming up those magic muscles today, ready so they can hit the ground running tomorrow, not pull a hammy or anything like that while they manage to hopefully get themselves into day number 2. Notably, Benton. Mr. Benton himself is doing extremely well. Currently sat at 7-0.
That's who we picked for the feature match actually this round, but because it's 9 rounds, looks like 7-1-1 might be the necessary record to get into top 16. And Benton Madsen was already at 7-0 playing against.
I've just been told that they drew.
Matteo Muro on table. Okay, so they drew in, which should log them.
It makes sense, right? You win if you go X and O, you can always ID the last 2 rounds and guarantee to get yourself into top 8.
So bearing some unforeseen circumstances, that should log both Benton and Matteo for the regional for the regional championship tomorrow. We can probably tell you right now that Benton was playing the old version of Is It Creativity.
Oh yeah, we can tell because I know he's on a different deck tomorrow. He's already told me. He's like, this is my closed decklist tournament.
I think
tomorrow
these decklists will also be publicly available.
These will get published later on today, I imagine, or at least tomorrow. We do have a metagame breakdown there. I wonder if can we get the metagame up on the screen as well? Basically, because this round we've picked our feature match players, but they're the top tables. A lot of them are going to start IDing now, and as they start IDing, we've got backup feature matches ready to go. Okay, I'm lying. I've been told that they've already got a table ready to go that didn't ID, so we're going to move straight down to the table there. Thank you very much, Martin. So it looks like we're going to have Boris Heroic, on the left of your screen versus Jund Transmogrify. We saw Transmogrify early on doing some pretty crazy stuff with Siren Sanity.
Yeah, that was cool. That was cool. It's a different list, though, I think.
Oh, yeah, very different list. It's but is there Siren Sanity? That's what I need to know. Like, I just want to see it turn 3 Siren Sanity again. That was pretty sick. But Boris Heroic, this is a deck I very much enjoyed playing when it was in standard. Now kind of made its way to the front foot in a Pioneer, mainly because a few new cards have been printed. One of them being the new Monstrous Rage that was painted in the last stand set, being able to give target creature +2/+0. But not only that, it gives it a monster roll token, which gives it +1/+1 and trample. That's the huge part about that thing, giving potentially a double striker that's grown to a 5/5. Trample and double strike. It is a lethal combo most of the time. But over on the other side, Jund Transmogrify, we're going to start off with this 4C. Have a little look at the hand here. 2 land, 2 creatures, and 3 creatures and 2 spells. And we're just going to take this 1-drop. Get that.
That's an amazing opening hand for the Boris player. Obviously, Thoughtseize, what's the best way for me to try to disrupt you? That is taking your 1-drop in this case, and make sure that you can't actually cast anything on the first turn. So Finn definitely bought himself a little bit of extra time thanks to that timely Thoughtseize.
Favorite Hoplite hits the battlefield, which can play a Den of the Bugbear for our land for the turn. Doesn't produce white, but we know that there's no play, so pass turn back. This is exactly what Transmogrify wants to happen, right?
The old school Carpelson Forest, I like that.
That was printed when Matei was around. I know Matei can't hear me because he's walking around the hall right now, so I can give him a bit of stick without him giving it me back. But here comes a 2-drop. Which one are we going to deploy?
Yeah, probably the double strike creature. This is the kind of matchup where I guess both players don't really know what they're up against. If you see the Boros hand, yeah, you're going to be able to piece it together. This is an aggressive deck with a lot of tricks. They're going to be able to, try to kill me as fast as possible, using all of these combat tricks and pumping the double strike guy. If we are looking at the other side of the board, the Transmogrify deck, the way it works is you are trying to put a token or some kind of treasure or something like that on the battlefield. I think it actually has to be a creature for Transmogrify. It works a little bit differently than...
Creature and artifact, I believe it is.
Yeah, it works a little bit differently than Creativity. And once you turn the token into something better, you're going to get to spin the wheel, and we know that the deck usually has either Atroxa or something in that range. Atroxa is usually the main deck card. After sideboard, you get to tune the deck a little bit for specific matchups. So, for example, if you're playing against Control or Combo, you get to bring in that Sire of Insanity. The way that you get tokens in this deck is either Careful Cultivation, or there was another card that we saw in the previous match. There's
the briefcase.
Courier's briefcase, and I think there was another card that we saw in the other match. Was it the 2-mana kind of rampant?
Oh yeah,
but it turns the
yeah.
creature into a 1/1. So
I got a question for you. You've been around a while. You know when all these terms in Magic happen. When did spin the wheel become a term in Magic? That you say spin the wheel, we all understand what that means. But at what point did it first start getting used? What
what was the card
was it
that
Aetherworks,
revealed
Or was it before
Yeah,
that?
I think Marvel was that was heavily used during that time.
I don't know if it happened before. That's the last time I can remember it kind of like starting off. Spinning the wheel. Love the saying. Here comes Noah Fortseas taking the second creature into the graveyard. So that's the Hot Blight and the Dreadhoard now in the bin. 3 mana. And Fable the Mirrorbreaker.
So Finn had the opportunity to cast Transmogrify if he had access to it. He was able to play a 3rd land. The token is basically a Llanowar Elf, so it adds green mana. So if Finn did have the Transmogrify, he would have already cast it, because this was the turn when Robert was tapped out.
Are you getting any Transmogrify vibes here? Because obviously this is a closed decklist tournament. Would you have picked up that your opponent is on that now, just because they made that token, or? Yeah,
the second they channel the cultivation, that should be an absolute giveaway. That this is a deck that wants to have a token in play and is very likely going to try to use Transmogrify to cheat a bigger creature into play. Now that Finn didn't have the opportunity, or didn't have the Transmogrify, I'm starting to get a little worried for him, because now Robert is going to be able to keep up the Reckless Rage to possibly
deal with one
kill
of
the
the tokens.
token in response. Yeah, so now...
Or looks like we're just going to go straight off the bat of it. Get this off the battlefield, trigger this. As long as we discard a non-land card, I believe it gets a +1/+1 counter, which makes it a 3/3 double striker. Creature going to go to the bin. There goes the counter.
The way this works is you target your creature with Reckless Rage. The trigger on the Virtuoso resolves first, so it gets a counter. It's a 3/3, takes 2 damage. And then Reckless Rage is able to clear the token.
Virtuoso makes this deck scary. Absolutely scary, especially if you don't have interaction. If you're on something like mono green, where you're just hoping for the best, this thing can go absolutely banzai. So, go into potentially a 5/5 or bigger on turn number 3.
Yeah, this is a bit of a risky play. You know that Finn does not have the Transmogrify, very likely, but he is going to be able to use that Fable of the Mirrorbreaker to, draw a card for the turn and discard 2 more, draw 2 more. So he has 3 draw steps available to try to find it, and I don't know if Robert has another removal spell.
He's going to have something at 5 life. Getting real risky. Could be one-shot by this double striker on the battlefield. Remember, 1 removal spell will be able to clear the way, so there will be no blockers. But we do have on the stack, we can discard 2. I think we see a Duress, what's the Planeswalker again? Can't remember that Planeswalker saved my life. Let's have a little look, see.
Obnixilis, or?
Oh, that's Obnixilis, that's right, you're correct. I'm trying to find Obnixilis in the main. I can't see it. Oh, there it is. They've got the fancy art on this art that I'm looking at. So yeah, the Obnixilis, and that's what's going to go to the graveyard. I do enjoy that Planeswalker. I tried to make it work in Death Shadow.
It's a cool card. Yeah, it's a cool card. It was a little overhyped when it first came out, but it is a very, very, very cool card.
I tried to make it work in Death Shadow, so I could ultimate it straight away.
Okay.
I was like, sack my Death Shadow. It's like a 9/9 ultimate, draw 7, lose 7. Didn't work so well, clearly. But we did get a couple more draws. Didn't make out what they were. One of them being
That's another Thoughtseize.
Duress. Oh, a beautiful
wow,
Duress,
that is
though.
a cool Duress, yeah.
Beautiful Duress. Let's have a look, see what is in that hand. Potentially 3 mana left open, and we do have a land drop if we need to. Over on Robert's side, Sun, do I want to fire anything off now? What's the blowout if that happens? If I do this and potentially a favorite will push or something comes down, but looks like we do have a bit of response. Taking 1 life point. And yeah, we had a backup Relentless Rage. So we're going to float a green in response before that resolves. And just discard the strike. Making it the double strike at a 4/4 now. Even scarier.
And for a second, I thought, why did Robert discard the Defiant Strike? You can discard the land and not put a counter on the Virtuoso and next turn draw a card, but there was a Duress on the stack, so it definitely makes sense to discard the
Does make sense.
the non-creature non-land card.
Okay, so Chariot comes down here. That's a little bit blocked. We did have to pay 2 life from the Overgrown Tomb coming in to play untapped, but it does bring along with it 2/2/2 cat tokens. So we got some charm blockers. We got a turn or 2. We know 2 Relentless Rages have gone down, but if something like the monstrous Rage came out, it'd be unreal. But
That's
how about
God's Willing of the top?
Yeah, how about God's Will and Pro Green? Unblockable. Attack you with my 4/4 double striker. Well, it'd be bigger than that. It'd be like a 5/5 double striker. And just end the game, close it out real quickly. That's a scary thing about these heroic decks. Remember, both of these players, one of these players, Robert, is 7-0, hasn't lost all day yet, and is actually 1 game away from being an 8-0 player, being able to just ID into that top 8. But over on the other side, we've got Finn on Jund Transmogrify, 6-1, fighting for his life, trying to get in that top 16, trying to get that invite for tomorrow to be one of the 16 players, battling it out in around about 600-700 people playing tomorrow in the European Championships, and where we'll crown 1 person walking away calling himself the European champion when they walk into Chicago the beginning of next year. So sideboarding here. Generally, obviously, we've got access to the sideboards. We can't show you what it is. It is a closed decklist tournament. That will change tomorrow and Sunday. It will be open decklist. You'll be able to see by typing in the chat standings. We'll be able to get the decklist up on screen, but we can't do it right now. So we're going to budget a little bit. We're going to say these are cards in these colors that potentially could see play in the sideboards right now, and we'll have a little talk through them. Where do you want to start? Do you want to start over on the Transmogrify side, or do you want to start over on the Boris Heroic side?
Yeah, if I'm playing the Boris Heroic deck, then I'm thinking that my deck is already pretty well set up against my opponent. My opponent is trying to resolve a 4-mana card that has to have a creature target in play and it needs to resolve. So all I need is 1 removal in response. My deck already has a bunch of Reckless Rages. I'm not sure if God's Willing works on your opponent's creatures as well. Let me actually check that.
I think it's type creature you control, right?
God's Willing says...
Type creature you control gains protection from color of your choice to end attack.
So basically, I'm looking for those types of cards. I'm looking for cards that stop my opponent from being able to turn that creature with Transmogrify into a Truxa.
Oh, you're thinking of Binds the Vastwood. That's where you're going.
Yeah,
Oh,
something along those lines.
Me up.
Right. Something along those lines. I'm not sure if there's a white protection spell. If how exactly is Transmogrify worded, because you might be able to exile target creature. It exiles. So even if you give that creature indestructible, that wouldn't help. So yeah, I'm looking for more removal. Ideally, something cheap, so I can keep up 1 mana and represent that Reckless Rage or something else. Typically, these red decks have Rending Volley in the sideboard. That's not really, the card you're looking for. Maybe if you have something like, I don't know, Ossification, there might not be enough basic lands for that. But something along those lines in the sideboard. You might try to bring it in, and you might let your opponent resolve Transmogrify and then just deal with the Atroxa. So if you have some ways to exile a creature that might come in, something like a Destroy Evil perhaps. On the other side of the board, if I'm playing John Transmogrify, cards like Duress, probably not that exciting. I mean, you do need to have ways to target your opponent and take the Reckless Rage from their hand. But you already have Thoughtseizes, some extra removal. That definitely helps. You want to stop your opponent from having that heroic creature in play. So I think something like
this matchup.
extra Fatal Pushes probably come in. Rending Volley has a lot of targets in this matchup. So something along those lines is most likely coming in. I think the
Well, Brotherhood's End or maybe Extraction, which Extinction, which one do you kind of
oh
is
yeah, I
good as
mean,
match? Are both good, or one good, or neither
I think
good? Are they too
you,
late?
you'll take all the removal you can get.
Okay.
So all if it's a 4-mana sweeper, that's more than fine. As long as it buys you a lot of time, then that's exactly what you're looking for.
And I do mind out that both of these decks are Giganta decks, so they are slightly limited to the cards that they can play in the 75. But it looks like we've finished sideboarding. We've drawn our opening 7s. Are they going to be 2 keeps? Are we going to be on the way with a game number 2 here? Remember, top 16 of this tournament get invites to play tomorrow in the RC. Plus, there's a top 8 with a little bit of cash on the line that all these players are trying to get to. And we do have 2 keeps here by the looks of it. It's just starting off with Land Go on the right of your screen.
Yeah, these decks that rely on a single creature to stay in play, something like Infect, something like this heroic deck, are typically not all that great against the black decks with cards like Thoughtseize, cards like Fatal Push. Maybe there's a Liliana of the Veil. There's almost always a lot of removal spells and discard spells, so it's quite hard to try to play around it. But it looks like Robert was able to keep a fine opening hand, although.
So here comes here comes the Thoughtseize, so it gives us extra hand. We could have played a Swift Spear turn 1, but playing it into open mana, we decided against it. We wanted to try and do it on turn 2, where we can hold up a protection, potentially God's willing. But that looks like it's the only creature to me.
Yeah, that's what Robert said. He's like, okay, well, you played a Black Source turn 1 on tap. You didn't play a Thoughtseize, so I'm gonna assume you don't have it. My hand only has 1 creature and a lot of ways to try to protect that creature, so I'm just gonna wait for turn 2. To play my Swift Spear, play a White Source, and hold up the God's Willing. Unfortunately for Robert, looks like Finn might have either kept up Fatal Push turn 1 and decided to hold on to the Thoughtseize for a turn, or just drawn the Thoughtseize on turn 2, and that was able to deal with the Swift Spear, which was a pretty key play because now Robert has to find a creature.
Yeah, and good chance. I mean, they potentially could have kept drawn 1 then off the top, and they want to play it on turn 3 with protection up. But while we do that, and we are waiting over on the other side, Finn, he's going to play Fable, the Mirror Breaker, which, of course, we all know what it does. It makes a Goblin Shaman token, and on turn 2, we can discard up to 2, draw that many, and then turn 3, it will transform into the powerful Kiki Jiki effect that we all love and know from the past. But what we're going to do here, we're going to target it with a strike just so we can draw a card, give it +1/+0. But it is basically just a cycle effect there we're going to have a look at. But there comes creatures off the top. That's exactly where we need to be on Robert's side to get back into this game. How is he going to go about deploying it? Which one's he willing to throw out into potentially removal spells moving forward?
Yeah, now it's going to be interesting seeing how Robert plays this. If he just plays the Arcanist and passes the turn to hold up that God's Willing, that looks like a very appealing play because the Arcanist can also stop the Goblin token from hitting you. Obviously, they're going to make the treasure anyway, but at least you're protecting your life total a little bit.
We have a good idea what's in the hand. Don't think the only thing we don't know about is the Hoplite. I think we'll have a little. We'll see if we want to play into it. Potentially, they might play mana removal. So we're discarding 2, drawing 2, and the first one of them is Transmogrify, and the other one is going to be the Chariot.
So Finn knows about Robert's hand, right? Like he knows that he drew the
all but one, I think.
All but one, right? Yeah, he knew. Yeah. He knows he drew the Arcanist. So I think there's just one unknown card. In that case, I'm always firing off the Transmogrify. I'm not waiting to try to draw into a Duress or something because that just gives my opponent even more time to draw into a Reckless Rage or something else. So I believe this is a situation where you can just fire off the Transmogrify. Yeah, and Finn is doing exactly what we were hinting at before. Can God's Willing target my creature? The answer is no.
No, it cannot. That was Defiant Strike, chat, that targeted the Golden Shaman token. Target creature gets +1/+0 into end of turn, draw a card. So yeah, they'll just use that as a cycle effect, basically.
Now Finn is thinking, should I attack with the Goblin? It's going to make me a free treasure, but what if you have a pump spell? Yeah. You block, you play the pump spell, then I'm going to lose my... Yeah, I'm not sure if I want to do that, so he just plays the Transmogrify.
I suppose you can just Transmogrify the token anyway that's generated, but doesn't matter. This is resolved. Now we're going to start flipping cards off the top of our deck until we hit one of our threats. This is a post-cyborg game, so we're not entirely sure what's going to be the target that we hit, but it could be something big like Atraxa. The Phyrexian General herself. There she is. hits the battlefield. Big 7/7 flying, vigilance, death touch, life link. That in itself is a big creature. But how about if I can tell you, you can look at the top 10 cards of your library and put one of each card type into your hand. This is exactly what is going to happen after this shuffle for Finn. We're going to get to refill our hand. There she is on the screen for you all. I love the art of this card. I love everything about this card. It's such nice flavor. It's huge. Big card. Does a lot. Kind of does what I want a Phyrexia in general to do. I want it to turn up and kind of be dominant on the board. And here comes the 10 cards. I see enchantment. I see artifact. I see sorcery. I see land. Let's have a little look how we're going to stack these out. So Fable is going to be our enchantment. Fortsy is going to be our sorcery. Just land left to pick. And Pathway is going to be our other land. These are going to get shuffled, put to the bottom. Would you like to have a little look? Nope, you're good. Little shuffle, put them to the bottom. 4 more cards go to hand. Atrax is good, man. That card is good.
Yeah, it's
good.
It's also a card that's like great in cube. You get to draft around it. Maybe you want to build a reanimator deck, or you try to cheat it into play in some other way. So definitely a great card overall for all kinds of formats.
I know there's some people in chat right now that I actually cube with. Ask them what I force every time.
Okay.
Every time I force reanimator. It's like, yep, cool, I'm going reanimator. Yep, going reanimator. And here's another Defiant Strike, just a loot effect to draw a card, because we need to start drawing them now.
Yeah, and worth noting is that even just one Reckless Rage would be enough, because the Arcanist can flash it back from the graveyard.
Yeah.
So, yeah, Robert is definitely trying to find the Reckless Rage as soon as possible.
We've got a couple ways that we can start drawing cards in our hand. One of them being Ancestral Anger. And here it is, Ancestral Anger, 1 red. Give target creature, gains trample and gets +1/+0, where X is the number +1 of number of cards named Ancestral Anger in your graveyard, plus you get to draw a card. So yeah, we're going 1 card deeper with that, giving it a little bit of a plus effect. That's quite nice. That means that we can flash back potentially spells that cost more than 1. Spoiler alert, there's not many of them, if any, in the current 75. Do we even attack here? Probably not.
Yeah,
I suppose you could draw a card and then we can God's Willing it before blocks, I guess. So yeah, this is showing that I need value. I need cards right now. Drew a...
That's a Courage, I think.
Yep, it's a Carnage. Homestead Carnage. Pit target +1/+1 count on type creature you control. It gains Vigilance until end of turn. 1 white flashback. Great for these heroic decks. Just being able to have 1 spell that potentially can double up. God's Willing before blocks. Give it pro any of Atrax's colors, basically anything but red. And then a little bit of damage comes across. So if my map is right, it's going to be 2 damage coming across. 3 damage coming across. Then Pathway played, 2 mana, take a point of life. Completely tapping out though.
That's the Legionnaire, okay. Yeah, now you have to feel pretty good if you're Finn. All right, I get to untap with my 7/7 Vigilance, Lifeling, you know, what have you. My table also flipped, so.
And being on a high life total, 15 currently, means, you know, you're not scared to fire off things like this Fortsies. What do you have in your hand? Full knowledge. We see a land, Hoplite, and 2 more Courages in hand. So potentially, you know, these aren't great to Fortsies, right? Because they do have the flashback cost.
Yeah, I guess if Finn doesn't have removal, then these cards are these 2 creatures in play are actually gonna, you know, start growing quite a bit. So Robert might be able to raise the Atraxa if you know, if he draws some more, you know, ways to target the Legionnaire.
Everyone's saying a Scry Trigger is missed, but I cannot see where Scry Trigger would be. It doesn't have an ETB, does it? The creature, it's when you target it. Maybe chat's just playing with me as usual. Have a look at the Legionnaire. Oh, you got a target Legionnaire. Chat's being crazy again. Never change chat. Oh, the God Willing Scry is what they're saying. The Scry for the God's Willing was missed.
Well, you can't miss that. That is part of the resolution of the card. So that is not something that can be missed.
Does that mean that we need to go tell a judge?
I guess the judge is probably going to tell you, I guess you just get the card on top maybe, but I don't think that's something that can really be missed.
I'm going to ask the judge first of all, chat.
So another Fable brings a 2/2 token. That rending volley was able to deal with the Legionnaire. So now you're not taking that much damage. Sure, there's still a there's still an
I think we're scooping up
oh,
into
can I see
game
play?
3
Okay,
anyway.
okay. No Reckless Rage on top. Robert says, okay, I'll pack it up. Let's go game 3.
You are correct exactly with that ruling. Almost word for word of how we replied with me.
Yeah?
Yep, so like, it is ruled that they basically keep the card on top is how it's ruled
Okay.
if they miss it. It's almost like you've done this before. Almost like you played this game called Magic, the Gathering or something along those lines. But that's going to show up one game apiece going into game number 3. A lot on the line, remember, ladies and gentlemen, 295 players playing in the last chance qualifier. This is the last chance to gain an invitation to the European Regional Championships, which is being held tomorrow live here in Lille. 295 players, all battling out, 9 different rounds.
673 players registered for the RC, and I think the registration deadline was
6 o'clock, so it was about an hour ago.
It was an hour ago, so now we're going to be adding 16 more players, so we're looking at 689.
689 players battling out tomorrow, but who are going to be those extra 16? We need to find that out. One of these players win here is going to make themselves look real close to it. If Robert does it, I'm pretty sure he is going to be in. Even with a loss, I think with an ID, he might be able to get into that top 16, squeak in there. But Finn on the other side, he definitely needs to get this win, give himself the best possible shot of getting into that top 16. Because I believe the invites do get passed down for people playing in the tournament that have already qualified. Notable is Benton. He's already qualified for it. So, he's just coming to Europe, moving to Europe and just starting already off to a flying start of his Magic career in Europe. Remember, we just had the World Championships last weekend where we got to see France's own Jean-Manuel Duprat taking it down and being our current world champion now. I believe he will be in attendance tomorrow, battling out with the other 689 players that we believe are going to be rocking up tomorrow with their Pioneer decks, trying to battle it out in a 2-day event, 15 rounds. Top 24 go to the Pro Tour. Top 2 get invites to the World Championships. Where are you from, chat? I'm always interested to know where people in chat are watching from. Let us know in the chat where you're watching from. Are you in America? Are you in Europe? Could you not make it? Did you not qualify? Maybe you've got an RC coming up in some other place in the world. I believe, is it Canada's got the RC this weekend as well?
I'm not sure that the US.
The US one's not till December.
Yeah,
or something.
it's in December, so I'm not really sure when the
Montreal. Yes, Montreal's.
Is it really this weekend too?
I think it's Montreal. But one of the Canadian ones is this weekend, I believe.
Okay.
But we got people watching from Poland. Good old Skura. Hope you're here, man. We're missing you a long time. Brazil. Love to see it. I've never been to Brazil. Do you ever do a PT in Brazil? Was there any PTs in Brazil? Is that
there was a lot of tournaments in Brazil. A lot of Grand Prix. Great country. The people there are very passionate about Magic. They have a great community. So I love coming back. Shout out to all my Brazilian homies.
Well, we just had Willie just top 8, didn't he?
Yeah, Willie's a great guy too. Yeah, I love Willie Adel. I love Carlos Romao. Like all the Brazilian players are super chill and the community is really great.
Watching from the US, love to see it. Love to see it. What state are we in? Let me know.
Shout out to Lucas Esper Bertu, who we just randomly played a match of Counter-Strike with about a week ago. So shout out to Lucas. He was really good too. Like I didn't expect him to be that good at the game because he's a lawyer, so he probably has a lot of work and probably not that much time for games. But he was very good.
I love it when you always talk about randomly. You always get it's like how I always get D&D in the conversation. You always end up ending Counter-Strike.
Yeah.
It's good to see. It's good to see you all have it. Ohio. Look. Oh, we got you got a nice little series down there. We got someone from Scotland here. Why are you not here watching the rugby tomorrow? Remember the Rugby World Cup is being held this weekend, and Scotland are playing in Lille tomorrow.
Yeah, speaking of Worlds, I find the formats and the timing to be a little unfortunate because we just saw Worlds, 100 of the world's best players battling out in Standard, new format, new cards from Wilds of Eldraine. Everybody was excited about the Standard decks. I think the format was really good too. There was a lot of decks represented in the top 8, lots of different archetypes and strategies. But now, the week later, when people are excited about these Standard decks, we go and play Pioneer. Like that,
It's weird how the seasons kind of stagger.
wouldn't it make a little bit more sense if this tournament was also Standard? Obviously, I'm not involved in this planning. Maybe there are other reasons.
Well, everyone had to qualify for this tournament
Right.
playing Pioneer, right? So I guess
Right.
The
Yeah.
next season's modern, so the hope. But saying doesn't the Pro Tour for this is Standard, isn't it? They announced that last weekend.
Yeah, I know they announced that they are they're going to be trying to like revitalize Standard. So
Let's see how that pans out for them.
Yep.
Hopefully they bring something along the lines of like GPs or something back. That would be nice. I'm pretty sure that'd be a positive move for everybody. Everyone would love to see that. But we've got a mulligan, I believe, on the left of our screen. Robert going down to 6. This deck, I think it mulligans quite a lot. It's got quite a low land count, and it needs creatures to win. In this sort of matchup, in the red-black one, I was testing it actually on the way here on the train with my friend. That we found in the red-black matchup, if I have a lot of removal spells, they want to be keeping creature-heavy hands, not spell-heavy hands.
Yeah, exactly.
But this is kind of a mix of both, right? I need to be able to kill them quick, so I need creatures with animal spells. If I have too many creatures, I'm not going to have spells to kill them before they transmogrify. But vice versa, I'm not going to be able to kill them that way. So it's really awkward for Robert here.
This is certainly a matchup where you hate mulliganing, because against a deck that has both Thoughtseize and Fatal Push and very likely more creature removal spells, you don't really want to be starting on 6 or 5 cards, because then Thoughtseize gets even better and all the removal spells get even better. So we're definitely hoping Robert finds a playable hand here. Oh, looks like he's putting 2 on the bottom, so that is a mulligan to 5. That is rough.
Not where you want to be, but advantage you are going to be on the play though. So something like a Thoughtseize might not be able to. But then flip side of that, what if it's a turn 1 Fatal Push? Do you play our creature into it? Are we forced into it now because we don't have the resources?
It is rough, but that is what you sign up for when you play a deck like that. You just have to aggressively mulligan for these good opening hands and for these aggressive starts, and you just have to take it as something that just goes with the deck.
So that is going to be a favored hot play on turn number 1. Does appear, I think chat pointed out as well, that it looks like Finn also mulligan down to 6. That would explain why there was a load of shuffling, and we were talking about rugby and Counter-Strike and everything else. It's what we got to do. We got to fill some time here, ladies and gentlemen. As the second creature comes down, 3 damage, getting a swing across and drop Finn down to 17. That's the Legionnaire here in the battlefield. One of the better heroic cards in the format. Just land and go.
Shock yourself. Is that Blood Crypt, or is that the Cliffs? I
think that's the new art for Cliffs, isn't it?
Okay. That makes more sense. I was thinking, okay, is this gonna be like an Abrupt Decay or something like that? But I guess that makes more sense. If I'm Finn, like, I really want to mulligan into a Thoughtseize or Fatal Push hand, so this is an opener that I wouldn't feel too great about keeping.
So,
but we'll see what he has.
Here comes the Taylor Swift Spear. A few more creatures on the battlefield, just getting a bit of chip damage in. No reason to fire up any of our spells just yet. Wait for them potentially in case like a Fatal Push comes down, plus well representing things like God's Willing. So
now the question is, does he have the cultivation trade into? Okay, there it is. So
there's cultivation. Do we have the third land plus the transmogrify or creativity to try and get an Atraxa on the battlefield? We should see. Well, that's Fatal Push off the top. I do see transmogrify, and I do see the third land.
Okay.
Are we going to fire it off? No. Is the answer. We're going to get ourselves a few more blockers on the battlefield. This going to the battlefield brings along. I believe it's a 1/1 soldier. Maybe it's a 1/1 elf. Let's see if I can actually have a look at that. I haven't played this in a while. It is a
1/1
citizen.
White citizen.
Green white citizen. I am completely off. And pass the turn, leaving up this Fatal Push. Just in case anything crazy happens. I think in hand, that might be a Redina God of Worthy that I was speaking about. Being potentially be able to bring in, but this wasn't the matchup I thought I'd be bringing it in for. I suppose it does have non-creature spells your opponent cast with convert amount cost 4 or greater, cost 2 more. So maybe it does tax a little bit. But you definitely need some lands to be able to do that, and that is something that we are short of on Robert's side here. Of course, mulligan down to 5. Can operate on 2 lands, though, quite easily. we're going to see a Den, and the Bugbear is going to tap, and that is going to do the Rage, or the Anger, sorry. Ancestral Anger is going to come down. A few triggers are going to happen. Give type creature +1/+0, and we're going to get to draw a card. The future Ancestral Rage Angers that get cast will have a little bit of extra pump on it, because it does count all the others that are in the graveyard. Here's our third land, and swing of the team. I would like to Fatal Push the Swiftspear. God's Willing check. God's Willing does not appear, so just these two are going to start coming across. And no blocks. This has got to be the time we fire it off, right?
I mean, I guess Finn could have played it last turn, so maybe he's hoping to draw into a Thoughtseize or Duress to check Robert's hand for a Reckless Rage, but I mean, if it's not coming, at some point you're going to have to play it anyway, so it's not going to get better.
We've got 2 land and Transmogrifier in hand. I think I'm firing it off. Target this. Do you have it? Little theatrics. I'm going to tap 1. Here comes the Reckless Rage.
Yeah.
We had it. Get this off the battlefield. That's going to go to the graveyard. That's going to get a +1/+1 counter, and all damage dealt to it will be prevented until end of turn. That just leaves Finn with absolutely nothing going on in hand, just 2 lands. One of them is Seiju, but Seiju doesn't do too much right now. Then the Bugbear, of course, we cannot activate that. Untap, draw step, combat. We're going to start off here. 4 damage is going to come across.
And I think that rating is going to lock it up for Robert too, because now the Transmogrify would cost 6 mana.
Well, we've got a land drop, and would do it for us, right?
But I think this token only gets.
We can sacrifice this.
Wait, there's the briefcase. Yeah, you're right.
The briefcase adds extra 1. So, but it's a big draw step, but that land that we drew off the top is not it. That is not going to do much for us here. So we've got 1 blocker. Any removal spell is going to get it done. Potentially any pump spell is going to get done. Gigant is going to go to hand. Knock the top of our deck. Pray that it's some sort of spell. Might already have a spell in hand. It must. I think it's a white card. It might be a Defiant Strike. Was it another creature? Oh, it's another one with haste. Helps getting a second Legionnaire down. That means we're going to have 4 2/2s coming across. Opponent only at 6. 1 blocker. All lands in hand. That is GG for Robert, being undefeated, going 8-0, dropping Finn down to 6-2. So Robert, pretty locked for our top 8. Pretty sure that he has gained himself an invite to tomorrow to the regional championships.
Pretty good.
I'm going to have a little look. See, do we have a backup feature match? I'm having a look at our team. Do we have a backup match?
Yeah, Boros Heroic doing it. That's pretty cool. Like
this is a good deck. I really like it.
Yeah, this really shows that there are so many different decks in Pioneer that you can play. And half a year ago, I know people were a little annoyed with the fact that there was so much Rakdos mid-range that it was like 20-25% of every tournament. But now that we play the format a little bit more, it looks like there are way more decks that you can play. All right, so this is it Phoenix against Azorius Lotus Field?
Yeah, okay, this is one I would have said that we probably would see quite a lot over the weekend. You see 2 of the more popular decks in the format trying to battle it out. We're going to see a big Teferi come down. End of turn, untap 2 land. Pass it back. Phoenix. I think it's a Ledger Shredder in play. Can't quite make out. There's a little bit of glare.
Oh, there's a Narset on the left.
Oh, so yes, it's a Teferi's just tick up.
Yeah.
Untap 2. Rough. Yeah, if you're just arriving, welcome. First off, this is the Legacy European Championships. This is the last chance qualifier, where we're going to send 16 players to the Regional Championships of Europe tomorrow. 295 players all turn up today. Ballot out in 9 rounds of Magic, plus a cut to top 8, and the top 16 are going to get invites. All this will go on the VODs on YouTube, and it will eventually be uploaded to, be uploaded to the VODs on Twitch, and then it will eventually be uploaded to YouTube, so you can catch up on this or any other tournaments that have been held on this channel. So a little cough there myself. Narset doing a lot of work here against the blue-white decks. Here comes a I haven't got a deck up. It is the 1 mana that stops the Lotus Field card. Can't remember its name. Just give me a second, chat. I'm trying to. Well, I'm sure chat will tell me before I manage to look it up here. So it's been a long day, chat. A lot of different decks, a lot of things going through the old noggin before we find this. What table did we say this was, Martin?
It's table 30.
Alpine Moon. Thank you very much.
I think 35.
35. There we go. We're going to go have a little look at table 35. Get it up so I do not miss. I don't know how I can mistake Alpine Moon. Of course, modern staple does very well against the old Tron decks. And we're doing a lot of work here against this Lotus Field deck. Of course, turn Lotus Field up from 3 mana down to just the 1, making it a fair land yet again.
Well, Farewell was a pretty good draw. That's going to be able to deal with the Phoenix, the graveyard. That's going to be able to deal with the Alpine Moon.
I suppose it could end up getting countered potentially if there's something like a Disdainful Stroke on the other side, or even just to make disappear.
Yeah, right. If this is a post-board game, it's pretty likely the Phoenix deck has access to something like Spell Pierce, maybe a Negate, something along those lines.
There's the Spell Pierce, as you called it.
There it is. All right.
But maybe that was a little tester. You know what I mean? Tab it. Do you have it?
So
Use your.
what you can do in this situation to try to play around that is you can activate the fairy if it works the way I think it works. I haven't played the fairy in quite a while, but I think the fairy triggers at the end of the turn and taps 2 lands. So you can float your mana first, resolve the trigger while you still have mana in your pool.
Yes, you can do that. And
then cast your Memory Deluge so that you would have 3 mana untapped when you're casting it. That way you would be able to try to play around Spell Pierce. That said, maybe Messiah is saying, well, I'm going to play it into the Spell Pierce so that I can try to resolve my Farewell next turn. I'm going to make my opponent excited that they were able to get something with the counter, and maybe next turn I'm going to be able to resolve my big sweeper.
I think they were trying to get themselves a land drop. They missed a land drop for the turn, so I think that's why we were firing off main phase there. But we're going to see the Phoenix come down along the ledge. So the Phoenix is going to deal with a big Teferi on the battlefield. Tap land at the end of the turn and pass it back. What is going to be on top of our deck? It is our 6th land, and I've never seen a Farewell slammed so quickly in my life. That is graveyards and creatures all exiled. Does leave an art set on the battlefield, which is going to be pretty hard for us to deal with. But, we've shored it up again. Here comes Ledger Shredder, kind of trying to refill. Pass the turn back. Oh, Memory Deluge off the top. We're firing off main phase or...
Farewell is such a brutal card against all these like mid-rangey decks. It just completely destroys everything you've been working for so long.
Memory Days in a turn. We're going to take these 2 cards. I think there was a big spicy dragon amongst them.
I want to give a shout out to Messiah, who clearly understands that I am playing a slow control deck. I have to play fast. So he's making a very good effort at making sure he resolves his cards very quickly.
There is one card that's going to help that. I think he managed to find it off that Memory Deluge. How about a Dragon Lord Dramoka?
Okay.
There's a spice. I love that dragon cycle which we got over in, was it Khan's block, where we got the Dragon Lords? With Ojutai and everything like that. I think it was that block. I love that so much. I'm a big Ojutai fan. And here comes a sleight of hand. Look at the top 2, put 1 into our hand, put 1 to the bottom. Didn't get the best of looks at that, but it looks like it was a consider. So now we get to have a little look. We get to survey 1. Do we want that card in our hand? Looks like we decided to draw it and play it for the turn. Interesting. I think I might have put that in my graveyard and try and get myself 1 more extra draw, but here we are. We're passing the turn back. What can we do with it? Do have Dragon Lord Ataka. We do have a Wandering Emperor, I think we just drew for the turn. But no, we're going to go with Dragon Lord Ataka. This is a one we don't see too often. So let's talk about this. This is obviously a Dragon Elder. I said Dragon Lord, but it's a Dragon Elder. This spell cannot be countered. It has flying and lifelink. Your opponent can't cast spells during your turn. So nice little.
That's Dramoka.
Teferi talk here. Also, obviously, I believe it's got a 5/7 body attached to it. So again, it can close out the game, swing it pretty quickly into their favor. Okay, we're going to put those crews in hand. Bear in mind, a minute ago, we just exiled the graveyard. There's still a lot of cards in that graveyard. We managed to refill super quickly here.
Phoenix is very good at filling the graveyard and just casting spells and chaining all the card draw spells into a treasure cruise.
We're just going to move all the... These are relevant spells. These are my non-relevant spells. What can I delve out the way here for this treasure cruise? Ooh, I'm just trying to find out what is that red spell. I don't know.
I think that's the Blitz card. It's basically a my creature deals X damage equal to its power.
Blitz of the Thunder Raptor.
Yeah, like you can play a big crackling drake and then use this as sort of a
Like a fling effect.
fling effect. Yeah.
Love it. Love to see it. Oh no, this one does damage equal to the number of instants or sorceries in your graveyard. It can deal it to target planeswalker.
Oh, okay. Then that's something else than I thought. Okay.
So have a little look, see where we're going to go with this. So, Wandering Emperor, exile this, gain ourselves 2 more life points. You know, I love to always getting pretty low. A couple of Phoenixes off the top, or maybe, you know, a Storm of the Giants, which we see animated here. Attack you, 7 damage, drop you to 1.
Yeah, and that's not an easy card to deal with. A 7/7 land for Azorius control that is relying on cards like Supreme Verdict and Farewell.
Impulse. I believe that's free land, and there's one unknown that I think catch. It was a blue spell. Might be a consider. It's got Ward 2, or is it Ward 3, the Storm of the Giants? It's got Ward 3, so we'd need... oh no, we can actually pay the 3 with the Wandering Emperor that we have in hand. So if it does attack, we can flash that in, pay the 3 on the ward cost, and exile it. But more importantly, we have a token on the battlefield now, and potentially maybe a way next turn to deal with this Narset that is sticking around. But now, are we going to have to play around Spell Pierce? We can pay for Spell Pierce, but obviously we can't use the exile effects, which is ideally what we want to be using it for here. So here it is. Wandering Emperor, does this resolve? Yes. Trigger. Pay 3. I will pay the 3 happily. Get that off the battlefield. Gain me 2 more life, going up to 3. But the power and toughness of a Phoenix is a 3/2 with haste. So if we can rip one of them off the top and it connects, potentially we can seal this game. Target this. Get Narset off the battlefield. That means we can start drawing cards again now. A lot of our cards get turned on. Where are we going with this? That's going to go bottom. Didn't get a good look at what was drawn. I think that might be another consider.
Yeah, the Phoenix like really wants to find a pieces of the puzzle or another treasure cruise, something that's going to draw them more cards than just one. Casting opts and considers is fine, but you do actually need to find something bigger than just cast a card draw spell into a card draw spell.
So that.
Whoa.
Okay. Is that the one where we now get to target it? Yeah.
Narset's Reversal.
Oof. Rough. That is huge here. Narset's Reversal, yeah, copy target instant or sorcery spell, then return it to its own hand. You may copy, gain a new copy of it. Yeah, I'll target myself. I would like to draw 3 cards, please.
Yeah, I'll use that as an ancestor recall for myself, and then oh, by the way, I have a David's Veto to counter yours. Thank you very much. Yeah, Messiah looks to be in complete control of the game now, riding the Wandering Emperor and the tokens.
And it all happened with that Extinction event, right? Oh, not Extinction event, the Farewell. Farewell came down, wiped the board, and since then we've been trying to fight our way back into it, but just not being able to scrape our way back in.
That looks like pieces of the puzzle?
Nope.
Yeah.
Stop that. Blue-white doing what blue-white does. Circle Shark Typhoon, end of turn for 5, I think. 4, okay.
Yeah, this game is so over. There's a Memory Delusion in the graveyard still as well.
Tick up on this. Okay, on this one, +1/+1 counter. Play a land for a turn. get in there. That's 4, 5, 6, 7,
That's
8,
eight, right?
9,
Yeah.
10, I think.
Yeah,
They're both 2/2s with +1 counters on.
the blue-white deck can turn the corner really quickly with the
Well,
Wandering Emperor and
that
Shortcut,
quickly is how quick it can turn it. Went from looking absolutely desired to now being able to pick up the 5th win here, giving themselves a shot of potentially maybe getting top 32 and getting some prizes. Who knows how tiebreakers work these days? Anything could happen. Gonna have a little check, see how many games are left in the round. I don't think we've got any more backup feature matches for us all. Just gonna check with our team. Any backup feature matches? Have we got any, or is that it? No more? Okay, we got no more. So we've got a little bit of time left. I can see that there's a good 26-ish, 36-ish games still playing. So, you know,
30.
well, 10, 20, 30, 31 now.
Is there
31.
that many tables like still in the tournament?
Well, by the looks of it, that's what they want to do
Okay.
until the updates. But you know, it's fine. We can talk about the tournament and what's been going on, what's happening this weekend. Maybe you're just tuning in. Maybe you've been out for the day and you're now coming in. What is this? Well, welcome back to the booth. First off, my name is Will Hall, better known on the internet as Will Hall Exp. This man to my left is none other than Hall of Famer Martin Juza, and we've been casting all day long along with the ladies, and we've got one more round after this. This was round number 8. But what's happened this weekend so far? Well, there's been 8 rounds of Magic. We started off with 295 players battling out in the last chance qualifier. What is the last chance qualifier? Well, this is the last possible chance you can get to qualify for the European Championships, which is happening tomorrow on this channel. That itself is a 2-day event with a cut to top 8, where we're going to send 24 players to the Pro Tour, 2 more to World. Bucket, I think, is it $100,000 worth of prizes tomorrow as well, plus. So a lot on the weekend, but 16 players more want to be in that tournament, and that is going to be found out in the next couple of games. Potentially, you might already know who's in there. There might be some people playing out, and essentially in the last round we'll have those, like, you know, winning in slots. Are they going to get themselves the tiebreakers they need? Are they going to get that W they need to get into the top 16? Are we going to see the excitement and see them come back tomorrow to battle it out? Let's all, you know, cross the fingers. Maybe got some Plentons in there. Maybe you're hoping you come 17th and you're hoping for that pass down. You're like, come on, Benton, one time, pass it down to me. But how are they all doing? You've got the up there. You can see the kind of standings.
Yeah, so basically we know about 3 undefeated players, right?
Who are they?
We had Robert Mundell.
I think it's safe to say what they won.
Won his match with Boros Heroic. So that is a deck that is 8-0 right now. And then we know that Benton Madsen was able to draw. I think that was table 82 because of some weird table seating. So they were playing on table 82. So that means we have Izzet Creativity, played by Benton Madsen, who was able to draw with Matteo Pierre Muro on the Lotus Field combo. So these are 3 players that we know for now are undefeated. They should all be locked for
the top 8.
For the top 8 or top 16. And
what's it looking like for to get top 16 in a minute? What record are we kind of thinking?
X1-1-ish, maybe X1. Yeah, X1-1 is likely.
X2's got a chance, or
maybe some with the good breakers. Yeah, we'll see how it breaks out exactly. Out of the top tables, I can tell you, we have a Mono White Humans player, Azorius Spirit, Gruul Vehicles, Mono White Humans, Sultai Rona combo against Dimir Rogues on table 6. That's really interesting.
Yeah, that was actually the game that we had
brought
across.
I can tell you that Sultai Rona combo won this round.
Ooh, I love my Rogues deck.
There's another Mono White Humans player against Azorius Control on the next table. So quite a lot of Azorius Mono White Humans actually.
Yeah, I was speaking to a couple of the 4-color control players out on the ground in between rounds, and they were saying like they really hope tomorrow Mono White kind of dies down a little bit. This is not the deck that they want to be playing against. If you got any questions for us, chat, make sure you let us know. We've got a little bit of time to kill before we go. You can ask Martin, who's a Hall of Famer, ask him about his experiences and whatever Pro Tours you want, or maybe you've got an RC coming up. What would you do in X situation, Martin? Because I wouldn't know. Let's be honest. This is why this man's here. I'm here just to talk rubbish on the internet. Let's have a little look-see. Everyone's happy about Dimir Rogues. Skura's still floating around. Hello, Skura. Hope you're good. Is there any decks stood out to you this weekend? Any surprised you? Obviously, we've seen a lot of them. We've seen Heroic. We've seen Possibility Storm popped up. That's probably one of my highlights so far for today. Possibility Storm and the Sire of Insanity. That's like my 2 favorite things that's happened so far.
That was really cool.
If you didn't manage to catch them, you can obviously catch them on the VODs on YouTube, etc. But Sire of Insanity, turn 3 and Pioneer, anybody against Lotus combo? Sound good to you? Make sure you check it out.
I thought the possibility storm game was also really cool because you play the card and it just does so many things where you're thinking, okay, well, I'm going to be able to cast this and resolve that, but then you realize that it actually spins into something else. It's actually not that easy to play against a card, and then most of the people won't be able to figure out even how the combo deck works. So
well, yeah, we were talking about open and closed deck lists and how it works and what advantages you gain from open and what you gain from closed. And we were saying about this possibility storm. We had access to the deck list, and we still didn't have a clue what was going on. So there's always that surprise element, and that factor when you come to tournaments. That happened a lot when in modern me playing Yawgmoth. I got a lot of wins in Yawgmoth just because my opponents didn't know what was going on or what they need interaction they had to have at the right times, etc. Obviously now it's more of a popular deck. People kind of know what's going on now with Yawgmoth, but just having that edge in a field this big, especially with these stakes online, can really, really turn around your weekend and give you that positive record. In fact, let's have a little look. Where is that possibility storm? How are they getting on?
I think they were X and 2 at some point.
We've got Jeskai Ascension combo at 5-1 and 1. That's sitting up there. Other than that, I guess they've fallen out of the top 25 going into this round, so they must be at least X and 2, unfortunately for them.
Yeah, last time we saw the possibility of storm deck, the player was at 4-0.
I cannot see them to say. No, I've gone all the way down to 50th and I can't see them.
Oh wow. Okay, so 4-3 is what I'm getting. That's unfortunate.
Oh, there is a mono black control deck. Is that an actual mono black control deck? Let's have a little look. See. Are the deck lists posted anywhere? Not yet. This is a closed deck list tournament, but tomorrow it will be open deck lists from round number 1. So I believe from 9 o'clock tomorrow morning, all deck lists will go public. All the players will get to see them because you get to see it before obviously you play against your opponent, and then all you people watching at home get to see these. You get to see the decks that are good, the brews, the spiciness, or just the decks that are doing well, or maybe your pet deck, and you can see how some of the people best players in Europe are battling out with your deck and what sort of sideboard choices they had. Let's talk about that. Building your deck for open deckless tournaments is different to building your deck for closed deckless tournaments. Sometimes we spoke about how it roots out some of the deck building of Magic and the enjoyment of it, turning up with your fancy brew. But in open deck list, playing one-ofs is an advantage, right? Playing lots of one-ofs, making your opponent guess through it. Talk me through that as like a player going through, getting ready for a tournament and then also playing in a tournament, having to play around certain one-ofs.
Yeah, so when I'm thinking, my deck choice in open deck lists, first thing that usually comes to my mind is, well, aggro is going to be a lot worse because now, before you even start playing, your opponent knows you're playing an aggressive deck, so they know they shouldn't be keeping a slow hand. And if you're playing aggro in closed deck lists, a decent percentage of your wins comes from your opponent just keeping greedy hands or thinking, well, hopefully my opponent is not on an aggressive deck. I'm just going to keep this hand. It looks good. Maybe I'm playing the control mirror, and you just run them over. So this doesn't happen in open deck lists. Aggro gets a little bit worse because your opponent knows, what you're on, and they're going to be able to mulligan into the fatal pushes and fiery impulses and what have you. So that's one thing that comes to my mind. Second thing that comes to my mind is open deck lists, much better for control. If I'm playing a control deck, that usually means I'm playing a lot of answers. I'm playing all these, Dovin's Vetoes. I'm playing all these sweepers. I'm playing all these Supreme Verdicts. Whatever other creature removal I have, and well, it's a lot easier to try to figure out if my opening hand is good or not if I know my opponent's deck list. That also tells me, when I'm mulligan to 7, should I put when I'm mulligan to 6, should I put the Dovin's Veto on the bottom or should I put that Supreme Verdict on the bottom? Now I know my opponent's deck, so I can make these choices and keep the right mix of cards. What you mentioned, one-offs. If you play a deck that doesn't have a single spell pierce and your opponent is resolving their, Transmogrify, Indomitable Creativity, whatever that kind of spell is that they can usually cast on turn 4 or 5. Well, if they know you don't have a single spell pierce, they can just play the card, not risk anything, and win the game. But if they know that, you're running a single spell pierce, maybe they're in a position where it makes sense for them to try to play around it. That gives you more time. Maybe you're going to draw an answer in the meantime, maybe a counterspell, maybe a Thoughtseize. So it creates a lot of these situations where the opponent is going to be afraid of something you might not even have, but they kind of have to respect it, or they have to at least think about respecting it because it was in your deck list.
So on the other side of that, so not only you open deck list and you've got to play around what your opponent has got, how do you as a player also play like you have that? You know what I mean? Like if you always leave up one blue for the whole game, you know what I mean? Even if you don't have spell pitch, but you're, you know, playing in your mind, I could play I consider here, tap out, or do I hold up one blue to try and bluff that I've always had it from the start? Is that an aspect of it, or do you just you don't kind of do
That's
that one?
very situational. I think there are good spots where making a bluff makes sense. Like we just saw Deborah's heroic deck, keeping 1 mana up. Overplaying a third 1 mana creature if I already have 2 in play. That probably makes sense against the Transmogrify deck because your opponent is definitely going to be thinking, well, I saw my opponent, have multiple Reckless Rages in the first game. They're keeping 1 mana up. I think it's pretty likely that they might have that. Maybe I'll try to wait for a Duress or Thoughtseize. So it is definitely situational. There are definitely good spots where bluffing makes sense and it can pay off. But then again, playing Phoenix against Azorius Control, I'm not going to shock myself on turn 1 to try to represent Spell Pierce because there's nothing I would be able to counter from the white deck anyway. So in that spot, it doesn't really make any sense to try to represent a card that, whether you have it or not, why would I shock myself? There's nothing that I can counter. So it just depends on the situation.
Yeah, I mean, I say it. I've done it occasionally. Sometimes like shock, go, absolutely have nothing to make my opponent things. But I think that is it. I think we pretty much finished up in the hall. It's going to be going to round number 9 shortly. So we're going to wrap up. Next time you're going to see us is the start of the semi-finals. Wrong, quarterfinals. Quarterfinals in the top 8. So make sure you stick around for more action here live in Lille. See you all shortly.
Welcome back to the Legacy European Tour Last Chance Qualifier here in Lille. We are almost over. It's the 9th round, the last of the day, and then there's a cup to top 8 if the players decide to play. Top 16 makes it into tomorrow's tournament. How are you feeling here today, Alia?
Wow, happy and exhausted and excited for the end and tomorrow.
And we are going to have some cool feature matches. I think Will is giving us some information, but I'm not sure what it is here, but I'm really excited to see. We chose some interesting feature matches here today, and one that we didn't see today, but it was really popular in the past, Abzan Greasefang.
Yeah, super deck that is playing a lot of vehicles. It's not vehicles, but it could be. It's playing the Great Parhelion with the creature Grace Fang Okiba boss from Kamigawa. A very powerful synergy here, reanimating Parhelion from graveyard to play.
And I can tell you, when I didn't know the deck, when it started getting popular, the first time it did this thing and they just used Greasefang, it was right after Kamigawa and Greasefang was released. And they just brought Perillium from the graveyard with haste, making those angels. I cannot forget that moment. It's such a powerful thing to do in Pioneer. The deck, though, people are now prepared for it, but it's kind of under the radar again because not a lot of people choosing it here today. Other decks are being chosen over it.
Yes.
Oh, looks like we have a change here in the plans. Let's take a look if we got informed. Okay, so looks like there was a draw actually on that table. So table 4, which was our main feature match, decided to draw, and we have another feature match, which is the Demon Rogues versus Jeskai Ascendancy. We have a combo deck.
Yes, Jeskai Ascendancy, very powerful combo.
But it looks like this is Convoke from what I'm seeing. Maybe it's just not updated. So I think it's not updated.
Well, seems is could be Boros Convoke because that Boost Watcher and Knight of Rant of Eos.
I'm trying to see if we have more information here.
Well, Boros Convoke and seems Orth of Aptham deck could be Gracefine right now. We don't know, but for 2 mana, is play. Yes.
So we do have.
That seems Gracefine.
Yeah. So we have a Greasefang here
against Boros Convoke.
So it looks like this is actually the matchup we had planned. It just has some misinformation in the deck titles. So this is Abzan Greasefang by Guido versus Boros Convoke by Yi Zhang. Well, 3 mana. There's no vehicle yet in the graveyard, so that Greasefang is going to enter the battlefield, but no Chariot, no Perhelium.
Well, it's a good blocker. And it's attacking for 4.
And we are aware of the issue with the deck, and we apologize. We informed our technical team, and they will hopefully solve it soon. So 4 damage, and that Greasefang can also attack for 4, as you said.
And it's
We
attacking well, yeah.
follow up with the Temple Garden tapped.
More tokens for Boros Convoke. Yep.
Boros Convoke doing what it does best, creating a bunch of creatures. I already see a Loxodon in end that is going to give +1/+1 for each creature that used it to convoke.
Knight Errant of Eos is a card that the Grisfang player knows because he see the card, see the hand, but Loxodon is convoked right now. Venerated Loxodon. Strange is bigger in the table of the combo Boros Convoke player. We have 4, 2, 6, 10 damage in attack.
And Guido here playing the Greek Sang deck needs to find a way to put Beryllium in the graveyard, or this Boros Convoke deck is just going to come through and finish the game really fast. Raffine's Informant is a way to put the Beryllium in the graveyard, but I don't think Guido has access to one. I see Berylliums in end, though, I think.
Yes, I think. Land and goes. What? Only lands? Only lands in hand? It's floated? Could be.
I think there's 2 Berylliums, but I might be
Super
wrong.
Helions. A clunky card right now in hand. He needs to discard. That card could be with a Liliana or another discard effect.
Yeah, we have some options. As you said, we have Liliana of the Veil. There's Raffine's Informant that the conniving does the trick. We also do have the Scrapwork Moot, the artifact that some players use. So there are several ways to discard the Brilliance out of hand, and Guido needs to find a way to do it next turn because things are not looking good here. This Convoke deck is starting to pop off. We have Knight now, getting more creatures. I see a lot of French players in our tweet chat. So I think Clement maybe.
Sang.
It's Guy, yeah, the name is incorrect, so I'm not sure. Rooting for one of our players.
Well, more lands for the absent Grisfang player. The Guido. And Boros Convoke is going wide with a lot of small creatures. Not more small right now. And pushing with wow. If G draw a Reckless Watcher and he draws and she's playing and he will attack with a lot of damage here. Look, like Doxodon. Yeah, this is lethal. This is lethal actually.
And this is game 1 here. Guido found a Grisfang, but no Berylliums in the grave, no chariots, nothing, no boats. And that's not the way that Grisfang wants to be playing. So now we are going to sideboard. What do you think that Grisfang can bring against Boros? Such an explosive deck, post sideboard.
Well, Boros Convoke need now to protect the creatures, and Grisfang need to stop the early damage of the Boros Convoke, need to stop the explosion of the early game, and in the sideboard we could be a few removal cards like a temporary lockdown or for example very good cards against aggro like Graveyard Trespasser that blocks so well and gains life and is very is good against aggro. Ray of en Ray of enfeeblement. This is the best removal against white cards, no doubt.
Yeah, and that -4/-4 is perfect against the Boros Convoke. It gets rid of the Loxodon, also gets rid of the Knight. So 4 seems like the magic number here.
The big creatures is hitting by this removal, and the side of the Boros Convoke.
It's also interesting to see at what point can you afford to mulligan, because your deck is also a combo deck, right? When you're playing these Greasefang, you want to get your Greasefang as soon as possible, being able to get Brilliance out of the graveyard, and you just basically win the game, especially against not Clement, sorry, against the Boros Convoke deck that has so many answers, doesn't have a lot of answers.
Yes, the Boros Convoke have a good removal in the sideboard. Rending Volley, kill, Grace Fan, instant speed before of the triggers ability in the turn 3. This is very important to Boros Convoke to be safe and avoid the combo of the Grace Fang. Yes, Absent Grace Fang is a combo deck, but have a very good creatures, a very good vehicles. Esika's Clariot can win a game by itself.
I've played against Greasefang a lot of times. They even sometimes bring Shieldred post sideboard in some matchups because you try to destroy their combo at all costs, but then they just play good creatures. Shieldred, so if they have Graveyard 8, you still have a great card. Chariot as well, as you said, is another great way to win.
Yes, it's like a mid-range deck with a powerful combo synergy in. Well, the sideboard is ready, and the second game will be run right now. In the side of Boros Convoke, do you want your opponent will not play combo early and deploy fast and efficient your creatures, and the side of the Afghan Chris Fan, do you need your opponent will not go so fast and deploy your combo so early. Afton is on the play. That means he will play the Grisfan very soon, and will we see if he can combo in turn 3.
Yeah, and I'm just trying to get the names here figured out and the decks as well. Hopefully that will be sorted out soon and it will correct. But on the left we have Abzan, Grisfang, and on the right we have the Boros Convoke. Oh, looks like it was corrected now. Perfect. So here we have our players. Thank you to our amazing technical team. A lot of hours of work, and we made it. We are here for like 10 hours now, almost, you know. No, not almost, for 10 hours now. And it's the last round of the day.
Well,
big shout out to our Fox crew. They are amazing behind the scenes, making sure the stream runs all day.
Absolutely.
And we are starting with that array enforcement. They're the array going for the 1/1, which is interesting. And we already have the Raffins. So we are going to connive. Let's see if we can put a vehicle away. I see Grisfang in end, which is a key card.
Very key card.
And we are, I think, maybe ditching a land. Yeah, So
Yes.
Temple Garden is gone. So once again, Guido suffering from the same issue. Having Grisfang, having lands, which sometimes is also not easy to find your lands in this deck. Even having Conniving, but not finding a way to put to have a Perillium in the graveyard.
Gobakan is very good option here. That's will hit for sure the Grace Fang.
So that Grisfang now costs 5. Which will also give some more time for Guido to try to find something relevant to put in the grave, because the truth is that without that, this deck doesn't do that much. And we have land, the third land here, key for Guido. And we are going to Thoughtseize.
This is you. Show your hand.
So we have a land, we have knight. I cannot see the second card though.
And 2 knights, I guess, a land, and a resolute reinforcement.
The flashers.
This will be, yes, this will be the card is discarded, and only big creatures in the G hand. Reckless Bushwatcher.
That was such a good top deck here, because that Bushwalker can actually get rid of Gobakan.
By itself. Yes, but Gobakan without creature isn't the best option. But yes, you can hit that.
Yeah, but here, playing land pass. We need to find something relevant, and saving the Bushwalker for a more explosive turn, which usually this deck likes to do. And I'm just trying to put here Bushwalker on the screen.
Bushwatcher can be a win conditions by itself, and he will be way to play in to have a wide strategy developed in table. Nor vehicles in Afghan Greasefang graveyard. It's not ideal. And hitting Yang for 3. For 2. Right. Another Reckless Watcher.
And the Rapid Informant starting to deal some damage, slowly but surely. And now I think we're going to see Bushwalker. It costs 3, and it is going to attack. Looks like going face. And pass.
One more land, and Guido will be play the Greasefang exiled by Gobakan, but no any vehicle at the graveyard. Another Thoughtseize. Ooh. Another knight. The knight here is a very good card to take out advantage, looking for small creatures, and this is not convenient for G. That is the case that she needs right now, is deploy a very good table. and knight.
And an interesting fact is that Rafin's informant still there, as we said. There's no artifact on the graveyard yet, no vehicle, I mean. But that Grisfang can be casted for 5 mana. It's not like it's exiled forever. It just has attacks on it. This is still Swiss. We have 9 rounds. This is the last one.
Yes.
Followed by a cut to top 8, and top 16 players make it into the regional championship, which is going to start tomorrow.
Grisfang is in the table. This is a very good card against against aggro.
Graveyard Trespasser, exiling a card. It's able to gain some life. It's a good blocker. If he needs to target it, it costs to discard a card. Oh, and it is this card, the Imudane, has been playing it. We saw Frank Karsten play it earlier today. It sees play very similar to Bushwalker. I'm going to put it here for you all to see. It's a new card from Wilds of Eldraine.
Yeah.
And let me know, Twitch chat, what do you think it's better, this new card or Bushwalker, or it's just different? Let me know your opinions.
Train troops is the adventure part of Immodane's Recruiter, creating 2 tokens to 2. This card is accommodates so well.
It also gives +1/+0 to itself because it's creatures you control, not other creatures. It is 3 mana though, but as you said, it has the adventure side, which is really good.
Grisfang is in the house.
But no vehicles.
In the graveyard.
It's nothing to drive.
Only driver.
Exactly. Well, it's empty.
Convoking, is convoking. Absolutely looking for more small creatures. Rending Volley on the top.
Oh, another Bushwalker. Some friends of Iliad Dragon here on Twitch chat. I actually saw Iliad today. Such a lovely French streamer. And we are here in Lille, France. Really nice to see the community coming through.
Yes, it's really nice when the community supports and cheers them creators.
Yeah, he told me that he was 6'2" and that he needed to win to maybe make it into top 16. Depends on the standings, but
Okay, go wide. But
okay, here we go with the surge cost, I think, and we have the Bushwalker. Attacking here for some damage with their knight.
yes, with the knight. Attacking for 5.
Yeah, I'm just curious if attacking Gobokan or face, but I think it was face,
Yes.
right?
This is my dub too. And yes, I think it's the face. But G is in a 7.
Oh, and there it is.
He,
Fatal
he needs
push.
2 blocks, yeah.
So not enough here
Uh,
at such low life, and we are going to have a game 3.
yeah, game 3.
Didn't even need Beryllium or any vehicle. This
Yeah.
is just, it's called Abzan Grisfang. Nobody said that it had to be having some crew vehicles in the graveyard. So those of you that are not familiar with the deck, which I think maybe most of you are because the deck has been going around for a while, these Abzan Grisfang focus on getting Beryllium really early on, and I'm going to try to get Beryllium here on the screen for you all to see. Then we can use the Greasefang to crew the Beryllium immediately to attack and make a bunch of angels, 2 angels, and it is strong, especially when you do it on turn 3.
Well,
Here it
and
is.
now, yes, Parhelion. It's super big. Cost 8 mana.
Yeah, but we don't care because we don't pay for it, really.
It's free.
Guido is like, no, I get it with a discount.
Very good discount. Well, right now the burst convoke can be dramatic. This game can be dramatic because burst convoke is on the play that can deploy very fast all the small creatures, making blasting attacks, and Uptime Greasefang need to block the first bites of that deck. We will see if the hands are good or mediocre. Sometimes you need to keep, but it's not the ideal hand, and keep mediocre hand. But okay, you need to still playing.
Yeah, definitely not ideal, but let's see what we are able to grab. Now we have he on the play, and things might be really different because this Boros Convoke deck on the play is really, really dangerous.
Totally.
And looks like we might have a keep here.
Yes, think so. Lands, spells. No drama. And ooh,
And this is the last round of the day. Don't forget, this is kind of like a win and in for these players for tomorrow. I think if they win, they are able to make it into the regional championship tomorrow. Stay tuned here on Twitch because the action is going to be right here on this Twitch channel. Don't forget to follow. That really helps out, and you'll be able to receive a notification when we go live with the regional championship. The casters are going to be Alia, so you, and Martin Juza, so you're going to be casting with Hall of Famer, and then Will Hall with Matej. Great casting duos this weekend, and I'm really excited.
will be awesome to be casting in Legacy European Championship.
Yeah, it's your first time casting in the championship, right?
It's my first time in mostly sites. My first cast, my first English cast, and well, it's been amazing. I've been nervous, but it's a very good experience.
Yeah, it's a great experience, and you've done so much casting in Spanish already,
Yes.
so it's time to get out of comfort zone and English time.
Go out of the comfort zone. Yes, we're car very. Oh yes. Destroy the token, the vampire. Hate card. Very well curved for Afan Greasefang. Ideal. Better than Tatsis maybe. Maybe.
Oh, but this is the perfect thing for Guido. Let's see that finally if we can get a vehicle in the graveyard. We did. Okay, it's not Beryllium, it's Chariot, but I'm really happy that finally after third game, Guido is able here to get that vehicle in the graveyard. So now that Rizfank will be much better if it is in end, because I don't see it yet.
But Guido needs to draw the Greasefang. Go back on, show me your hand. Trying to looking for a Greasefang. Very good play here.
And it looks like Guido only has access to removal there and a Chariot.
Chariot is a stop very well the creatures of the opponent. It's very.
This end is not looking too good for Guido though, especially if he is able to be more aggressive. We need a Grisfang top deck, I think.
Well, he needs a very good draw of Greasefang, and stop some removal. Sweeper could be to stop that deploy. That's go wide of
Somebody
the
asked,
Boros Convoke.
what is that card in Guido's hand and the non-land? And I think it's Abrupt Decay.
Yes, the Root Decay.
So
It's a removal.
it destroys target non-land permanent with mana cost 3 or less. It's pretty good against the Boros Convoke. It does not take care of Knight or Loxodon, but it does take care of the rest.
Then Shulantep.
And pass is not exactly what Guido wants
Raffins is blocking a virtuality, a lot of damage. Only Bane in front of the on the creatures.
We can also tap it with the giant killer.
G can tap it, yes. But when at the end of the turn, I get it's turn of the G right now. Okay.
And we have there the Emodanes giving everything, including itself, +1/+0. And we are going for attacks. Everything is attacking.
The Legion's landing is flipping because G is attacking with more than 3 creatures.
Let me just check the text on the Legion's landing. Whenever you attack with 3 or more creatures, transform. You're right, but we don't see a transformation there. Oh, there it is. Okay. Transforming now.
Baneland. And gaining 1 mana. Okay.
Guido reading the Invasion of Golbacan. Once the Invasion of Golbacan is flipped, then all creatures that attack receive +1/+1 until in the end of the turn, and you can sacrifice it to give your creatures indestructible and X-proof.
Bane Bear with the tokens and protecting the creatures against sweepers and other removals. Is Guido is thinking about if trade Raffin with another creature like Giant Killer. Could be, and in the future could be a non-great creature against the vehicles because can tap the Parhelion, for example, in a long-term game.
A lot of decisions here. I think Guido is going to make a question.
I'm trying to guess what is the question. I'm not
so
sure.
I think the question might be because there is the invasion of Golbacan, and there's also the Abrupt Decay, and Abrupt Decay can actually destroy Invasion of Golbacan. So I think that might be the answer to that. So maybe Guido wants to destroy the invasion of Golbacan.
We will see, but I think you are right.
Somebody asking if we're streaming the top 8. It depends if the players decide to play or not. Sometimes they just ID because the top 16 already gets the regional invitation for tomorrow. And right now it's already past 8 p.m. here in Lille. So a lot of times players just want to rest and prepare because tomorrow it starts early again at 9 a.m. So maybe the players will just draw, but we don't know. We cannot be sure. We have to wait until the round ends and the standings are announced and players make the decision.
Well, Guido is asking to a judge, and we are waiting. We can check what is the test of abrupt decay. Is an abrupt decay is a removal. That's we clear as an instant and can be countered. Destroy target null and permanent with converted mana cost 3 or less. Could be the question is what is the I don't know. Okay. Rafin is trading.
There it is. We have a block. And now we are abrupt decaying the invasion of Gobakan.
Skyne soaring in hand of the Guido.
Here, Guido trying to read the Legion landing.
Maybe we will have here
And Guido
extra time.
usually comes to these events, to the Legacy European, so I have seen him several times, and he's always so sweet and kind. So I'm really happy to see him doing well here in the last chance. It's really nice when you get to come to these events over and over again. You meet these amazing people, and yeah, really nice to see doing so well here today.
This is the gathering when you are meeting the same people
Yeah.
in the tournaments. You are knowing people and other players like competing like you. This is the true gathering. We know what's happening right now, but I
Looks
see
like something is
a
being
judge.
investigated with the judge.
Yes.
I'm going to check if we have any extra information on what's going on.
Well, the players are waiting. We are waiting. And Twitch chat, how is it going?
Yeah, let us know how is your day going, if you've been enjoying coverage, if you've been enjoying the last chance qualifier. Before we were not really casting these events, the last chances, only the main event. But I think it's really nice to add one more day to also see these players here get displayed on Twitch, which is really nice. I know that they afterwards love to go and watch the VOD as well.
We're waiting for what happened with Gobakan, I guess.
So Guido is saying, since I destroyed the invasion of Gobakan, if the card still has the extra attacks or not, I think that might be the question.
Do you like Boros Convoke, Filipa?
I mean, it's an interesting deck. It's not really my cup of tea. I'm more of a Rakdos kind of person, but... Oh, okay, so the question is if it's by destroying the invasion of Gobakan, if since it's destroyed, the card comes back. I don't think it does, because you are not removing the counters, you are destroying. but I'm not sure.
I
I think Judge is making sure. And in the
Okay.
meantime, it looks like they're it's resolved. Okay.
okay, okay. It's resolved. Let's go to see.
Invasions are kind of a new thing in Magic. People are still having some questions about the ruling of the card. Because it's not really an enchantment, right? It just says battle. Or
It's a permanent.
yeah, it's just a battle, so it's a permanent, it's destroyed. It's like Elite Spellbinder, yeah.
Okay. We are going to take to table 1.
Oh, okay, I see here Dimir Rogues versus Jeskai Ascendancy combo. I see Shili, so I'm already saying that the Dimir playing is ahead just because of this Shili. Also, both cards on Dimir Rogues player with the promo stamp. Do you like the promo stamp on the cards? Do you think it's a nice choice of card?
For play, I don't like especially the foil cards. For competitive play, I like the no foil cards, but I collect a lot of cards of casual. My favorite cards is angel cards, and I have a lot of foil cards of angels. Promo, no promo, all the kinds. Oh, Fable of the Mirror Breaker.
Fable of the Mirror Breaker entering the battlefield. We're going to make a 2/2. And go. There's not 8 cards yet on Clement's graveyard, which is relevant. Here, looks like there is 5, so we need 3 more for that to become a 3/2 instead of a 1/1. Mystical Dispute on Narset, and oh, we have a counter for that. 6 cards now on the graveyard.
Drowning the Lock. This is a classic rogue deck. Rogues deck. Thoughts is you trying to hit pieces of combo.
So we are attacking with Shieldred. That Goblin token is going to be there to chump block, and now that Shieldred is going to start doing what Shieldred does, 2 damage to Clement. Also, very careful, there's a Narset on the board. Narset does have a passive ability, so let's see if Clement here remembers that. Because Clement cannot draw any additional card. Okay, looks like Clement saw that.
This land is a creature right now. Guess. What just happened?
It looks like the Dimir Rogues player is at 7 life, and I think the lives are switched because Shieldred is gaining life, so I think actually the Jeskai Ascendancy Como player should be the one at 7, right? Because Shieldred is taxing. I might be wrong though.
Shieldred is very oppressive when you play against the. If Shieldred is in game 3 turns or 4 turns, the opponent is a struggle. The life is a struggle, and you have more advantage.
Somebody asking one last game, there was a judge, not a judge investigation, but a just ruling related with the invasion of Gobakan. So we switched here for our backup feature match, which is Dimir Rogues versus Jeskai Ascendancy.
Well, Demirox is Andrea is in 7 and is right now attacking with the only 2 creatures.
I think the life totals are swapped though.
Ah, okay.
Because 22 life passed to 24 when Shieldred draw the card, so I would say I might be wrong, but let's see here now when the damage goes through.
Okay, draw. And now what's happened with life? Yes, I think you are right. And Clement is in 5 life right now. Whoa, what is the card?
It's a mystery, and a shake of hands. Looks like the game is going to be won here by Dimir Rogues, advancing now at a great score of 8-1. So definitely making it into the regional championship. Congratulations to our player. And we are back at our main feature match, which is the Grisfang and the Boros Convoke. And it looks like the board state developed quite a while we were looking away.
Whoa. Sky and Sovereign, 2 vehicles, 2 tokens. That was very good deploy for the Apthon Grisfan deck. Blocking super well, but is in 1. In 2 right now.
We have Graveyard Trespasser now. Is going to exile. I don't think that's a creature, so there should not be a life. Oh no, it is a creature. It is a creature, so we have a draining of life here for 1. And every life point is very crucial here with Guido at 2 life.
Especially against that aggro deck, Boros Convoke, that can attack you going wide. Okay. Is this turn 0?
We are confirming the life totals, but it looks like this is turn 0. So we are already on turns here in this match. Both players 1-on-1, so this is game 3. Don't forget, the player that wins this game has a chance of making it into the regional championship. The player that loses will not make it. So this is kind of a win and in this situation.
A lot on play here in this win and in for tomorrow, the regional championship. What?
That boat flies. And is it enough?
Whoa, shake hands.
Looks like Guido here couldn't make it the win, didn't have enough. To block there everything. And looks like, do we have another backup feature match? That's it. This was the last one. And this was such a good day, Halia.
Yeah, I think so.
Such an intense day. It was a lot of hours. Actually, these tournaments usually, especially last chance qualifier, doesn't really go for 9 rounds, usually goes for a bit less. But since today we had almost 300 players, 9 rounds here of Swiss, our players must be exhausted and they have to play tomorrow the regional championship, at least the top 16 that made it. Congratulations to our top 16 players. The standings will be go live soon, and let's see if our players want to play in the top 8, and we will have more matches for today. Will and Martin Juza will come to announce if there is going to be a top 8 or not, and to cast round 1 of the top 8 or to close out the day might be the last for us here today.
Oh,
in case we
no,
don't
I'm
have
sad.
a top 8. Yeah. And it was great having you here. First time casting together, but I had a great time. Thank you for being such a good co-host. And tomorrow you're going to do great with Martin. I'm going to be playing the main event, and I'm really excited. I hope you at home enjoyed, and will be back soon. We might see you later for top 8, but if not, thank you so much.
Thank you to you, Filipa. See you tomorrow.
Thank you.
Welcome back, ladies and gentlemen, to the Legacy European Tour Last Chance Qualifier. We've had 9 rounds battling out to try and find out who is going to be our 16 players getting invites to the RC tomorrow. So a little recap. 295 players battled out today in the 9 rounds, as we spoke about, for the 6 invites to be able to walk away with this trophy plus another trophy. But more importantly, they want to get to the Pro Tour in Chicago. They want to be able to walk in there saying that they're the European champion, and the first step in that was getting top 16 today. And we have 16 names and 16 decks. What I do need to tell you, though, is we're hungry, and we don't want to cover it. We're calling an end to the stream, ladies and gentlemen. We don't want to be here. We're going to announce the decks, we're going to announce the players, and then we're getting out of here. We're going to deprive you all of the top 8. So if you don't like that, you know, just let me know in chat how much you hate me right now, and that'll be fine. I'll just take the heat. It's all good. But of course, we're joking, ladies and gentlemen, but the top 8 did split because they have played 9 rounds of Magic today. That is 9 long old hours of Magic grinding. They want to come back tomorrow all fresh as they can. So it is going to be a split. They're just working that out now over there. But we will tell you what decks managed to make top 8. And the deck list will be going live tomorrow at 9 a.m. when the rest of the tournament happens. And before then, they might be playing the same deck. So we can't let that information out to the public just yet. So you got to wait a little bit longer. But Martin, talk us through the top 8 decks and deck players. Let's talk about it.
So we got Robert Mundell playing Boros Heroic, finishing as the top ranked player, I believe. I'm actually looking at standings from round 8. So if you have the updated, okay, here,
You got it.
Here it is. Robert and Boros Heroic. So that is first place after Swiss. He's gonna end up winning the
Looks
tournament.
really good, undefeated all day.
Yeah. Then we have Andrea Novakovic on Dimir Rogues, 8-1. That is not a deck that I expected to see.
They saw it last round. They just managed to catch him winning, getting his 8th win there in the last round with Filipa and Leah.
Yeah. Pierre Matteo Muro on the Lotus Field combo. Then we have 2 players that submitted a deck in paper. So we have
Well, one of them is Benson Madsen.
Yeah,
we know where he's on.
We have Benton Madsen on the Is It Creativity combo with Xenagos and World Spine Worm. We have Adriano Moscato. I have no idea what he was playing. I don't think I saw him all day. Yeah. Christian Borbelli playing Mono White Humans.
Deck that we've seen quite a lot of so far today. Potentially a lot of it could be here throughout the weekend. Maybe that's going to be the breakout deck.
We have Mattia Kirchler playing also a nano deck, also submitting a paper deck list. Then we have Luis Berodi playing Gruul Vehicles. So that is our top 8
Just
of the
squeaking in.
event. Yeah, Gruul Vehicles 7-1-1.
One person, 7-1, did miss out, though, in 9th place. Azorius Spirits was that deck. I'm just going to go through the names from the 9th down to 16th so everyone has an idea what the decks are. We had Azorius Spirits, we had Is It Phoenix, we had Mono White Humans, Rakdos Aggro, Boris Convoke, Boris Heroic, Rakdos Midrange, and Rakdos Goblins got in at 16th place. Let's go. We saw that deck on stream earlier on.
There was a lot of pass downs, apparently. I think from what I've been told, everyone except 1-7-2 person made it. So there was one unlucky 7-2, including all the pass downs that did not make it. The 7-2s include Frank Karsten, who won the last round.
Let's go, Frank Karsten. Let's go. We still got it. Still got it.
To squeak in at 17th place. So Frank with his Boros Convoke list, featuring cards he likes. So
yes, he was like, these are a bunch of cards. I guess I actually lent him for the lands today. I guess he's going to need them for tomorrow.
There's a Sultai Rona combo that squeaked in. With a 7-2 record, Mono Green Devotion, Boros Heroic, Gruul Vehicles, Rakdos Midrange, Rakdos Goblins.
Hold on, is that only one mono green?
I believe so.
One mono green deck.
That is only one mono green.
In 21st place, managed to get there. Remember, all these will be going live tomorrow at 9 in the morning, ladies and gentlemen. But we just wanted to come back and tell you what was happening. Okay, that is the top 8. They are going to be splitting. They are going to, equally distribute the prizes, but more importantly, they all got the invites. And as we think, we dropped down to like 20. What do we say? 22nd place. So that's like 6 pass me downs there. So always worth playing in these RCs.
What I find interesting is that it looks like there are 3 Boros Heroics and 2 Boros Convokes in like the top 20 players. That's 25% of top 20. Made up of Boros decks. That's.
Do you think it's because of the new pump spell, Merciless Rage or Monstrous Rage?
What maybe happened is that people also just played decks that kind of like only care about their own thing. They're trying to goldfish and
these decks just flail in underneath.
I feel like we saw Frank play against Mono Green in the last round,
wasn't even
and
close.
yeah, if your opponent's not killing your creatures, if you just get to convoke your things and just attack for a lot of damage with bushwalkers, and they're not really disrupting you, then yeah, I guess those are going to be good matchups. I
Yeah.
think similar thing is probably with Phoenixes. They're also not really disrupting you all that much. So maybe like these aggro decks kind of plowed through the.
Yeah, when you can save your creature against the 1-mana removal, or against the convoke decks, call you need to kill my token. Sure,
Yeah,
go
exactly.
crazy. It's terrible 1-for-1 removal in that matchup. But at last count, with these extra 16 players, I've got 689 players battling out tomorrow.
A lot of
As long as everybody turns up, there's going to be a lot of players battling out to try and get into day number 2, which means that cut is going to be pretty high for our players. And then we'll be back on Sunday, battling out to see who is going to be the top 24, who gets the PT invites, and then we're going to have the top 8 to find out who is going to get those 2 slots to the World Championships. Remember, that was just held last weekend, and France's very own John Manuel Deprat managed to take it down and become our current World Champion, nation. But that is going to be it from myself and Martin, and from the ladies. We will hope to see you tomorrow morning, nice and sharp, 9 a.m. local. That we're in France, in case you didn't know, so work that out wherever you are in the world. And yeah, we'll see you later on. Have a good rest of the day. Thanks for watching.
Bye. Thanks for watching.